Chapter 7. The Continued Dominance of Dirty Power. The power sector is a leading polluter in the United States. The burning of coal, natural gas, and oil produces large quantities of carbon dioxide. Among sectors in the United States in 2021, electricity was the second largest emitter of greenhouse gases after transportation. Fossil fuel power generation, particularly when using coal, produces local and regional air pollutants such as fly ash, nitrogen oxides, particulate matter, and sulfur dioxide. The power industry also directly and indirectly pollutes water, contaminates land, and impairs land use. For instance, coal mining firms in West Virginia use explosives to remove mountaintops and expose the coal seams underneath, a process that injures residents in myriad ways. Point 2. And as examined in Chapter 4, the construction of multipurpose dams displaced Native American peoples and in the Pacific Northwest decimated their principal source of sustenance, the salmon stocks of the Columbia River. Given that air pollution is the power sector's largest contributor to public health and welfare harms today and a driver of global climate change, this chapter focuses on this issue. Accordingly, it does not present a full accounting of the environmental and social costs of electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Power generation has become less carbon intensive over the past decade and reduced the output of local pollutants. In recent years, utilities and independent power producers have retired coal-fired power plants and replaced them with natural gas and renewable power plants. As a result, emissions of global, regional, and local air pollutants have declined. The reductions in greenhouse gas emissions over the past decade are not enough, though. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change concluded that preventing global temperatures from rising more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels is critical to contain climate change and prevent further adverse effects on human societies and natural. 216. The Continued Dominance of Dirty Power. Greater than 217. Ecosystems, such as more frequent extreme weather events, desertification, and extinction of species. For as a powerful reminder of the insufficient progress on decarbonization, the World Meteorological Association reported in May 2023 that the 1.5-degree threshold will likely be breached by 2027. 5. Decarbonization would have important benefits besides climate change mitigation. The emission of many non-greenhouse gas pollutants from fossil fuel generation remains at levels that threaten public health by contributing to a range of acute and chronic conditions. The emission of fine particulate matter results in tens of thousands of premature deaths in the United States every year. The spatial pattern of such pollution has a clear disparate impact. Emissions are disproportionately in or near poor communities and communities of color. The transformation of American Electric Power's AEP generation portfolio offers a crude proxy for the progress on decarbonization of the U.S. power sector. AEP is a public utility holding company headquartered in Columbus, Ohio, and through its subsidiaries, serves 5 million customers across 11 states, including Arkansas, Ohio, Oklahoma, Texas, and West Virginia. 6. It owns one of the largest generation fleets among U.S. electric utilities. One of these generation facilities is the John E. Amos Power Plant in Winfield, West Virginia, which is the fourth largest coal generation station and one of the 10 most polluting power plants in the United States. 7. Figure 7.1. John E. Amos Power Plant in 2018. Courtesy of Wikimedia user Tiki Lucas. Licensed under the Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike 4.0 International. https://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-SA/4.01. License. Original image in color. 218. Chapter 7. In the past 2 decades, AEP has reduced its reliance on coal. In 2005, coal power plants accounted for 70% of AEP's generation portfolio. This figure declined to 41% in 2022. In the meantime, AEP's renewable energy capacity increased from 4% to 23% of the company's total. 9. The significance of natural gas increased as well, rising from 19% to 27% of total capacity from 2005 to 2022.10. These figures do not capture AEP's emissions of greenhouse gases and other air pollutants because generation capacity does not correspond to actual generation output. In other words, AEP in 2022 could have generated more or less than 27% of its power using natural gas. But these figures reflect the changing composition of AEP's generation fleet. For all the progress AEP made in reducing its reliance on coal for power generation, it is still far from sufficient. Its generation portfolio was still AEP. Approximately 68% fossil fuels in 2022, a figure that AEP stated will remain above 50% even in 2030.11 given the transition from coal to natural gas. An honest AEP executive might declare, "Fossil fuels are dead, long live fossil fuels." State and federal policies to decarbonize the power sector. Reductions in greenhouse gas emissions are a product of law. The United States does not have a single, coherent climate change mitigation policy. Instead, it has a patchwork of federal, state, and local policies that seek to reduce emissions from power plants and other sources. Until summer 2022, attempts at enacting a national climate change law were not successful. Because of the multi-decade national inaction, states have enacted and implemented the most important climate change initiatives. A majority of states and the District of Columbia have established Renewable Portfolio Standards, RPS. 12 Under a prototypical RPS, utilities and marketing firms that serve end-use customers must obtain a certain fraction of their retail power sales from renewable sources each year, with targets increasing over time. Compliance is attained and enforced through a credit system. Every covered entity must show that it owns renewable energy. Credits, whether produced through eligible renewable self-generation or acquired through wholesale market purchases of eligible renewable power, or some combination of the two, at least equal to its RPS requirement. In most states, a utility or marketer that does not have enough renewable energy credits can purchase them from an entity that has renewable energy credits greater than the regulatory minimum. According to the Energy Information Administration, RPS requirements accounted for 50%. The continued 2000 dominance of dirty power, greater than 219, of the growth in renewable energy capacity and generation since the year, and has been especially important in stimulating renewable energy investment in the northeastern United States. 13 Renewable portfolio laws vary greatly across states. 14 Most states adopted mandatory RPS targets. Some states define geothermal, solar, and wind as renewable while excluding zero-carbon power sources such as nuclear and large-scale hydroelectric plants. Other states, as part of a broader clean energy standard, include nuclear and hydroelectric, and even coal-fired generation that captures and sequesters carbon emissions. Some states have established modest targets for their RPS programs, while 7 states require complete decarbonization by no later than 2050. In some states, all utilities and power marketers are subject to RPS requirements, but other states exempted cooperative and publicly owned utilities from RPS rules or established lower renewable or clean energy targets for them. 15 Consider 2 states as representing the two poles of RPS requirements. New York, through regulation and legislation, requires investor-owned utilities, municipal utilities, cooperatives, and competitive suppliers to obtain 70% of their power from renewable sources by 2030. It further requires full elimination of greenhouse gas emissions from the power sector by 2040. 16 In less than 2 decades, the New York power sector must achieve full decarbonization. At the other pole, Indiana has a clean energy portfolio goal that includes conventional renewable energies but also power generated from coal bed methane, clean coal technology, and natural gas when it displaces coal-fired generation. 17 While it covers all utilities and power marketers in the state, it only encourages them to obtain 10% of their power from eligible sources by 2025 and permits the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission to grant higher returns on equity for entities that meet this target. 18 A few states have repealed their RPS requirements. Kansas legislatively terminated its RPS program and replaced it with a voluntary program in 2015, following a takeover of the state legislature and governor's mansion by right-wing Republicans. 19 This was not because the RPS requirements had failed. They in fact were very successful. They had stimulated the growth of wind generation in the state. The Energy Information Administration reported that in 2021, wind accounted for 45% of the state's total net generation. 20 Along with mandates on renewable energy procurement, most states have instituted net energy metering programs for distributed generation sources at residences and businesses. Under net metering programs, heirs of distributed resources, typically rooftop solar panels, can sell surplus power they generate to the utility that serves them. For homeowners. 220. Chapter 7. Enrolled in net metering, the meter runs backward when they sell surplus power. In other words, their sales to the utility are netted against their purchases at the same retail price that they buy power from the utility. 21 For example, a homeowner who purchased 1,200 kilowatt-hour in a month and sold 500 kilowatt-hours of surplus power from their solar panels would pay a net bill of 700 kilowatt-hours multiplied by the retail rate per kilowatt-hour. Their surplus power receives the same retail price they pay, even though the retail price includes capacity, transmission, and distribution charges, 3 services that an array of rooftop solar panels generally does not or cannot provide. Several states on the East and West Coast have established or joined regional cap-and-trade systems. While RPS requirements mandate progressively greater procurement of renewable or zero-carbon power and try to change the composition of the generation fleet, cap-and-trade systems. Target the output of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases and do not compel the use of particular technologies. 22 In a cap-and-trade system, covered entities must obtain enough allowances to account for every ton of carbon dioxide or all greenhouse gases that they emit. Under a cap-and-trade system, a power plant operator without enough allowances to cover its emissions has two options. First, it can purchase allowances from other covered entities, whether power plants or industrial facilities, that have a surplus of allowances. Second, it can pursue pollution reduction methods, such as improvements in thermal efficiencies, or replace highly polluting fuels with cleaner alternatives, such as substituting natural gas for coal. The method of distributing allowances has been a hotly contested feature of cap-and-trade systems. Should they be distributed through an auction or allocated for free to regulated entities based on historical emissions or power generation? 23 An auction favors zero-carbon sources that do not need to purchase allowances and generates revenue for the government. By contrast, distribution based on historical emissions helps carbon-intensive power generation sources, which would otherwise need to purchase a large number of allowances or lower their carbon emissions. Free allocation also robs governments of a potentially major revenue stream. A regional cap-and-trade system governs the emission of carbon dioxide in the northeastern United States. The Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, RGGI, pronounced RGGI, is a cap-and-trade system regulating carbon dioxide emissions in several northeastern and mid-Atlantic states. RGGI specifically limits carbon dioxide emissions from power plants with a capacity larger than 25 megawatts. 10 states initially joined RGGI and launched the system on January 1, 2009. 24 New Jersey withdrew in 2011 and subsequently. The continued dominance of dirty power. Greater than 221. Rejoined in 2020, while Pennsylvania may join RGGI and Virginia has initiated its withdrawal from the regional agreement. 25 The cap was initially set at 2008 carbon dioxide emissions for the participating states, with an incremental reduction that would establish a 2018 cap that was 10% lower than 2008 emissions. 26 Most states chose to auction allowances instead of freely awarding them. 27 California also has a cap-and-trade system for greenhouse gases. The California legislature passed Assembly Bill 32 in 2006 and gave implementation authority to the California Air Resources Board, CRB. 28 Pursuant to the law, CARB established a cap-and-trade system for greenhouse gas emissions. 29 The system initially covered large power generators and industrial facilities and subsequently included distributors of fossil fuels. In 2014, the state cap-and-trade system was linked with Quebec's cap-and-trade system. The legislature's original aim was to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as opposed to only carbon dioxide emissions, to 1990 levels by 2020. Allowances were initially given away freely to polluters but have subsequently been distributed through auctions. 30 Until 2022, the federal government did not enact climate change legislation or regulation. Climate change legislation and regulation did not make it out of Congress or was killed by a combination of administrative and judicial action. In 2015, the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, exercising its authority under the Clean Air Act, published final rules on restricting carbon dioxide emissions from power plants. In this Clean Power Plan, the EPA aimed for significant reductions in carbon dioxide emissions by 2030. 31 The Clean Power Plan never took effect. Following a lawsuit by a group of states and coal companies, the Supreme Court stayed the effective date of the regulation. After Donald Trump's inauguration as president in January 2017, his EPA adopted a much more coal and utility-friendly posture and replaced the Clean Power Plan with the Affordable Clean Energy rule, which only required coal-fired power plants to improve their efficiency. Science. 32 Although the Obama-era Clean Power Plan was not effective or being implemented by the Biden administration, the Supreme Court in a 2022 decision struck down the regulation as an impermissible exercise of statutory authority by the EPA. 33 Absent action by Congress, the court decision may hobble future efforts by the EPA to regulate greenhouse gas emissions. 34 Before 2022, the federal government was not wholly absent in the effort to mitigate climate change. It spurred the growth of renewable energy through tax incentives. Two incentives have been especially important: the production tax credit and the investment tax credit. The production tax. 222. Chapter 7. Credit provides a tax credit for each unit of renewable energy produced. The exact size of these credits has varied over time. A wind farm entering service in 2020 received a production tax credit of $0.023 per kilowatt-hour of electricity generation, while a solar array that commenced operation in 2019 was entitled to an investment tax credit equal to 30% of construction costs. Until 2022, Congress enacted these tax credits on a temporary, short-term basis and had to renew them every few years. As a result, beneficiaries and proponents of the tax credits had to lobby for extensions and were successful on multiple occasions. 35. The production tax credit served as a powerful incentive for investment in wind energy, while the investment tax credit spurred development of both utility-scale and distributed solar resources. 36. In August 2022, Congress enacted the Inflation Reduction Act, IRA. Given the lack of comprehensive federal action until then, many hailed the law as the first true federal climate change legislation. 37. The IRA features extensive fiscal support for decarbonization of the power, transportation, and other polluting sectors of the economy. In the law, Congress appropriated $369 billion to promote investment in clean energy and energy efficiency. 38. The IRA has several provisions to spur the decarbonization of the power system. Two items deserve special mention. The law extends the investment and production tax credits for renewable energy resources through 2032. 39. It also makes these credits available to cooperative and publicly owned utilities, 40, which until now could not take advantage of them due to their tax-exempt status. Because Congress did not cap these tax credits in the IRA, the federal government could spend close to $800 billion to support decarbonization. 41. Further, the IRA appropriates $9.7 billion to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, to award to electric cooperatives, in the form of grants and loans, to invest in clean energy systems. 42. With these tax incentives, the federal government is poised to spend hundreds of billions of dollars supporting investments in zero-carbon energy between 2023 and 2032. 43. Greenhouse gas emissions, some progress over the past decade, but not nearly enough. The patchwork of policies on energy and the environment has led to a significant decline in the power sector's emissions of greenhouse gases over the past 10 years. Between 2012 and 2022, annual power generation in the United States stayed approximately constant. 44. At the same time, emissions. The continued dominance of dirty power, greater than 223, of carbon dioxide from power generation declined from 2 billion tons in 2012 to 1.54 billion tons in 2022, a decrease of nearly 25%. 45. To put it differently, electricity generation became less carbon intensive. This trend can be explained by three developments, two positive and one negative for climate change mitigation. The composition of power generation has changed significantly in the past decade. Looking over a long time horizon, it is qualitatively different from the immediate post-war period when coal and hydroelectricity accounted for more than 85% of electricity produced. 46. Coal-fired generation has declined as an absolute and relative source of power. In 2005, coal accounted for about half of all the power produced in the United States. 47. In 2010, it remained the leading source of power generation and accounted for 44% of net electricity generation. 48. During the remainder of the 2010s, coal-produced power steadily lost share to other sources of power. Between 2012 and 2021, utilities and independent power producers retired more than 90,000 megawatts of coal-fired generation capacity, 49 in amount equal to more than one-fourth of all installed coal capacity in 2012.50. In 2022, coal power accounted for slightly less than 20% of electricity produced in the United States. 51 in less than 20 years. Coal in the United States went from accounting for about 1 in 2 units of power produced to approximately 1 in 5. 4,500,000. 4 million. 3,500.000. 3,000.000. 2.500.000. 1. 2,000.000. 1,500,000. 1,500,000. 2,500,000. 2 million. 8. 1,500,000. O. L. I. 1,500,000. 2012. 2013. Figure. 2014. 2015. 2016. 2017. Net generation from U1 utility scale panels. 2018. 2019. 2020. 2021. Carbon dioxide CO2. 7.2. Total net power generation and CO2 emissions. 2022. L. 224. Chapter 7. Units of Power. The decline of coal in the power sector also occurred in an absolute sense. The total electricity output from coal-fired generation in 2022 was the lowest since 1972.52. During this same period, renewable energy capacity and generation also grew and became a more significant source of power. Costs of utility-scale renewable energy declined dramatically during the decade, and solar and wind power became increasingly competitive with fossil fuels. The cost of constructing utility-scale solar photovoltaic systems declined by more than 50% between 2013 and 2020. Wind systems also saw significant reductions in cost. 54 in 2022, the levelized cost, or revenue per unit of energy output needed to recover the costs of construction and operation for new onshore wind and solar power plants was substantially less than the levelized cost for new coal and nuclear power plants, and comparable to the levelized cost for a new natural gas combined cycle facility. 55. The result has been a substantial increase in wind and solar capacity and generation. The 2010s saw a dramatic expansion of wind energy. Output from wind farms more than tripled between 2010 and 2021.56. Starting from a lower base, the growth in solar power was even more spectacular. Between 2010 and 2022, generation from utility-scale solar facilities increased almost 119-fold. 57 small-scale solar resources, such as rooftop solar panels, also grew significantly in the decade and accounted for more than a quarter of total solar power generation in 2022.58. The fraction of power generated by renewable resources, defined as biomass, geothermal, hydro, solar, and wind, nearly doubled between 2010 and 2021.59. This happened even as output from the leading source of renewable power in the United States, historically, hydroelectricity, remained largely steady in the 2010s and early 2020s. 6-degree conventional hydro projects accounted for 6% of total net electricity generation in 2022. In 1950, after nearly 2 decades of the major federal and state dam construction program described in chapters 3 and 4, that number was 30%. 61. The 2010s experienced an absolute and relative increase in renewable energy, with the composition of renewable generation shifting away from hydro and toward wind and solar. Renewable resources do have a critical limitation. Unlike coal, natural gas, nuclear, and hydroelectric projects with storage, solar and wind are variable resources and cannot supply firm power, or power on demand. As a result, solar and wind do not provide the same quality of power as conventional resources. Because the wind does not always blow and the sun does not always shine, these renewable resources generally have lower capacity factors, their actual output divided by maximum potential output in AP Riot, than conventional sources of power. 62. Consider the capacity factors of the continued dominance of dirty power greater than 225. Nuclear and wind and solar power plants. They have comparably low variable costs, 0 in the case of solar and wind, but in 2022, nuclear plants had an overall capacity factor of 92%, while solar photovoltaic and wind plants had capacity factors of 25% and 36%, respectively. 63. But renewable power plants can become dispatchable through the development of large-scale storage. With battery or pump storage hydropower capacity, a wind farm that generates power overnight when demand is low can produce and store electricity for use the next day or later in the year. Similar to but typically much smaller than conventional hydroelectric plants, pump storage is an old and established technology. Large-scale batteries are newer. In the second half of the 2010s, the costs of battery storage declined significantly, by 72% between 2015 and 2019.64. Given these cost reductions, utilities and other market participants are expected to invest in battery storage on a much larger scale than they did previously. 65. In 2022, the United States had a total of more than 22,000 megawatt-hours of battery storage capacity, with California accounting for nearly 70% of this amount. 66. That means large batteries spread across the country could discharge around 5,500 megawatts of energy for 4 hours. For all the growth in renewable energy, the increase in natural gas power generation has been at least as significant over the past decade. Exploration and production of oil and gas using hydraulic fracturing, or Figure 7.3. Alta Wind Energy Center, the largest onshore wind farm in the United States, located in Kern County, California. Courtesy of Wikimedia user Z22, under the Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike 3.0 Unported, https://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/3.0/license. Original image in color. 226. Chapter 7. Pound racking contributed to a major expansion in natural gas production in the United States since 2005.67. As a result of this increased production and limited export opportunities, natural gas prices in the United States fell to historic lows during the 2010s. Cheap natural gas spurred the tie-in of new gas-fired power plants and increased output. 68. Just as with federal and state climate change policies that encourage decarbonization and the development of renewable generation capacity, the tolerance of pound racking in many states, despite documented hazards to public health and welfare, was a policy choice that affected the composition of power generation in the United States. 69. For the purpose of mitigating climate change, the shift from coal to natural gas has ambiguous effects. On an energy unit basis, natural gas produces less carbon dioxide than coal does when combusted and generates power more efficiently than coal does. At the point of power generation, natural gas emits carbon dioxide but substantially less than coal does and produces far less regional and local air pollutants, as well. 70. This does not represent the full picture though. Natural gas wells leak methane into the atmosphere. The amount of leakage is uncertain, with actual leakage sometimes greatly exceeding assumed leakage. 71. Methane is a more potent greenhouse gas. 45%, 40%, 35%, 30%, 25%, 20%, 15%, 10%, 5%, 0%. 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015. Coal, natural gas, nuclear. Dash underscore. Dash equals, comma underscore. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. Hydroelectric utility scale solar. 2021. Wind. Figure 7.4. Percentage of total net power generation by energy source. 2022. The continued dominance of dirty power. Greater than 227. Then carbon dioxide. From the point of production to the point of use, natural gas may be even more harmful to climate stability than coal. Although the growth of renewable energy and the shift away from coal are significant, the power sector is still heavily dependent on fossil fuels. In 2011, approximately 67% of power was generated from coal and natural gas. 72. In 2021, coal and natural gas together accounted for nearly 60% of power generated in the United States. 73. For all the growth in wind and solar power, fossil fuels continue to dominate the power sector. Cooperative and publicly owned utilities are more dependent on coal for power generation than the overall power sector. Cooperatives obtained 32% of their electricity from coal-fired power plants in 2019. 74. And publicly owned utilities procured around 30% of their power needs from coal in 2021.75. The respective figures for the entire power sector in the 2 years were 23% and 22%. The reasons for this disparity are manifold. In many states, cooperatives and publicly owned utilities are exempt from renewable portfolio standards, so they do not have a legal mandate to increase their purchase or generation of wind, solar, and other zero-carbon power. Apart from not facing the stick of renewable portfolio standards, they were traditionally not entitled to certain important carrots. As nonprofit entities whose income is not taxable, until enactment of the Inflation Reduction Act, they were not eligible for the federal production and investment tax credits that have stimulated the development of wind and solar energy resources, respectively. To the extent distribution co-ops and publicly owned utilities want to purchase or generate more zero-carbon power, many are contractually prohibited from doing so, as discussed in Chapter 5. Distribution co-ops that are members of generation and transmission cooperatives typically must obtain most or all of their power requirements from their GNT. This restriction applies even when power sold by a GNT is more expensive and more polluting than wholesale purchase and self-generation alternatives. Commonly, under a requirements contract, a distribution cooperative must obtain at least 90% of its power needs from its GNT, which limits the amount of power it can purchase from other sources or generate on its own. These contracts have long durations, some with terms of 50 years. Similarly, cooperative and municipal customers of the TVA have limited autonomy to self-generate power or purchase it from third parties and are contractually bound to the TVA's system, which began as a hydroelectric utility but is today reliant on coal, natural gas, and nuclear power. 77. A decarbonized power sector by 2035 requires much faster expansion of renewable and other zero-carbon power generation. The growth of wind and solar power in the 2010s was robust but not nearly enough. The 228. Chapter 7. Inadequacy of what happened is even more stark given that electrification of transportation and industrial processes is essential for eliminating greenhouse gas emissions from these sectors. Electrifying everything and decarbonizing electricity is seen as the only viable path to reaching a zero-carbon state as a society. 7s In other words, the United States needs to both stimulate greater power consumption and eliminate greenhouse gas emissions from power generation. The political scientist Leah Stokes compares the rate of growth in zero-carbon energy in the past decade to what is necessary for decarbonization by 2035. If we want to move faster and decarbonize the grid by 2035, then we need renewable to grow by 3.7 percentage points annually more than 5 times faster than they have been growing over the past decade. 79 Containing climate change requires a radically more aggressive trajectory toward decarbonizing the power sector. Local and regional pollution and environmental injustice. Power generation using fossil fuels produces local and regional pollutants. Coal-fired power is especially polluting, producing large quantities of harmful air emissions apart from greenhouse gases. Coal power plants produce nitrogen oxides, sulfur dioxide, mercury, ozone, and particulate matter. They account for the bulk of the power sector's emissions of these pollutants. Consider power generation in 2011. In that year, coal power plants generated 43.5% of power in the United States, yet accounted for 83% of fine particulate matter, 86.3% of particulate matter, 85.7% of nitrogen oxides, 94% of mercury, and 97.7% of sulfur dioxide emissions from power generation. So these pollutants harm public health, manifesting as higher incidences of asthma, cancer, and other causes of morbidity and mortality, and harm wildlife. Particulate matter can penetrate deep into the lungs and cause a range of chronic and acute health conditions. Nitrogen oxides and sulfur dioxide are independently harmful to human health and can further contribute to the formation of ozone at ground level. S2 When emitted high into the atmosphere, they can also combine with moisture and produce acidic precipitation hundreds of miles away, damaging forests and killing fish in lakes and ponds. S3 Congress enacted the Clean Air Act in 1970 to improve air quality and control emissions from mobile and stationary sources of air pollution. The law set up national ambient air quality standards, NOx, to reduce the amount of 6 criteria pollutants: nitrogen oxides, sulfur dioxide, lead, carbon monoxide, particulate matter, and ozone at ground level. S4 The EPA, created by President Richard Nixon to consolidate environmental protection. The continued dominance of dirty power. 229. Functions of several cabinet departments. 85 was given the authority to set NOx for the 6 pollutants, while the design and implementation of pollution control rules was left to the states in state implementation plans. 86 Further, the Clean Air Act gave the EPA authority to set emission standards for new sources. Congress established pollution standards only for new stationary sources, and thereby exempted existing sources from these rules and delegated regulation of them to the states. 87 Due to this grandfathering, an existing coal-fired power plant would not have to reduce its emissions of particulate matter, while a new coal-fired plant would be obligated to install pollution control equipment or implement other means of complying with the new source emission rules. This disparate regulatory treatment would prove to be a critical error. In 1990, Congress amended the Clean Air Act to strengthen its existing provisions. Importantly, it addressed the problem of acid rain. With input from the George H. W. Bush administration, Congress set up a national cap-and-trade system for nitrogen oxides and sulfur dioxide. 88 Under this program, major emitters of these pollutants, such as coal-fired power plants, would have to purchase allowances to cover their emissions of nitrogen oxides and sulfur dioxide. Alternatively, they could identify ways to lower their emissions of these gases, whether through the installation of scrubbers or the burning of low sulfur coal, and thereby reduce the number of allowances they needed to buy. 89 The Clean Air Act has been successful in reducing emissions and improving air quality. Emissions of the 6 criteria pollutants from power plants, industrial facilities, and motor vehicles declined significantly between 1970 and 2020. These reductions contributed to significant improvements in air quality across the nation. The EPA reports, between 1990 and 2020, national concentra tie-ins of air pollutants improved 73% for carbon monoxide, 86% for lead, from 2010, 61% for annual nitrogen dioxide, 25% for ozone, 26% for 24-hour coarse particle concentrations, 41% for annual fine particles, from 2000, and 91% for sulfur dioxide. 91. The Clean Air Act produced significant public health and welfare benefits. Reductions in emissions of hazardous air pollutants and the associated improvements in air quality have yielded a panoply of health gains. Since 1997, the EPA has published 3 congressionally mandated studies documenting the reductions in air pollutants resulting from the Clean Air Act and quantifying the public health and welfare benefits. Among other benefits, reductions in particulate matter in ambient air have contributed to lower incidences of asthma attacks, bronchitis, heart attacks, and premature deaths. The EPA found that the Clean Air Act, through reductions in ozone and particulate matter concentration, contributed to approximately 230,000. Chapter 7. Avoided deaths in 2020. 92 reductions in the emissions of nitrogen oxides and sulfur dioxide have largely addressed the problem of acid rain. Flora and fauna have returned to lakes and ponds in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic that were previously too acidic to support life, and many forests in the region are thriving again. 93. But much more needs to be done about these pollutants. The power sector remains an important contributor to local air pollution. Many areas remain in non-attainment status on one or more pollutants. Some of the largest metropolitan areas in the nation are not in compliance with federal air quality regulations, including parts of Los Angeles County for particulate matter, ozone, and lead, Dallas County for ozone, and all 5 boroughs of New York City for ozone. 94. And the EPA's requirements for several pollutants are likely not stringent enough. Epidemiological research indicates that particulate matter levels, for example, remain too high and that further reductions in their emissions and ambient air levels would produce substantial public health benefits. 95. While the Clean Air Act has lowered emissions of major air pollutants and improved public health and welfare, its grandfathering provision is a major loophole that prevented further reductions in air pollution and improvements in air quality. Plants constructed before 1971 are exempt from the EPA's new source performance standards. This grandfathering was partly a political compromise but was not seen as a major concession to industry by supporters of the law. Over time, they did not believe it would have a major adverse effect on the law's clean air aims. The exemption rested on the assumption that coal-fired power plants had an operating lifespan of around 30 years and would be retired once they reached that age instead of kept in service through modifications and repairs. 96. This optimistic scenario did not materialize, however. Instead of retiring coal plants on the anticipated timeline, many utilities kept old coal-fired power plants in operation for as long as possible to avoid constructing new facilities that required costly pollution control equipment. They even extensively modified these plants to keep them in operation, which raised the metaphysical question: at what point does a reconstructed plant become an effectively new plant subject to EPA emission standards? Utilities argued that even following substantial reconstruction, existing plants were entitled to the Clean Air Act's grandfathering provision. Typically, the EPA accommodated them. 97. Even with Congress amending the Clean Air Act to subject modified facilities to new source standards, many coal-fired power plants avoided modified status and continued to pollute. Although they were subject to state implementation plans to achieve NAQS, few states forced older coal plants to substantially reduce their emissions. With these skewed, the continued dominance of dirty power. Greater than 231. Incentives. Utilities extended the lives of many coal-fired power plants from the expected 30 years to as long as 70 years. 98. The practical effect of this grandfathering is undeniable. Reductions of air pollutants are not nearly as substantial as they could have been. The legislative exemption for existing facilities meant that hundreds of high-polluting coal plants exist outside the federal clean air regime. They continued to pollute for decades after their anticipated retirement dates. As a result, more than 30% of coal-fired power plants did not have modern air pollution control equipment in 2012. 99. Consequently, emissions of particulate matter, ozone, nitrogen oxides, and sulfur dioxide are much higher today than they would have been without the grandfathering provision. Grandfathering indirectly undercut decarbonization aims as well. Although it is not a criteria pollutant in the Clean Air Act, carbon dioxide emissions remain much higher due to the carve-out for existing facilities. Because of their outdated technology and standard wear and tear, old coal-fired power plants operate much less efficiently and produce more carbon dioxide per unit of electrical output than newer coal facilities. 100. The air pollution burdens of power generation and industrial activities in general continue to fall disproportionately on communities of color. People of color are more likely than whites to live near polluting facilities. The disparate impact of industrial activities on communities of color has inspired political action and academic research since at least the early 1980s. The fight for environmental justice is commonly traced to the unsuccessful attempt by residents of Warren County, North Carolina, to block the construction of a landfill to dispose polychlorinated biphenyls, a highly carcinogenic chemical, in their community. 101 The operators of the landfill ultimately chose Warren County over a safer, publicly owned landfill in a neighboring, mostly white community. In the subsequent years, other communities of color started fighting against facilities spoiling the air, land, and water where they lived. 102 Fights such as the one in Warren County expanded the coalition fighting for environmental protection beyond the traditionally affluent, mostly white group of advocates and activists. They inspired grassroots action and spurred the adoption of a broader environmentalism not limited to nature and wildlife but one that encompasses where we live, where we work, where we play, and where we learn. 103 This more diverse and less elite coalition and its concerns were not necessarily well received by established environmental groups, and their members a feeling that was often mutual. 104 These fights also stimulated a rich scholarly discourse. Academics such as Robert Bullard and Dorceta Taylor documented the disproportionate siting of polluting facilities in or near poor communities and communities. 232. Chapter 7. Of Color. 105 Social scientists have debated and analyzed causal connections. Are manufacturing plants and other sources of pollution more likely to be sited in mostly black communities, or are blacks more likely to move to areas with industrial facilities due to residential segregation and the lack of affordable housing? This academic fixation on the direction of causation misses the basic point. Regardless of what statistical analyses show, disparate burdens exist. Research has shown that power generation is no exception to the broader problem of environmental injustice in the United States. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, published a report in 2007 finding that coal-fired power plants are overrepresented in majority black counties. 106 Further, it stated that coal plants that have been built within urban areas in the U.S. tend overwhelmingly to be located in communities of color. 107 As a result, black and brown Americans in CIDs are more likely to be exposed to dangerously high levels of particulate matter and other pollutants than are whites in urban areas, even after controlling for income and other possible confounding factors. A 2019 study offered partial support for the NAACP report. It estimated that in 2014 approximately 16,000 premature deaths could be attributed to fine particulate matter emissions from power generation. 108 Further, it found that black Americans are, on average, exposed to the highest average amount of fine particulate matter produced by power generation, notably followed by non-Latino whites, with other Latin and Asian minority groups facing lesser exposures. 109 The effect operates not just locally, but over long distances because winds transport particulate matter produced in rural power plants to population centers. 110 Peaking plants have been a critical contributor to poor air quality in low-income communities of color. They are typically inefficient and technologically obsolete, producing large amounts of particulate matter, NOx, and SO2. These plants run only a small portion of the year when demand is at its highest. Further, peak demand in many places is during the summer when temperatures are high and air pollutants can be especially damaging to human health, contributing to asthma attacks and causing premature deaths. Public power is not an exception to producing environmental injustice. In New York, peaking plants owned by the New York Power Authority and private entities are generally located in poorer, largely black and brown sections of the city, despite local opposition and campaigns for more equitable siting. 112 Research has found that polluting peaking plants are similarly concentrated in low-income communities of color in Boston, Detroit, and Philadelphia. 113 The residents of North Omaha have been fighting for years for the closure of a coal-fired power plant in their community. The North Omaha Power. The continued dominance of dirty power. Greater than 233. Plant, owned by OPPD, burns coal in 2 of its 5 units and thereby contributes to poor local air quality. 114 North Omaha, which is a mostly black area of a highly segregated city, has the highest rates of asthma in the state. 115 After pledging to shut the plant in 2014, OPPD in 2022 announced it would keep the coal-fired units in operation until at least 2026, citing system reliability and requirements of the SPP wholesale market in which OPPD participates. 116 Following OPPD's reversal, a local community leader, Preston Love Jr., penned an op-ed demanding answers from the utility. He wrote, "The OPPD plants via its large smokestacks in North Omaha are in our backyard and are spewing the toxic chemicals directly into our community." 117 The Clean Air Act has reduced these disparities over time. One analysis found that the divergence in particulate matter levels in the air in mostly black and mostly white communities has narrowed over time. 118 Still, disparities in exposure to dangerous particulate matter persist. 119 The Clean Air Act has diminished but not eliminated this disparate impact from power generation. Importantly, some courts have blocked private litigation that attempted to redress these disparate impacts under environmental and civil rights laws. 120 Indeed, The Clean Air Act is an inadequate measure for addressing environmental injustice. Because it establishes broad geographic localities for assessing compliance, areas that are compliant with the law may still have localities with high concentrations of air pollutants. These hot spots include communities in which people of color are concentrated. 121 pollution control mechanisms such as cap-and-trade systems have been similarly faulted for taking a purely statewide or regional approach and not addressing or worsening local environmental injustices. 122 by virtue of its aggregate approach, a cap-and-trade system that reduces greenhouse gas emissions at the state level can permit specific facilities to increase emissions and contribute to greater air pollution in particular localities. Point 123. The power of the power industry. The power industry has been an important obstacle to environmental progress in the United States. Major segments of the sector have fought environmental laws and regulations and cast doubt on the science underpinning human-caused climate change. To be sure, the industry is not a monolith. Restructuring only further increased the diversity of institutional types in the American power industry. In addition to traditional vertically integrated investor-owned utilities, the industry features rural electric cooperatives, municipal utilities, federal power projects, merchant generators, and retail marketers. Accordingly, 3-4. Chapter 7. Many actual and potential political fractures exist within the industry. For environmental protection fights, the pertinent divide at present is between carbon-intensive and less carbon-intensive actors. In this fight, the former has had the upper hand. The carbon-intensive segment of the industry cuts across ownership types. Investor-owned utilities, cooperatives, and public power projects are dependent on coal and natural gas-fired power and are often allied in fighting environmental regulations, notwithstanding their historical animosities. Investor-owned utilities in the Southeast and cooperatives across the nation are reliant on coal power and work in concert on many legislative and regulatory matters. Some of these alliances date back decades. For instance, the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, NRECA, and member cooperatives fought the environmental movement and legislation in the 1970s and tried to maintain the status quo in the name of cheap, reliable electricity. 124. During the Trump administration, NRECA supported repealing the Clean Power Plan. 125. The Tennessee Valley Authority, which began as a developer of multipurpose dams and mainly produced hydropower, is now heavily invested in coal and natural gas generation. Nearly half its capacity uses fossil fuels. 126. These entities have sought to avoid costly upgrades to their generation facilities and preserve the cost competitiveness of their fossil fuel power. The carbon-intensive segment of the power industry has led the fight against strengthening environmental protection rules. These utilities and generators have opposed restrictions on air pollutants at the federal, state, and local levels. They have also evaded existing rules by, for instance, creative and audacious interpretations of the Clean Air Act's modified source rules to ensure effectively reconstructed coal-fired power plants are not subject to stricter pollution requirements. 127. The fossil fuel-reliant parts of the power sector have also been at the forefront of resisting climate change mitigation policies. They have opposed renewable portfolio standards and net metering at the state level and fought enactment of federal analogs. This carbon-intensive sector has worked with and supported conservative advocacy groups and think tanks to fight policies that promote renewable energy development and conservation and efficiency measures. Critically, working in partnership with coal, oil, and gas companies, they and their trade associations funded and disseminated research and propaganda questioning anthropogenic climate change as a means of stalling federal and state action. 128. On the other hand, some segments of the power sector have been agnostic and even supportive of environmental protection and climate change policies. Many independent power producers own large fleets of solar and wind generation facilities. Companies such as SolarCity install and the continued dominance of dirty power greater than 235 operates solar panels on rooftops of residential properties and businesses. Among traditional utilities, some are more invested in nuclear and other zero-carbon sources of power. The public utility holding company Exelon, which is the largest operator of nuclear power plants in the United States, has positioned itself as a supporter of climate change action when seeking additional public support for its nuclear facilities. 129. These groups, sometimes working in partnership with public interest groups, have fought for climate change mitigation policies. The briefs filed in the Supreme Court case West Virginia v. EPA give a flavor of the divisions within the power industry on climate change policy. 130. In addition to the group of states and coal corporations, the Basin Electric Power Cooperative, the largest generation and transmission cooperative in the country, supported the challenge to the EPA's Clean Power Plan. The South Texas Electric Cooperative filed an amicus brief in support of the challenge. Electric cooperatives that traced their origins to the New Deal sided with corporate and conservative interests, which once red-baited them as a class against the federal government. The EPA received significant industry support too. For example, the Edison Electric Institute filed briefs urging the Supreme Court not to hear the case and subsequently to rule in the EPA's favor on the merits. A group of former investor-owned utility executives also weighed in support of the EPA. How did states enact renewable portfolio standards and net energy metering laws in the face of powerful utility opposition and before the growth of a significant clean energy sector? Many of these laws were passed in the late 1990s, when utilities did not fully appreciate the threat from renewable energy in utility scale or distributed form. They did not fight these bills because of what Stokes calls the fog of enactment. 131 and the renewable energy industry and allies have largely resisted retrenchment of these policies. Yet the wins should not be overstated. Renewable portfolio standards in many states are quite modest and do not require full or even substantial decarbonization. And even in states with strong renewable portfolio standards, carbon power has weakened implementation and enforcement and blocked further strengthening of existing rules. Most notably, carbon power blocked anything that could fairly be called federal climate policy until the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. They won the biggest fights. At the national level, carbon power defeated attempts at comprehensive climate change policy. And if anything, the most notable shift in the composition of power generation has been an intrafamily struggle in carbon power, with the triumph of natural gas over coal. Barring radical change, carbon power will be in business and profitable for years to come to the great detriment of the world. Promise. Chapter 8. Our Economy to Make and Remake. In 1945, J.D. Shelley and his wife and 6 children lived in a cramped apartment in an industrial part of St. Louis. Their dwelling lacked reliable heat and running water and was located in an area plagued by violence. One of the Shelley daughters had nearly been kidnapped on the way home from school one day. One J.D. and his wife desperately wanted a larger and more comfortable house and had the means to purchase it. Because the Shelleys were black, however, most of the city's housing was off limits to them. White developers and homeowners had blanketed the city with restrictive covenants that prohibited the sale or rental of covered units to black and other non-white families. As a result, black St. Louisans were confined to living in a small portion of the city. 2 The Shelleys were determined to find a house that met their needs. They found such a house 4600 Labadie Avenue, but it had a restrictive covenant. 3 With support from the local black community and a few white allies, the Shelleys arranged for the purchase of the house through a white straw buyer. Through ingenuity and stealth, the Shelleys bought the house in August 1945 and began moving their furniture and possessions into their new home. Whites in the neighborhood believed that 4600 Labadie was being sold to a white family. When they found out the purchaser was acting as an intermediary, many reacted with rage and tried to prevent the Shelleys from moving into their new home using violent means. The Shelleys received death threats and saw their new home vandalized by angry whites. White mobs also attacked the Ville, the heart of middle-class black St. Louis. In addition to violent efforts to exclude the Shelleys, white residents pursued legal measures. Lewis and Fern Kramer, who resided on the same block as the newly arrived Shelleys, filed a lawsuit in city court seeking to evict the Shelleys because they violated the restrictive covenant on their property. The covenant read, "No people of Negro or Mongolian race may." 239. 240. Chapter 8. Purchase or occupy property on said section of Labadie Avenue for a period of 50 years. For the Shelleys won the first round in the legal fight. The trial judge found that when the restrictive covenant was written by white residents in 1911, not all residents of Labadie Avenue signed the document. 5 The non-signers included several black families who resided there at the time, including one family that had lived in their home since 1882. The judge concluded that the drafters of the restrictive covenant wanted the exclusionary provision to apply to every property in the neighborhood. Because the covenant was not signed by everyone on the block, the non-signers included previous owners of 4600 Labadie Avenue. The judge ruled it was never made final and therefore could not be enforced against the Shelleys. 6 The Kramers appealed this decision to the Supreme Court of Missouri. The Supreme Court of Missouri reversed the trial court ruling in favor of the Shelleys, interpreting the restrictive covenant's purpose more nar. Rowley, the court concluded that the drafters had aimed not to exclude black families entirely but to limit their numbers in the neighborhood. Judged by this criterion, it had succeeded because there were fewer black residents in 1946 than there were in 1911. Accordingly, all houses in the neighborhood, including the Shelleys, were subject to the restrictive covenant, and the Kramers had a right to enforce the covenant and obtain a court order directing the Shelleys to vacate their new home. The court rejected the notion that court enforcement of a racially restrictive covenant violated the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. The 14th Amendment prohibited discriminatory state action, but it did not bar discriminatory private action. Section 1 of this landmark amendment reads: No state shall make or enforce any law which, denies to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. 7. Although the restrictive covenant required a court order to be effective against the Shelleys, the court found no state action was present, and accordingly the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause was not implicated. Instead, it stated that preventing the Kramers from enforcing the racially restrictive covenant against the Shelleys would deny the parties to such an agreement one of the fundamental privileges of citizenship, access to the courts. 8. The court further concluded that judicial non-enforcement of the racially restrictive covenant would violate both the state and federal constitutions. 9. Following petitions for review by the Shelleys and the McGees, a black family facing enforcement of a similar racially restrictive covenant in Detroit, the U.S. Supreme Court consolidated and agreed to hear the cases in June 1947.10. The case attracted significant press and public interest. The Our Economy to Make and Remake greater than 241. Truman administration filed an amicus brief in support of the Shelleys and the McGees. 11. The court would decide whether racially restrictive covenants, which were a defining feature of U.S. housing markets at the time, would be enforceable. The key question confronting the court was whether judicial enforcement of these covenants constituted state action. In 1917, the court had invalidated a municipal ordinance in Louisville, Kentucky, that outlawed the sale of residential property to black buyers in majority white neighborhoods. 12. The municipal ordinance was state action and covered by the strictures of the 14th Amendment. In contrast, in Shelley v. Kramer, the discrimination and exclusion were initiated by private actors through the covenants. In its decision, the court held that the enforcement of racially restrictive covenants violated the 14th Amendment. It found that state action was implicated because the covenants, while privately negotiated, required state action in the form of a court order to be effective. Indeed, the Kramers had sought to enforce the covenant because the Shelleys and their white straw buyer had refused to abide by it. The court held that judicial orders constitute state action, just as much as legislation and executive actions do. The fact that courts often acted pursuant to common law doctrine, rather than statutory enactments, was immaterial. And in this case, state action was applied in a racially discriminatory way in violation of the 14th Amendment. The court wrote, These are cases in which the states have made available to such individuals the full coercive power of government to deny to petitioners, on the grounds of race or color, the enjoyment of property rights in premises which petitioners are willing and financially able to acquire and which the grantors are willing to sell. 13. In these lines, the court shattered a foundational myth of housing markets and residential segregation. Residential segregation in Missouri was not purely a product of private ordering or market forces. Rather, the state, through its court system, was coercively excluding black residents from wide swaths of St. Louis. Without this affirmative state action, the Shelley and McGee families would have been free to occupy the properties in question without restraint. 14. In Shelley, the Supreme Court acknowledged the state action that underlies property and ultimately all economic activity. While restrictive covenants were initiated by private action, their effectiveness relied on the state's coercive power to bar the sale of property to the Shelleys. The racist, private ordering of St. Louis's housing market would not be possible if the state judiciary did not enforce the wishes of white developers and homeowners. The state constituted and was enmeshed in the private housing. 242. Chapter 8. Market. It was not an institution that stood apart from it. Given that property and contract underpin a market economy, the court declared, in effect, that the public/private and politics/economics dichotomies are false. The court largely abandoned this theme in subsequent decisions and instead returned to the idea that the public and private spheres are distinct and separate. 15. By the 1970s, it was interpreting notions of state action much more narrowly. The court ruled that termination of electric service by a publicly regulated private power company, with a state-granted certificate of public convenience and monopolistic position in some of its service area, was not state action for constitutional purposes. 16. Confining state action to termination of service by a publicly owned utility. 17. Yet, in the landmark Shelley decision, the nation's highest court had acknowledged that state action was the foundation of economic life. Property and contract were not private but inherently public. Relying on this understanding of these legal creations, the High Court prohibited state action in support of racial exclusion in housing. The history of the power sector shows how government and markets are intertwined. From the earliest days, the industry structure, rates, and practices have been the product of state action and public policy. In addition to direct provision of power by federal, state, and local entities, municipal governments granted authority to corporations to construct and operate power systems. To ensure they served the public and did not charge unfairly high rates, the states and the federal government established regulatory oversight of the intrastate and interstate power business in the early 1900s and 1930s, respectively. A few energy regulators have understood the public construction and design of the power industry. In a 2017 concurrence, former FERC Commissioner and Chair, Norman Bay, recognized the public construction of the power industry and dismissed the fiction of purely private power markets. He criticized one RTO's proposed market rule for being based on an idealized vision of markets free from the influence of public policies. But, he continued, such a world does not exist. 18 In a similar spirit, Commissioner Richard Glick wrote in a 2020 concurring opinion, electricity markets are, and always have been, the product of public policy. 19. State enforcement of rights of property and contract. Property is a system of state action. The state grants rights of exclusivity in things land, buildings, personal possessions, and intangibles such as creative works and, within limits, allows persons possessing these rights to use and dispose of the protected item as they wish. Their wishes are backed. Our economy. To make and remake. Greater than 243. With governmental power, the state stands ready to enforce these rights of exclusivity and stop and prevent interference with them. Consider a homeless person who seeks shelter in a shed on a wealthy man's estate on a dark and stormy night. He may cause no harm to the wealthy man or interfere with his use of property. Under the prevailing approach to real property in the United States and much of the world, the landowner can still summon the police to eject the homeless person for committing trespass. As with the racially restrictive covenants in Shelley, the landowner's property rights are dependent on coercive state action. The state recognizes his exclusive possession through the title system and stands ready to enforce his right through police and judicial action. If the homeless person wants to sleep in the shed on the wealthy man's estate, he needs to obtain consent. The wealthy man could permit him to stay for free, allow him to stay in exchange for providing labor, or call the police to remove him. That choice is the wealthy man's prerogative as a landowner, notwithstanding the other person's need for shelter. The legal scholar Robert Hale conceptualized property relations as human relations. He described property rights not as a vertical relationship between a person and a thing but as a horizontal relationship among people. 20. A property right operates against the entire world. In the example above, the wealthy man's property rights in his estate grant him an exclusive right against all others. This exclusivity permits the property owner to call for state action against anyone who interferes with their use or possession of the property. In addition to remedying physical trespasses, a property owner can seek a court order to stop nuisance activities on other plots that interfere with their quiet enjoyment of the land. 21. Critically, property is not a fixed legal construction. What constitutes property is subject to change. Until the mid-186 OS, Southern states, with the support of the federal government, 22 recognized property rights in man beings. The Civil War, specifically, the Union Army's victory over the Confederacy and the mass uprising of enslaved black people in the South, effectively terminated these property rights, and the 13th Amendment legally outlawed such property interests. 23. In a 1970 decision, the Supreme Court observed the dynamic nature of property. In a footnote it wrote, much of the existing wealth in this country takes the form of rights that do not fall within traditional common law concepts of property. 24. The court stated that new property-like entitlements included professional licenses, franchises, and social security benefits. 25. Just as what constitutes property is not static, either are the rights associated with property. The use of property is constrained by nuisance law. 244. Chapter 8. Property owners cannot use their entitlements in a fashion that injures others' use of their property. 26. A residential homeowner cannot set up an iron smelter in their yard as a means of earning supplemental income. Under traditional nuisance doctrine and contemporary zoning law, such conduct would be actionable on account of its industrial character and the smoke, fumes, and noise it emits. The courts remade nuisance over time. Consider the abolition of the so-called ancient lights doctrine. Into the 19th century, a property owner could stop the construction of a building on neighboring land if it would reduce the amount of sunlight they received and expected to continue receiving. 27. The courts narrowed and eventually abolished the doctrine because it impeded the development of land in urban areas. A New York court described the stakes of continuing to apply this doctrine, stating that it cannot be applied in the growing cities and villages of this country without working the most mischievous consequences. 28. As with property, the means of facilitating the productive use and transfer of property, and the provision of labor services contracts are dependent on state action. Contracts are made by private actors, whether individuals, partnerships, or corporations. Two parties agree to an exchange. Consider a contract that might be familiar to some in the northeastern United States. A fuel oil dealer agrees to sell fuel to a homeowner for a year at a specified price per unit. But to effectuate the bargain, private promises are not sufficient. The state, through the court system, stands ready to enforce the terms of the bargain. If the dealer stops delivering oil after the first month of the contract and thereby violates the contract with the homeowner can file a breach of contract suit in court and obtain legal redress against the dealer. While parties to a contract can stipulate consequences in the event of a breach, courts must still decide the important policy question of what to order the breaching party to do. Typically, courts award monetary compensation to the victim of the breach. But what amount? In a standard breach of contract case, the party seeking to enforce the contract is entitled to expectation damages, which are the difference between the terms of the contract and the next best alternative. In the fuel oil example, expectation damages would be the difference the price the homeowner paid for oil from another supplier, say, $1,200 for a year of fuel, after the fuel oil dealer's refusal to deliver fuel, and the price under the terms of the original contract with the dealer, say, $900 for a year of fuel. While awarding compensatory damages as a matter of course, the courts have generally prohibited enforcement of so-called liquidated damages clauses. Per these clauses, the parties specify a fixed amount that will be paid by the breaching party instead of permitting a court to measure and our economy to make and remake greater than 245. Award compensatory damages. As a general rule, the courts have refused to enforce these clauses. They reason that courts should only provide compensation to the victim of a contractual breach and that liquidated damages are a penalty, unless the enforcing party can show that they are a reasonable estimate of actual damages from the breach. 29 courts sometimes order the breaching party to carry out their obligations under the contract, a remedy called specific performance. In seeking specific performance, parties call on the judicial system to use the full coercive power of government. 30. This remedy is more commonly available when the contract involves a specialized or unique item, such as a work of art. In addition to the judge-made rules of property and contract law, constitutional and statutory law structure property and contract rights. They reallocate rights and power, for instance, from employers to workers. B. Cause of the 13th Amendment's prohibition on involuntary servitude. Courts cannot order specific performance in the event a worker breaches an employment contract. If an employee leaves a position before the completion of the contract, the employer can seek damages but cannot obtain a court order directing the employee to return to work. 31. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, employers routinely required employees to sign yellow dog contracts that barred them from joining a labor union. 32. In 1932, Congress enacted the Norris La Guardia Act. This law, among other things, prohibited the judicial enforcement of yellow dog contracts. 33. Antitrust and other fair competition laws established the rules of business rivalry. They restrict businesses' use of property entitlements and their ability to contract. Antitrust law's prohibition on monopolization restricts competitive practices such as below-cost pricing and exclusive dealing with customers, suppliers, or distributors in which these parties are restricted from doing business with the monopolist's competitors. 34. In other words, the law restricts the use of financial power and market dominance as competitive methods. 35. By limiting the deployment of these economic weapons, antitrust law allocates power away from firms with deep pockets and dominant positions and toward firms that can compete through other methods, such as high-quality products and research and development. Consumer protection law also structures business rivalry. Firms cannot use deceptive advertising as a means of obtaining an advantage over competitors. Market competition is not a free-for-all but akin to a sporting contest whose rules have been made by Congress, regulators, and courts. In addition to establishing the rules of business competition, antitrust and related laws structure economic coordination. The law permits certain types of coordination and cooperation while proscribing others. Broadly. 246. Chapter 8. Speaking, managers of centralized corporations, whether controlled by financial interests, workers, or communities, can engage in a wide range of coordination and direct millions of workers and the use of billions of dollars in business assets without antitrust limits. 36. Further, manufacturers generally can dictate resale prices to independent retailers that carry their goods through contracts. 37. At the same time, these retailers cannot come together to set minimum prices on goods they sell. 38. In other words, antitrust law at present favors hierarchical forms of control within and between businesses while proscribing horizontal cooperation. Illustrating the connection between antitrust law and contracts, and the fluidity of which contracts are enforceable, the Federal Trade Commission in January 2023 proposed to outlaw non-compete clauses for all workers. The FTC examined the empirical research on these contracts, which restrict where workers can go and what they can do after leaving a job, and provisionally concluded they depress labor market mobility and reduce wages and wage growth over time. Accordingly, the FTC proposed to ban non-compete clauses for all workers, regardless of income level or occupation, as an unfair method of competition. 39. If the FTC enacts this rule, it would shift the balance of power in the employment relationship in favor of workers and allow them to more freely switch jobs and pursue business opportunities. Notwithstanding antitrust law's prohibition on coordination among competitors, labor law grants an affirmative right to some workers to engage in concerted action. The National Labor Relations Act authorizes non-supervisory employees to form unions, engage in collective bargaining, and strike against their employers, even though these activities can inflict harm on the firms where they work. 40. Workers classified as independent contractors, however, do not have such rights and may even commit an antitrust violation if they unionize or strike. 41. Corporations as public instrumentalities. Corporations are a defining institution in American life. In many sectors of the economy, corporations own and manage the bulk of productive property and employ most people. Many corporate leaders insist their institutions are private, in contrast to the public state, but they are mistaken. The corporation is an institution created by government. It relies on the legal rights of property and contract described earlier, but more than just these entitlements. In chartering corporations, governments, principally state governments in the United States, grant these entities assorted powers. Our economy. To make and remake. Greater than 247. And privileges. In a famous 1819 opinion on the relationship between corporations and state government, Chief Justice John Marshall wrote for a majority of the Supreme Court. A corporation is an artificial being, invisible, intangible, and existing only in contemplation of law. Being the mere creature of law, it possesses only those properties which the charter of its creation confers upon it, either expressly, or as incidental to its very existence. 42. Corporations are separate legal persons from their incorporators and shareholders. They can own property, make contracts, and file lawsuits in their own name. This separate identity is important. A factory owned by a corporation belongs to the corporation, not to its shareholders. Understanding partnerships, another form of business organization, reveals the important privileges corporations receive from the state. When any partner dies, the partnership generally is dissolved. 43. In a partnership, individual partners can withdraw their share of the assets at any time, which makes partnerships a less stable business form. Further, the legal liabilities of partners can become legal liabilities of the partnership and vice versa. A creditor of a partner can bring legal claims against a partnership in the event the partner does not have the means to pay their debt obligation. In contrast to these features of partnerships, corporations enjoy several important advantages. Corporations are potentially immortal. Their life is not tied to the life of any individual or group of shareholders. Shareholders can sell or transfer their shares in the corporation, but they cannot claim a piece of corporate property and try to withdraw it for their personal use or sale. That property is the corporation's property. Critically, in general, liabilities of the shareholders cannot become liabilities of the corporation, and liabilities of the corporation cannot become liabilities of the shareholders. 44. A creditor of the shareholder cannot bring a claim against the corporation to recover their debt, and a shareholder is ordinarily not liable for the corporation's debts. Entity shielding and limited liability protections, respectively, make the formal separateness of corporations from their shareholders effective. 45. The described powers and privileges of corporations can only come from the state. They cannot be obtained through a contractual agreement. Take limited liability as an example. If a corporation seeks a commercial loan, it may ask the bank to agree not to sue the corporation's shareholders in the event of a default on the loan. The bank may demand a higher interest in return. Either way, that is possible. But a corporation cannot contract prospectively for limited liability with all potential creditors because they are unknown and unknowable in advance. A corporation may commit a tort in the future, such as emitting effluents in a local river that 248. Chapter 8 sickens hundreds, that creates substantial legal liabilities and a new class of legal claimants against the corporation and its shareholders. It could not contract with these parties in advance. As a result, contracting to protect the shareholders in full measure against the corporation's liabilities is not possible. Only the state can shield shareholders from all the corporation's prospective creditors. Historically, state governments paired corporate legal privileges with public duties and responsibilities. Until the mid-19th century, most economic activity took place outside corporations. While they chartered charitable, municipal, and religious corporations, state governments chartered business corporations principally for activities that they, partnerships, or individual proprietors could not easily undertake themselves. 46 state legislatures chartered every corporation in special legislation to undertake these projects. For example, states created corporations to construct and operate canals and turnpikes. Business corporations were the exception in the early years of the United States. One study estimated that only 6 U.S. chartered corporations had existed before the adoption of the federal constitution in 1789.47 states granted these corporations important powers and privileges on the condition that they only engage in enumerated activities on terms authorized by the state. Corporations that performed activities outside the stated purposes in their charter committed ultra vires acts and could face lawsuits by shareholders, counterparties, and state attorneys general. For violations of corporate charters, state attorneys general, as a last resort, could bring quo warranto proceedings to dissolve the corporation as a legal entity. 48 Over the course of the 19th century, legislatures liberalized the availability of corporate charters. By the mid-1800s, many states had enacted general incorporation statutes that made the corporate form more widely available and no longer required special charters from the legislature. Individuals could create a corporation by applying to a state administrative official. Corporations went from exceptional creations to a defining feature of economic life. The liberal availability of charters was justified, in part, on protecting the public against monopoly. A general statute could still feature a suite of public duties and responsibilities for the chartered entity. States continued to treat the charter as an instrument for public control, prohibiting holding companies and regulating rates on services offered by the corporation. 49 And this did not impede the growth of corporate enterprises. Following the Civil War, railroads constructed lines across the continent and became the first truly national corporations. 50 What followed is what the sociologist William Roy calls the privatization. Our economy. To make and remake greater than 249 of the corporation. 51 Some states in the 1870s began to liberalize the terms, not just the availability, of charters by, for instance, allowing corporations to pursue any lawful business purpose. 52 While general incorporation statutes did not necessarily mean an erosion of corporate accountability to the public, proponents of corporate autonomy used it towards such ends to accentuate the private features of corporations and obscure their public character. They argued the corporation was the product of natural coopera tie-in of individuals rather than a special grant of authority from the state. 53 Critically, states began to compete to attract corporations. They principally did so by offering laws and charters favorable to corporate managers and shareholders. They offered terms such as limited liability for shareholders and weakened the corporation's duties to the public. For some states, the fees from issuing corporate charters became an important source of revenue. New Jersey's corporate law favorable to management and shareholders attracted many large corporations. In 1899, charter fees and franchise taxes accounted for about 60% of the state's total revenues. 54 New Jersey offered a refuge for corporations. Standard Oil reincorporated in the state after the Attorney General of Ohio, where the corporation was originally incorporated, brought a successful antitrust suit against it. 55 Due to this interstate competition, by the early 20th century, the largest corporations in the United States held a broad array of powers and privileges but had shed the public responsibilities they once had under state law. The privatization of the corporation was complete and continues through the present. Today, the corporation has a suite of state-granted powers but carries few of the historical responsibilities to the public. The political scientist David Seepley writes, astonishingly, the most basic feature of the corporate firm, the state-ordained legal entity at its heart, owner of the firm's property and party to all its contracts, has vanished from common understandings of the corporation, along with any sense that the corporation has a public purpose. 56 In summer 2018, Senator Elizabeth Warren proposed to revive the corporation as a public institution in law. She introduced the Accountable Capitalism Act, which would require corporations with more than $1 billion in annual revenue to obtain a federal charter. The federal charter would pair the existing privileges of the corporate form with reciprocal public duties and responsibilities. In Warren's bill, such U.S. corporations would be legally obligated to have worker representatives on their boards and could not spend money on political activities without approval from a supermajority of both directors and shareholders. 57 Warren's bill showed that a very different approach to corporate law and governance is possible. 250. Chapter 8. Money as a public good. Dollars are a public good. While money is often presented as a private commodity, the U.S. government through agencies such as the Department of the Treasury and the Federal Reserve produces and distributes dollars. The Treasury mints and issues coins, and the Federal Reserve issues dollar notes. The Federal Reserve also generates and allocates bank dollar reserves through the purchase of assorted financial instruments. The dollar and other major global currencies are no longer tied to the sovereign's holdings of another commodity such as gold, which itself was a policy choice and not somehow inherent to money. 58 As such, the federal government is a money creator, not a money user. 59 The federal government also delegates the creation of dollars to commercial banks. Although banks are presented as intermediaries that accept savings from customers and convert them into loans to households and businesses, this common account of banking is incorrect. Banks are dull, large generators. When they extend credit, they create new bank deposits, placing funds in the account of the borrower, or the seller of goods and services, and acquiring an asset, the debtor's promissory note to repay the loan. While these new deposits need to be backed by a certain quantity of reserves, typically a small fraction of loans, this is merely a regulatory requirement, not a precondition for creating deposits. 60 The Federal Reserve enables this public-private partnership in dollar generation. It backs and accommodates bank lending activity, making newly created bank deposits equivalent to money issued by the federal government itself, such as physical currency. 61 Only commercial banks formally enjoy these privileges. In exchange for this dollar-creating privilege, the federal government supervises and imposes myriad regulatory requirements on commercial banks. This arrangement amounts to a federal franchising of the dollar creation power to commercial banks. 62 Saul Omarova describes this system as the Fed modulate, ing, the supply of sovereign credit money, but outsource, ing, the economy-wide allocation of this precious resources to specially licensed and regulated private financial institutions, banks. 63 The parallels between private banking and private electricity provision are evident. In both instances, governments delegate public authority to private actors. In banking, the federal government authorizes banks to create dollars in the form of bank deposits. In electricity, state or local governments authorize investor-owned utilities to use public property to construct and operate power systems. In both cases, the government does not rely exclusively on private entities and does some direct provisioning. Our economy. To make and remake. Greater than 251. Public institutions do provide dollars through the Federal Reserve and Treasury and electricity through municipally owned utilities directly to segments of the public. The federal government drives demand for dollars by requiring that taxes and other compulsory payments be made in dollars, not in euros, yuan, or cryptocurrency. This is a critical feature of dollar demand that is often denied in popular and academic debate. Further, legal tender laws require the acceptance of dollars for the repayment of private debts. 64 Dollars are not held because everyone has faith in them or the U.S. government, but rather because they are a type of money that can be used to make compulsory payments to the governments, federal, state, and local, and to pay principal and interest to creditors. 65 Since the U.S. government is a money issuer, dollars are not scarce at the national level. The supply of dollars is elastic. The federal government can increase the supply of dollars to meet public needs, while state and local governments are money users and can indeed run out of money. That is not true of the federal government. It cannot run out of money, just as the National Football League cannot run out of points. For the federal government, the question is not whether it can generate money but how much to create and to whom to allocate it. As a practical matter, the federal government cannot inject unlimited dollars into the economy because of resource constraints and the threat of inflation. But that is a matter of production and how much individuals, firms, and governments can produce, depending on the availability of workers, unused plant capacity, and slack in transportation and distribution channels. 66 Money is not the limiting factor. The Federal Reserve's monetary policy operations today are conducted through banking channels. It manages the volume of reserves in the banking system and short-term interest rates principally through open market operations. 67 These operations feature transactions between the Federal Reserve and commercial banks. The Federal Reserve purchases debt securities, traditionally U.S. Treasuries, to increase reserves and lower short-term interest rates. To raise interest rates, it sells such securities to decrease reserves. Accordingly, the banks involved in open markets operations have first access to the reserves, as opposed to non-bank corporations, state and local governments, or households. The political character of the Federal Reserve and its operations were dramatically revealed in its response to the COVID-19 pandemic. To contain the spread of the virus, President Trump declared a national public health emergency, and state and local governments mandated the closure of bars and restaurants, and encouraged people to stay at home. These 252. Chapter 8. Containment measures triggered a massive economic downturn in spring and summer 2020, which led to the unemployment rate spiking to nearly 13% in the second quarter of that year. 68 Among other federal responses to the pandemic recession, The Federal Reserve expanded the types of securities eligible for purchase to include high-quality corporate bonds and short-term state and local notes. Corporations and state and local governments faced financial distress in the face of declining sales and tax receipts. The Federal Reserve ensured businesses weathered the shock from the crisis. The Fed's action stimulated aggressive corporate borrowing. In the first 5 months of 2020, U.S. corporations managed to borrow $1 trillion, nearly as much as they normally do in a whole year. 69. By contrast, the Federal Reserve's purchase of state and local government debt was much more limited. It bought 3 note flotations, 2 from the Metropolitan Transportation Authority in New York and 1 from the state of Illinois, before terminating the program in December 2020. 7 degrees. Its generous support for large corporations was radically different from its parsimoniousness towards subnational governments that provide public services and employ millions of Americans. One idea floated in the early months of the pandemic presented a different, more democratic approach to money creation. In March 2020, Representative Rashida Tlaib, a Democrat from Michigan, proposed that the U.S. Treasury mint 2 $1 trillion platinum coins to fund $2,000 monthly relief payments to each person in the United States for the duration of the COVID-19 pandemic. 71. Contrary to popular understandings today, the economy is not a wholly private realm but rather constituted by and intertwined with public action. The questions for legislators and other policymakers are how to structure and govern markets, not whether they regulate them. As the Supreme Court noted in a flash of radicalism, or at least greater understanding, in Shelley v. Kramer, property and contract law rest on coercive state activity. Without state action, there is no property, no enforceable contracts, and no corporations. Politics and economics are not separate but enmeshed and inseparable. The same with the public and private spheres. Given the state construction of economic life, the economy is a human institution, or, more accurately, a set of human institutions that can be made and remade. It is not something that should be taken as given or natural and impossible to change. Human decision-making, not natural inevitability, produced present economic arrangements. Indeed, as described in this chapter, economic life has been remade regularly over the country as history. The federal government abolished property rights in human beings. Our economy. To make and remake. Greater than 253. In the Civil War and through the enactment of the 13th Amendment. And the Supreme Court ended legally enforceable racial segregation in housing and initiated the process still unfinished if not outright stalled of integrating residential neighborhoods. 72. Who gets to structure economic life has changed over time. Over the course of U.S. history, the federal government's authority has been greatly expanded. The Supreme Court restricted the Congress's Commerce Clause powers and reserved substantial regulatory authority for itself and the states until the 193 OS.73. Starting in the middle of that decade, the court expanded its interpretation of interstate commerce and broadened Congress's regulatory authority over economic activity. 74. What is remarkable is not the change. What is remarkable is the long-standing acceptance, or maybe more accurately, acquiescence, of Americans to an inequitable economic system. Federal and state governments have used their market-making powers, the creation of property, enforcement of contracts, chartering of corporations, and production of money to concentrate power and wealth instead of democratizing them. As members of a formal and aspirational representative democracy, we have the power to reconstruct economic arrangements. This is true of our power system, just as it is of other sectors of the economy. In the 20th century, the federal government and states undertook 2 major reconstructions of the electric power industry. The reforms of the New Deal greatly increased the absolute and relative size of the public and cooperative power sectors. The federal government built multipurpose dams across the country, supported the creation of cooperative and municipal utilities, and broke up and regulated public utility holding companies. Beginning in the 1970s, the federal government initiated a second reconfiguration of the sector. This project, joined subsequently by some states, undid, in part, the reforms of the 1930s and 1940s, and transferred control from public to private actors. Whatever the merits of a proposed third industrial restructuring in power are, no one could call it unprecedented. Chapter 9. Public power for the entire country. The Eugene Water and Electric Board serves the people of Eugene, Oregon. It is the provider of water and electricity to most of the city, as well as some neighboring areas. 1. Popularly elected 5-member Board of Commissioners, who serve staggered 4-year terms, governs EWB on behalf of the public and delegates day-to-day operations to the general manager of the utility. Among the 5 board commissioners, 4 represent a district corresponding to Eugene City Council districts, and the 5th is an at-large member who represents all EWB customers inside and outside Eugene. Commissioners are elected in the primary and general elections in June and November, respectively, along with other local officials and state and national representatives. 4 of the 5 commissioners were first elected to their seats within the past 10 years. They include an environmental activist committed to fighting climate change and a local restaurateur. In 2016, a now sitting commissioner expressed frustration with politics and asked the mayor of Eugene what she could do. She was encouraged to run for the EWB board. 2 The community's representatives as opposed to boards and managers answering to absentee shareholders and regulated by federal and state agencies. 3 Set rates, determine the scope of energy efficiency programs, procure wholesale power supply, and decide where to site system facilities. Notwithstanding increases in costs, UB generally kept rates stable for several years until announcing a rate increase at the end of 2022. 4 The utility functions as a community institution. For instance, UB organizes the annual Run to Stay Warm that raises funds to supplement its bill assistance program for low-income customers. 5 Residents of EWEB's territory have direct access to the board. The board holds open monthly meetings and switched to a virtual format during the COVID-19 pandemic. Members of the public are welcome and encouraged to participate in these meetings, where they can present oral or written. 254. Public power for the entire country. Greater than 255. Testimony. UB's board and management also participate in other active public engagements, such as hosting listening sessions and meeting with neighborhood and business associations. 6 For its power needs, UB relies on a mix of self-generation and wholesale purchases. It owns hydroelectric dams and a wind farm and contracts with the Federal Bonneville Power Administration. 7 In 2019, FERC granted EWB a new 40-year license for the Carmen Smith project, a network of dams and power generation facilities on the Mackenzie River. 8 As a result of this hydroelectric intensive supply supplemented by nuclear, wind, and biomass, about 90% of UB's power is from zero-carbon resources. 9 For all its virtues, UB has shortcomings as a public institution. While the board is open and accessible to the community, monthly board meetings are not necessarily exemplars of robust democratic participation. Even though residents of Eugene are known for their political activism and engagement, this does not extend to everyday EWB matters. Public participation at UB's monthly public board meetings is limited, typically not drawing more than 50 or 60 attendees. And these meetings do not attract a cross-section of the community. Only certain meetings, such as those concerning rates or neighborhood projects, draw larger, more representative participation. 10 Some decisions by EWB appear questionable in hindsight and arguably show the limits of a publicly elected, non-expert board. In the years following the 2000 to 2001 California energy crisis, discussed in Chapter 6, UB acquired significant generation resources to protect against future spikes in wholesale energy prices. Today it owns more generation than it needs, and much of the capacity is not cost competitive. On top of this uneconomical generation, the board and management believe that UB's 20-year contract with the BPA, which expires in 2028, is too long and has unduly high rates, especially relative to wholesale power prices that have fallen due to low-priced natural gas. 11 The BPA, among existing federal power agencies, is the closest to approximating public control and accountability. As examined in chapters, the BPA's resource planning procedures mandate extensive public input from the Northwest Power and Conservation Council representing the 4 states of the Pacific Northwest, as well as public utilities, investor-owned utilities, industrial customers, and members of the public. Its rate-making is also a participatory process. The BPA has its own flaws. It is arguably not complying with the full requirements of the Northwest Power Act, despite its statutory mandates. 256. Chapter 9. To protect the fish and wildlife of the Columbia River systems, it still treats power generation and sales as first among equals. 12 But these institutions show that effective public power is not utopian or unprecedented and already exists in the United States. The EWB-BPA partnership represents public power, from the turbines and generators of giant dams on the Columbia River through the regional transmission grid and down to the local distribution lines. And these institutions are broadly public in function, not just in theory. Democracy in the power sector is intrinsically valuable. Electricity is integral to modern life. Questions such as the rates for power, the siting of infrastructure, the sources of electricity, and the choice between whether to invest in energy efficiency or more generation capacity affect us all. They determine whether we can pay our rent and put food on the table, live in a safe, clean neighborhood, and inhabit a livable planet. They are too important to be left exclusively or even principally to an insulated elite. Democratic enterprises should be treated as a necessity, not a luxury. As the political theorist Danielle Allen argues, justice requires more than a fair distribution of income and wealth. It demands that we all take part and steer the economic and political decision making that affects our lives. Point 13. Another political scientist, the late Robert Dahl, recognized the incongruity between democratic governance of the state and autocracy of business enterprises. If democracy is justified for the state, it is warranted in economic life. 14. Particularly for monopolistic firms that provide an essential service. The dichotomy in the United States rests on an arbitrary and untenable distinction between economics and politics. As discussed in Chapter 8.15, the distributional benefits of a more democratic economic life are likely to be substantial. Greater democracy in the economy can greatly reduce inequalities along several dimensions. 16. How do all Americans create a democratic power system? How can we make publicly accountable electric utilities the norm rather than the exception? Congress did this, in an imperfect and incomplete way, in the 1930s, 1940s, and 1950s. It can now build on and complete the project and fulfill the vision of Senator Norris and other champions of public power then and now. Norris called for a Tennessee Valley Authority for the entire country. In 1937.17, today the federal government, through its corporate chartering and monetary powers, can create public power for the entire country. Congress should take two major steps: create corporate charters to allow states, municipalities, and counties to take over investor-owned distribution utilities, and establish regional power authorities to generate and transmit low-cost, zero-carbon electricity. Public power for the entire country. Greater than 257. Restoring the birch rod through federal chartering of locally controlled electric utilities. In most states, local governments have the legal option of taking over and operating investor-owned utilities. The right to municipalize has been a mainstay of public utility law for more than a century. While some states restrict this municipalization option to a time at or near the expiration of an investor-owned utilities franchise, most states do not have such restrictions in their state or home rule laws. Point 18. Typically, cities and towns explore municipalization because of residents' discontent with their investor-owned utilities' high rates, unreliable service, or slow movement on, or outright resistance to decarbonization. The process starts with a feasibility study in which the local government evaluates the economic and environmental benefits. How much will municipalization cost? How much will electric rates decline, if at all, under public control? A feasibility study also evaluates the technical requirements and legal authorities for municipalization. If the feasibility study shows the community likely will benefit from municipalization, the local government can vote to proceed. Following the local government vote, the law, in many states, requires a special election in which voters decide whether to endorse municipalization. Local government, or voter approval of municipalization, initiates the process for public takeover. At this stage, the municipality seeks to negotiate with the investor-owned utility over the purchase price for the assets serving its residents. If the utility refuses to negotiate or responds with an excessive asking price, the local government can use its eminent domain authority to condemn and take over the assets by providing just compensation to the utility, as required by the 5th and 14th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution. 19. While the process of municipalization is formally available to cities and towns in most states, it is a practically difficult and often protracted undertaking. The boards, management, and shareholders of investor-owned utilities generally do not want to give up their valuable systems and franchises. They resist municipalization efforts through legal and political means. For instance, in the run-up to a local referendum, utilities have spent large sums of money on campaigns to persuade the public that municipalization will lead to higher rates and debt and tax burdens and a deterioration in service. 20. Proponents, such as local public power groups, cannot match the sources of investor-owned utilities, sometimes commercial and industrial power customers that expect lower rates from municipalization support. 258. Chapter 9. Public power efforts. 21. While other business interests oppose it on ideological grounds, investor-owned utilities have used assorted legal tactics to slow the municipalization process. They have challenged the validity of referendums authorizing public takeovers on procedural grounds and disputed the legal authority to buy out their systems or issue bonds to fund the purchase. Valuation of utilities distribution systems is another common source of content tie-in, with often wide differences between the local government's appraisal and the utility's asking price. These tactics can significantly delay municipalization. John Coyle, a public utilities lawyer who has represented many local governments in takeover attempts, estimated that in his experience municipalization efforts took around 8 years from initiation of preliminary studies to either completion or abandonment. 22. In recent times, municipalization efforts have been attempted across the nation. Between 2000 and 2019, cities and towns such as Clyde, Ohio, Hermiston, Oregon, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Winter Park, Florida, initiated or completed municipalization campaigns of their investor-owned utilities. Point 23 The unsuccessful effort to municipalize the investor-owned utility in Boulder, Colorado, shows the obstacles to public buyouts. After Xcel's franchise in Boulder expired in 2010, residents in November 2011 approved the municipalization of Xcel Energy's system serving the city and gave the municipal government the express authority to own and operate a power system. 24 The campaign in favor of municipalization criticized Xcel's investment in fossil fuel power generation and limited progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Point 25 According to supporters, municipalization would accelerate decarbonization of the city's power supply. Point 26 Xcel used an array of legal and political methods to stall implementation of the public takeover. It refused to respond to the city's purchase offers and asserted that the buyout was not authorized by the charter amendments that voters had approved. 27 By October 2020, the city had spent almost the entire $30 million voters had allocated for the acquisition process. 28 In the election that November, the residents voted to terminate the municipalization project and accept a new 20-year franchise agreement, with the endorsement of the mayor and a majority on the city council. The new franchise agreement included commitments from Xcel on decarbonization and gave Boulder the option to buy out the system if interim greenhouse gas emission reduction targets are not met. Point 29 In his speech in Portland, Oregon, in September 1932, President Roosevelt stressed the importance of a public right to acquire and operate investor-owned utilities. He emphasized the yardstick function of public power by establishing a benchmark for fair rates. But he believed public power for the entire country greater than 259. Municipalization had another essential function. He analogized public takeovers to a birch rod in the cupboard to be taken out and used only when the child gets beyond the point where a mere scolding does no good. 30 This birch rod is a legal option in most states, but the investor-owned utilities have effectively padlocked the cupboard. Indeed, except at the turn of the 20th century and in the 1930s and 1940s, the birch rod has generally not been a feasible option. The birch rod feature is critical, as Roosevelt articulated. A real public takeover option would allow communities to acquire investor-owned utilities offering unsatisfactory service and operate them as democratic institutions. Even when not exercised, a credible threat of buyout can pressure the utilities to provide reliable service at fair and reasonable rates. The birch rod is a form of institutional competition in which public alternatives, both existing and threatened ones, reinforce and complement federal and state regulation of investor-owned utilities. 31 Signaling his faith in investor-owned utilities' capacity for improvement, Roosevelt was optimistic about the birch rod and said, "The very fact that a community can, by vote of the electorate, create a yardstick of its own, will, in most cases, guarantee good service and low rates to its population." 32 Through its corporate chartering, monetary, and eminent domain authorities, Congress should make the birch rod an effective option for communities across the nation. It should authorize states, cities, towns, and counties, individually or collectively, to take over investor-owned utilities serving them and operate them as democratic enterprises committed to full decarbonization. There would be true public utilities. Congress should establish federal charters for publicly controlled electric utilities. Although most corporations in the United States are chartered by states, one major exception exists: national banks. Since the National Bank Act of 1863, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, OCC, has chartered national banks. 33 In creating this arrangement, Congress aimed to expand the money supply through national banks, which were set up as instrumentalities of the federal government. 34 In other words, to supplement the Treasury's administrative capability to create dollars to pay soldiers and suppliers of the Union Army, Congress delegated its money creation power to national banks and imposed public duties and responsibilities on them to ensure they carried out their public purpose. At other points in U.S. history, Congress considered general federal incorporation statutes, but did not establish them. 35 It should now enact a system of federal chartering for the electric power sector. The charters should be discretionary, not mandatory. They should be an option for states and localities to use, not something that the federal 260. Chapter 9. Government imposes on them. State and local governments, through mechanisms of their choice, whether referendums, popular petitions, or legislative action, could decide to apply for charters to take over and run incumbent investor-owned utilities as publicly controlled utilities. To achieve this end, Congress should delegate important federal powers through the charters. The charters should come with the standard powers and privileges of corporations, including legal personhood, limited liability, an entity shielding that ensures a separation between the utilities and the relevant state and local governments and their constituents. Boards composed of full-time members should have the powers of current public power boards. First, they should have the power to hire and fire the general manager of the utility, who would be responsible for its day-to-day management. Second, the board should have the authority to set retail electricity rates. Third, they should have the power to develop long-term strategy for the public utility, including determining the composition of the utility as wholesale power supply and developing energy efficiency and conservation programs. Why full-time boards instead of the prevailing part-time boards? Full-time board members would dedicate their working hours to utility business and could develop institutional and industrial expertise to effectively supervise the managers. In an optimal division of labor, the board would set the ends of the utility and rely on the managers to select and carry out the means of achieving them. Congress should also delegate the federal government's eminent domain power to these public utilities. Under this authority, they would be able to condemn and take over existing utilities and obtain rights of way and land for siting infrastructure. As experience has shown, many investor-owned utilities will resist public acquisitions and may not even enter negotiations with the relevant governments. In many cases, the exercise of eminent domain power, or the threat of exercising it, would be necessary to effectuate public takeovers. This would be a parallel to and an expansion of existing arrangements at the state and local levels in which governments have delegated their eminent domain power to electric utilities to obtain easements and acquire land to construct and maintain their generation, transmission, and distribution facilities. Because condemnation requires compensating owners under the Fifth Amendment, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission should be empowered to appraise and set a fair value on utility systems that state and local governments want to condemn. Given the contentious nature of valuation and the lack of an active market for power systems, Congress should encourage FERC to use original cost minus depreciation for valuing the public power for the entire country. Greater than 261. Investor-owned utilities system. 36. At present, FERC uses a similar valuation method, net investment, when taking over or transferring licenses to hydroelectric projects under the Federal Water Power Act. 37. Under this rule, the investor-owned utility would recover capital embarked in the enterprise. 38. In theory, if public utility regulation has been conducted effectively, the actual rate base should be identical to the utility's net investment and easy to ascertain from its accounts at any given time. 39. To enable public takeovers, Congress should also award grants to purchase existing distribution power systems. The grants should cover the full amount of the purchase price of the system, as well as associated costs such as the expenses of the electrical separation of the new public utility from the investor-owned utilities system. Grant financing would follow the precedent of the Public Works Administration in the 193 OS. To put unemployed Americans back to work, the PWA awarded substantial grants, as much as 45% of total construction costs, to state and local agencies for public projects. Dozens of cities and towns across the country obtained PWA grants and loans to construct competing power systems. The PWA could not award grants to purchase existing investor-owned systems. 40. But even when the PWA did not fund construction of a new public system, the threat of duplication alone gave local governments leverage to acquire existing investor-owned utilities at a fair price. A grant-based model would break with another New Deal precedent, the Rural Electrification Administration. The REA, under its statutory mandate, extended only debt financing for rural electrification projects. The powers and privileges of the federally chartered utilities should be paired with a suite of public duties and responsibilities. Unlike state corporate charters at present, the federal charter should not be a one-sided grant of power with few if any corresponding public duties and responsibilities. This approach would be a resurrection of an older philosophy of corporate law and vision for corporations in the United States. 41. Congress would set up local public utilities to carry out public purposes. 42. The conditions should concern two areas: democratic governance and decarbonization. The public utility should be a federal instrumentality subject to a system of co-governance. Instead of relying on external laws to regulate the utility's conduct, the charter itself should serve as an internal regulatory instrument. 43. This system of chartering would be analogous to federal bank charters in which the OCC grants national banks the power to create dollar deposits, but conditions this privilege on the acceptance of federal regulation and oversight. Congress should mandate and codify strong democratic governance in the charters. As shown in Chapter 5, labels such as electric cooperative. 262. Chapter 9 and public power are not sufficient to guarantee the fulfillment of democratic ideals. When democratic governance is discretionary, some utilities will practice democratic principles while others will flout them, sometimes even for decades. The history of cooperative and public power shows that law and institutional details matter. Accordingly, Congress should specify in detail the composition of utility boards, election procedures, board practice, and transparency. The national legislature does not have to develop a democratic code for utilities out of whole cloth. States such as Nebraska and Washington have public power laws that provide a good template for Congress to follow. Congress should codify minimum standards of democratic governance through statutory law. To be clear, the role of good law should not be overstated. Pro-democracy rules are not sufficient for democratic flourishing that requires, in the words of Sabil Rahman, members of the public to be sustained and ongoing agents in the work of governing. 44. But they are necessary. Congress should mandate board structures that promote effective democratic governance. To this end, Congress should require a minimum board of 5 seats, but no more than 15 seats. Utilities serving smaller communities may function effectively with a board of 5 members, while utilities providing service to large cities and entire states would require larger boards to ensure popular control. The board members should be elected by 2 groups: the communities that the utilities serve and the utilities workers. To ensure community control of the utility, a majority of board seats should be elected by residents in the utilities service territory. But a substantial minority of seats, such as 30 or 40%, should be reserved for the workers at the utility. Both community and worker seats should have a 4-year term. This board would resemble systems of co-termination. In Germany, in which both shareholders and workers at larger corporations elect board representatives, 45 except community members would stand in the place of shareholders. Each community board seat should represent a district. The districts should be approximately equal in population and should be redrawn over time, as necessary, to ensure this remains true. This rule would ensure the utility follows the one member, one vote principle that is a hallmark of democratic elections. 46. Relative to at-large seats, district seats foster greater public accountability by reducing the size of the electorate. At a utility serving a wealthy, mostly white community, at-large board members may discount or ignore the views and demands of poor or minority communities. District seats are also more conducive to challengers. Campaigning for a district seat typically requires fewer resources than public power for the entire country. Greater than 263. Campaigning for an at-large seat that may have many more voters and cover a large geographic area. 47. While it is unusual for public utilities and for most enterprises in the United States, worker representation on boards has 2 important rationales. First, workers do the labor that ensures safe, reliable electric service, such as maintaining distribution lines and responding to outages. Principles of economic democracy require they have voice in the governance of utilities. 48. Democracy in the workplace is a long-standing theme in U.S. labor law and history. 49. For instance, in sponsoring the National Labor Relations Act of 1935, Senator Robert Wagner aspired to establish industrial democracy. So in 1915, future Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis declared, in admittedly gendered language, to the Commission on Industrial Relations: "We must bear in mind all the time that however much we may desire material improvement, and must desire it for the comfort of the individual, that we are a democracy, and that we must have, above all things, men, and it is the development of manhood to which any industrial and social system must be directed. And therefore the end toward which we must move is a recognition of industrial democracy as the end to which we are to work. S. In general, workers have a thick relationship with their employers. They earn most or all of their income from their jobs, receive an assortment of benefits from their employers, devote most of their waking hours from Monday to Friday to their jobs, and often build communities with their coworkers. Second, worker representation has practical benefits for governance and can ensure a more effective board. From their formal training and experience on the job, electric utility workers have a sophisticated understanding of their business. The distribution of power. S2 members of the public typically, by contrast, are not well versed in the operations of power systems. The knowledge gap among popularly elected board members, who typically serve part-time, has impeded effective board control of electric co-ops and publicly owned utilities. S3 As noted, one virtue of a full-time board is giving members the opportunity to acquire a thorough understanding of the utility and its operations. But that may not be enough to guarantee effective board oversight and review of management's recommendations and decisions. Worker representation can ensure broad and deep knowledge at the board level. Through a substantial worker presence, the entire board would be more informed about the technical operations of a utility and better equipped to make important decisions on rates and long-term planning. 264. Chapter 9. In addition to board representation, workers should have the right to unionize. The charter should mandate a simple process such as a card check, in which workers unionize if a majority sign cards indicating their support for a union. 54. At present, the law governing public utility districts in Washington state allows their workers to collectively bargain. 55. Board elections for community seats should happen at the same time as state and local elections. This would ensure greater participation in elections and prevent boards from scheduling elections on days and times to depress turnout. Several states hold public power elections on the same day as the election for federal, state, and local offices. In Nebraska, the law governing public power districts mandates that board elections occur on the same days as state elections. At the large public power districts, board elections appear on the primary and general election ballots, with board elections for smaller public power districts appearing only on the general election ballot. 56. State and local election officials should be entrusted to oversee these elections in accordance with federal law. Holding power board elections on the same day as other elections for public office underscores the public character of these institutions and strengthens their common association with local, state, and federal governments. In contrast, electric co-ops hold their annual meeting and board elections typically on a day other than that of other local elections, which, among other organizational features, can help accentuate their private character. The election for workers should follow a separate procedure. Given that the electorate for these seats typically would be much smaller, the elections need not happen at the workplace on the same day as the local general election. Congress should delegate election oversight to the National Labor Relations Board, which currently oversees union elections at private sector employers. 57. Public utility boards should be mandated to operate in a transparent manner. They should be required to publish an annual report describing their operations, prospects, and strategy and post their financial statements online. The annual report should conform with Securities and Exchange Commission requirements for publicly traded corporations, and the financial statements should comply with FERC accounting standards. Such transparency would promote an informed community, ensure effective public oversight of the board, and among other advantages, allow residents to evaluate whether rates are in line with the costs of service. As part of the transparency mandate, boards should be required to have monthly public meetings. At these meetings, board members should discuss utility business and vote on policy questions. Community members. Public power for the entire country. 265. Should have the right to attend meetings, in person or virtually, and present their experiences, expertise, and opinions to the board in the form of oral or written comments. Except for confidential matters that require an executive session, board deliberation at these meetings should be open to the public. In addition to monthly meetings, Congress should require special public procedures for rate setting and development of resource plans. The aim should be for extensive and intensive public participation. 58. When the board proposes rates or a strategic plan, it should take public comments and conduct hearings in which residential, commercial, and industrial customers can weigh in on the proposals. In developing detailed public participation requirements, Congress could borrow from existing models such as the Administrative Procedure Act, which generally applies to federal agency actions, and the Magnuson-Moss Act, which specially governs consumer protection rule makings by the Federal Trade Commission. 59. In addition to governance structures and procedures, Congress should require full decarbonization by public utilities. The charter should require full decarbonization by 2035 and an interim greenhouse gas reduction target of 2030. The means of reduction should be left to local public utilities and the communities they serve. They should have the autonomy to use a combination of remaking their power supply, whether purchased or generated, through use of eligible zero-carbon sources, such as geothermal, wind, solar, hydro, and nuclear, and pursuing energy efficiency and conservation. The fixing of emissions targets would ensure neutrality between sourcing clean power and reducing electricity consumption, and give utilities flexibility in terms of what combination to pursue. Decarbonization can be achieved through both clean power generation and lower power use, with some reductions in electricity consumption being easy to achieve. 60. This decarbonization mandate would follow the model of state renewable portfolio standards. As described in Chapter 5, most states in the country have a renewable portfolio standard that requires a phased reduction or complete elimination of power generation using fossil fuels, typically through the substitution of specified renewable generation technologies. California requires investor-owned and publicly owned utilities in the state to fully decarbonize by 2045. The decarbonization directive would be functionally similar to extant RPS laws, albeit with more aggressive targets and a focus on output of emissions, as opposed to sourcing of power. Instead of codifying the mandate in a generally applicable statute, Congress should embed it in the Charter of the Public Utilities. Given special decarbonization mandates for federally chartered utilities, some investor-owned utilities and states may try to place the entire 266. Chapter 9. Decarbonization burden on them. They may justify this in the name of maintaining low power rates or preserving system reliability. To ensure that all electric utilities are on the same decarbonization trajectory, Congress should enact a national zero carbon standard that applies to non chartered utilities as well. 61. Congress should entrust administration of the new charters to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. State and local governments, after legislative votes or referendums, should apply for charters from FERC. Applications should include detailed information on how the proposed utility would comply with the requirements of the governance and decarbonization mandates in the charter. As a threshold matter, FERC should have the authority to review charter applications. It could deny applications for charters when they are not consistent with the requirements of federal law. As concrete examples, FERC should have the authority to reject applicants that fail to specify how many members will serve on the public utilities boards, deny board representa, tie into workers, or do not describe their strategy for full decarbonization by 2035. For approved applicants, FERC should have the power to award grants for takeovers and, as noted earlier, appraise investor-owned utility properties if the chartered utility needs to exercise eminent domain. FERC would need to play an ongoing regulatory role. It should supervise federally chartered utilities to ensure they are complying with their governance and decarbonization mandates. FERC oversight would provide a layer of national governance and prevent chartered utilities from exercising their power in a way that fails to carry out, or impedes, national policy objectives. Federal grant financing could be used to enforce charter conditions. For instance, FERC could disperse grants as cancelable loans, subject to the chartered utilities meeting federal decarbonization and governance requirements. In addition to implementing congressional directives, FERC would need to play its own policy-making function too, while Congress should specify the chartered utilities' powers, obligations, and duties in detail in statute. Statutory gaps will surely exist. FERC should have the power to fill these interstices through rule-making. FERC would serve in the same role for federally chartered utilities that the OCC does for national banks. 62. This proposal would dramatically expand FERC's jurisdiction and powers. FERC has not been responsible historically for chartering corporations. The relevant corporations have been chartered by states, with holding companies formerly regulated by the SEC. It has also not been responsible traditionally for awarding monetary grants. These would be new authorities for FERC. Public power for the entire country. Greater than 26.7. In other ways, the proposal builds on and augments FERC's authority. FERC has been responsible for licensing and relicensing non-federal hydroelectric projects since the passage of the Federal Water Power Act in 1920.63. While construction of new hydroelectric projects has declined greatly since the 1960s, FERC still relicenses non-federal hydro projects when their terms end. 64 licensing bears some resemblance to corporate chartering. Further, appraisal of investor-owned utility properties and condemnation proceedings fits comfortably within FERC's existing expertise. Since the enactment of the Federal Power Act in 1935, FERC has regulated rates on wholesale marketing and transmission of power and interstate commerce. Although it has moved generally to a market-based rate system for wholesale power since the 1980s, FERC continues to engage in cost of service regulation for certain electric transmission facilities, natural gas and oil pipelines, and some wholesale power transactions. 65. Such rate making requires determining the rate base for assets required to provide service, which is also necessary for valuation in condemnation proceedings. The creation of the federal birch rod would principally benefit communities served by investor-owned utilities. By obtaining a federal charter, states and localities across the nation would displace financialized control of their power system with public control. Boards and managers would answer to their communities and workers instead of to shareholders as they do under prevailing interpretations of state, commonly Delaware, corporate law. The public takeover of existing investor-owned utilities would be a means of lowering rates, improving reliability, and ending reliance on power that pollutes communities and the planet. Congress should make the federal charter available to existing public and cooperative utilities too and give them the option of reincorporating as federal entities. Even for communities already served by cooperative and public power, the proposed federal utility charter would offer important advantages. It would allow for more effective democratic governance and institute a binding commitment to decarbonization. Through votes by community members, existing public and cooperative public utilities should be allowed to obtain federal charters. The charters would function as a local federal partnership and synthesize the strengths of different levels of government. Local control through board elections and public participation in utility decision-making would foster democratic governance and contribute community knowledge, needs, and preferences to the ongoing operations and plans of the utility. Questions such as fair rates and siting of infrastructure are best decided at the local level in consideration of community demographics and social geography. 268. Chapter 9. But not everything can or should be decided locally. The federal government would offer its corporate chartering and monetary sovereign powers. It has power over money creation in the United States, a privilege denied to state and local governments by the U.S. Constitution. 66. Further, the federal government would restrict discretion over certain issues and, for instance, harmonize local utilities' decarbonization targets with national and international aims and commitments. The utilities would have discretion over the means of decarbonization, but not the decarbonization targets themselves. The charter would set up a tripartite system of co-governance featuring the communities served, the utility board, and FERC. Authority would be vested at multiple levels, local and national. Communities served by the utility would elect their full-time boards. The board would make decisions concerning rates and resources plans based on managerial and public input. The federal government through FERC would ensure the utilities are complying with the duties of their charter and act if the utilities are not carrying out national policy as required in their founding document. This system of co-governance would foster democracy and promote public accountability, all without creating inefficient and burdensome after-the-fact review of utility decisions by generalist judges. Point 67. Why grants instead of loans? If many communities served by an investor-owned utility wanted to buy out and operate the system as a federally chartered utility, the U.S. government would be required to award hundreds of billions of dollars in grants. To show the dollars at stake, the Edison Electric Institute estimated that at the end of 2021, investor-owned electric utilities had net property in service valued at $1.2 trillion. 68. If distribution systems account for 20% of that total, the federal government would need to award more than $200 billion in grants to fund a complete takeover. But the United States is a monetary sovereign. The federal government does not face a constraint on dollar creation. It can supply as many dollars as it wants and allocate them how it chooses. 69. As former Federal Reserve Board Chair Ben Bernanke said in 2009, to lend to a bank, we simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account that they have with the federal. It's much more akin to printing money than it is to borrowing. 70. The federal government would do that here, except for a federal instrumentality controlled by the public. Grants, by not creating a fixed contractual obligation to repay the awarded amount of money, permit effective public control. In general, the public power for the entire country greater than 269. Pressure of debt, raising and repaying it, means that utilities, including publicly owned ones, sometimes prioritize the sale of power and revenue generation over community needs. 71. Debt, as discussed in Chapter 6, has critically impaired democracy at distribution cooperatives. The REA operated as a conservative banker, due to its statutory obligation to extend loans only to projects that could generate enough revenue to pay off the debt on its original terms. The REA conditioned loans to GNT borrowers on entering all requirements contracts with their wholesale customers. These contracts deprived distribution co-ops of the ability to purchase or generate lower cost or cleaner power. An acute problem now when renewable energy is often more affordable than coal-generated power. This decades-old policy choice, a prudent one for a banker, locked cooperative power into a dirty, uneconomic generation fleet, a harmful outcome for U.S. society and the world. The availability of grant financing for buyouts of investor-owned utilities would make public control a universal option. At present, the reliance on debt to finance takeovers restricts this path for all communities, but especially poorer communities. Politically, investor-owned utilities and their allies use the specter of more and unaffordable debt to fight public buyouts and maintain the status quo, 72 conveniently ignoring their existing financial obligations and the elimination of dividend payments and other cash dispersals to shareholders following a public takeover. The substitution of grants for credit would make public takeovers the birch rod effectively available to all communities, not only wealthier ones that can afford to repay debt over time. Regional power authorities. Decarbonization will require a substantial expansion of zero-carbon power generation. The decarbonization mandates of local public utilities would stimulate the expansion of renewable and other zero-carbon resources by independent power producers and investor-owned utilities. The demand from federal public utilities would be in addition to demand from investor-owned utilities and existing cooperative and public utilities that need to meet the regulatory requirements of federal and state clean energy standards and want to clean up their wholesale power supply. The increased demand would strain supplies of zero-carbon power. Guided by the profit motive, private generation developers may not invest enough to keep up with the new demand. With an expanded market for zero-carbon power, reliance on private power to build generation resources. 70. Chapter 9 may mean inadequate capacity and higher wholesale prices for purchasers trying to meet their decarbonization obligations. Congress should set up regional power authorities to generate and transmit zero-carbon power. 73 Each authority should cover a multi-state area that corresponds to familiar geographic or cultural boundaries. For instance, one regional corporation could serve the northeastern United States, and another could serve the upper Midwest. This plan would fulfill George Norris's vision of 7 little TVs, covering the entire country. 74 Instead of displacing or taking over existing private generation facilities, these authorities would serve as a public competitor across the country to supply ample zero-carbon generation capacity. To ensure they are effective in their charged tasks, Congress should endow regional power authorities with a range of powers. They should have the basic privileges of corporations that allow them to function as legal and effective persons. Beyond this standard set of corporate powers, these authorities should be authorized to build and operate zero-carbon generation resources. These should include solar, wind, and geothermal projects, as well as power storage facilities. Nuclear plants should also be an option, especially to the extent they can be ramped up and down easily to complement variable renewable sources. Envision publicly owned solar farms with pump storage plants to smooth their variable power output. Regional power authorities must be able to build, own, and operate transmission facilities. Congress should give them the authority to purchase, lease, condemn, and build transmission facilities to market their power directly to wholesale customers. Transmission is critical for public power projects. If public power projects are dependent on the transmission facilities of investor-owned utilities, these utilities can capture the bulk of the benefits, purchasing low-cost federal power and reselling it at much higher rates. Even with FERC establishing open access to the existing investor-owned grid, discrimination in grid access persists, as the agency observed in Order 2000, and partly manifests itself in the low independent power producer presence in several traditionally regulated states. 75 Furthermore, the current configuration of transmission facilities does not allow for full integration of new renewable resources. Accordingly, regional power authorities should be authorized to build high-voltage lines within their service territory and to develop interconnections with each other's systems, as part of a possible national supergrid. 76. The history of Clarksville Dam, today called J. Strom Thurmond Dam, on the Savannah River illustrates the importance of Federal Transmission Construction Authority. In the late 1940s and early 1950s, the Army Corps of Engineers constructed the dam to control floods, aid navigation, and public power for the entire country. Greater than 271. Generate power. The power is sold by the Southeastern Power Administration, SEPA. The SEPA, however, did not, and still does not, own transmission lines for distributing power. The dam's low-cost power was coveted by both cooperatives and investor-owned Georgia Power. The Eisenhower administration's interpretation of the relevant preference clause barred Georgia Power from purchasing this power over cooperative customers. 77 The utility, however, refused to allow cooperatives to use its transmission lines to obtain federal power. When the appropriations committees in the House and Senate signaled their readiness to fund the necessary transmission lines to connect with dams in the Southeast with cooperatives' distribution systems, Georgia Power agreed to transmit the power on its lines to cooperatives. 78 A credible threat of constructing federal transmission lines compelled Georgia Power to back down. In the long run, though, by maintaining their monopoly on transmission in the region, Georgia Power and other investor-owned utilities effectively contained the public power threat in their service territories. 79 Long-term budgeting is critical for regional power authorities to be effective. Congress should appropriate ample money on a 10-year basis to ensure each authority can build and operate the generation and transmission facilities. Utility-scale power projects are substantial undertakings and often take several years to plan and construct. Making investments subject to an annual budgetary process, and the associated whims of Congress, would impede the effectiveness of the authorities. Further, Congress should mandate that regional power authorities lead regional transmission planning processes. Power systems are interconnected and interdependent. Generation and transmission projects need to be planned in a systematic fashion to ensure reliability and efficient development of resources. Regional, as opposed to state or local, planning has important public benefits. It enables grid users to take advantage of diversities in load and complementary generation assets. This is not a new idea, nor is it intended to foreclose the growth of microgrids and distributed energy, but it accepts the continued relevance of the old pooling concept, summarized in Chap. 1. And the importance of the big grid in ensuring affordable, reliable, and clean power for the foreseeable future. 80 Renewable energy, if anything, accentuates the importance of planning over larger geographic areas. The best sites for renewable resource development in the United States, the deserts southwest for solar, and the Great Plains for wind. 81 Are far from most major metropolitan areas, and solar and wind output vary from hour to hour and season to season and are not dispatchable. Long-distance connections within and between regions can. 7.2 Chapter 9. Integrate these resources and smooth their variable output, in effect, converting dispersed wind farms or solar arrays into a single large plant supplying firm power. 82 Imagine publicly owned transmission lines synthesizing and moving bountiful wind energy from the Great Plains and Mountain West to the densely populated coasts. Regional power authorities should supplant RTOs and other private regional bodies in the planning function. At present, the transmission planning that does occur through RTOs is biased heavily in favor of incumbents, and fails to take the broader public interest into account. 83 Because they are dominated by incumbent generation and transmission owners, RTOs appear unwilling to support and encourage the grid expansions necessary to incorporate large amounts of variable renewable energy. 84 Instead of another attempt at tweaking this defective system, the federal government should restructure the process and exercise transmission planning power through the regional power authorities. 85 Regional grid planning by a SIN. GLE agency would recognize that the grid is a collective resource that needs to be in near perfect balance at all times. For this reason, the American electric grid has been called the largest machine on Earth. 86 As such, planning at the regional level should be done in a public and systematic fashion. As with the federally chartered public utilities, Congress should pair the powers of the regional power authorities with public duties and responsibilities. They should be structured to ensure effective regional control and wide dispersal of their benefits. Regional power authorities should be governed by elected boards. Their boards should be analogous to the boards of federally chartered utilities, except on a larger scale. As with the local utilities, the regional boards should be elected to 4-year terms. The size of the boards should vary by the size of the population. Some regional power authorities would serve larger populations and geographic areas than others. Accordingly, they should have larger boards. As with local public utilities, a majority of seats should be elected by regional residents on a district basis, but a significant minority of seats, such as 30 or 40%, should be reserved for representatives elected by workers at the regional power authority. Similarly, workers at regional power authorities should have the right to unionize through a simple process. While elections would be an important method of public control, popular input should not be limited to casting a ballot every 2 years. The regional power authorities should be required to follow participatory procedures for resource planning and rate setting. This ensures effective grassroots democracy. Public power for the entire country. Greater than 273. The Northwest Power Act's procedures for resource planning and rates are a good model for Congress to follow. In accordance with this statute that governs the Bonneville Power Administration, Congress should mandate that the regional power authorities propose resource plans and rates, invite public comment, and hold hearings on their proposed resource development and rates. 87 Hearings and public comment periods should be designed to promote input from all relevant constituencies, distribution utilities, residential, commercial, and industrial customers, affected communities, and federal, state, and local elected officials. 88 After incorporating public feedback from the comment period and hearings, the regional authorities should announce final rates and resource plans. The regional authorities should be mandated to apply an updated preference clause. Building on the long-standing principle in federal power marketing laws that grants preference in the sale of power to cooperative and public customers, these preferences would function as a first in right or tiebreaker in the event of competing applications for power from preferred and non-preferred utilities and inadequate generation capacity. What constitutes a tie has varied across statutes. In other words, not all preference clauses are equally favorable to cooperative and public purchasers. 89 When federal power is abundant, the preference clause is not binding because all customers, public, cooperative, and private, can obtain the power they need. But when not everyone can be served, it means preferred customers get low-cost federal power, while investor-owned utilities and industrial customers must seek out other, typically higher-cost power supplies. This happened in the Pacific Northwest in the late 1970s as regional demand exceeded the capacity of the Columbia River hydroelectric system, and cooperative and public utilities had first right to scarce federal hydropower. 90 In lieu of the two-tiered existing preference system, Congress should establish a three-tier preference hierarchy. Federally chartered public utilities should be in the first category of preference. Existing cooperative and public power bodies should be in the second category. The non-preferred customers should be investor-owned utilities and direct industrial customers. Congress should follow the preference clause in the Bonneville Project Act. 91 It is arguably the strongest of all the preference clauses in federal power laws. 92 Robert Greening summarized the law's preference clause as follows. The Project Act guarantees that a minimum of 50% of the power generated at Bonneville Dam will be available to preference customers through 1941. Potential preference customers are given a reasonable amount of time to secure financing, hold elections, and organize. Furthermore, BPA's contracts with non-preference customers are required to contain 5-year pullback clauses. 93 Congress should not only give preference. 74. Chapter 9. To existing federal public utilities, but to utilities that can be set up in the near term. To ensure that this preference is effective, Congress should reserve at least half of the power for preferred customers for the first 10 years of the authority's life. The preference clause is an important anti-monopoly provision in federal law. It ensures that the benefits of federal power are widely distributed instead of monopolized by investor-owned utilities that prioritize profits over public service. 94. In developing and incorporating preference clauses in many irrigation and power laws, Congress wanted the benefits of public resources federal development off-rivers that belong to the public to be enjoyed by all, not captured by a small segment of the population or by financial interests making profits on the purchase and resale of federal power. 95. Cooperatives and public agencies offer the promise of distribution of federal power at cost, while investor-owned utilities do not. A former chairman of the Federal Power Commission wrote, "The preference clause is, most simply, a recognition that publicly owned resources belong to the nation's people and should be distributed directly to the people where it is possible to do so." 96. The new 3-tier preference clause would affirm and strengthen the extant preference principle. It should place federally chartered public utilities in the highest category of preference because they are structured for local democratic control. This would favor public utilities that are democratic in practice, not only in theory. Further, it would offer a powerful incentive. Low-cost, zero-carbon power for the creation of federally chartered utili. Ties. Much like what the TVA and PWA did for municipalities in Tennessee in the 1930s, see Chapter 4, the combination of low-cost federal power and grant financing would be a strong stimulus for states and localities to pursue the public takeover option established by Congress. Why should existing cooperative and public power institutions be relegated to a second category of preference? They are not necessarily structured for democratic accountability or consistent in democratic governance. Even as many are locally accountable and have ably served their communities, others have deviated from democratic principles and been indistinguishable functionally from investor-owned utilities. Law is an important reason for this democratic deficit. Unlike the proposed federally chartered utilities, effective democratic governance is not mandatory for all cooperative and public utilities under their state laws. Accordingly, they should be in the second category of preference, instead of the top position they occupy in present federal power marketing laws. The proposed regional power authorities substantially resemble the TVA. First, they would operate on a regional basis and not be confined to a public power for the entire country greater than 275 single state. Second, they would have the power to build generation plants in their assigned territories. Third, they would have the authority to acquire and construct transmission lines to ship power. Fourth, in the marketing of wholesale power, they would grant preferences to publicly controlled utilities over investor-owned utilities. As described here, however, the regional power authorities would differ from the TVA in several critical ways. First, unlike the TVA, Congress should not create regional power authorities to serve as regional development entities. Their mandates should be restricted to the construction and operation of generation and transmission facilities. This narrower purview would ensure that regional power authorities do one thing and do it well instead of trying to balance and reconcile multiple mandates. When agencies are required to do multiple missions that are in tension, one mission is likely to be sacrificed at the expense of the other. The history of financial regulation in the United States is instructive. Before the financial crisis of 2008, Congress had directed several federal financial regulators to protect consumers in credit and payment markets, but all had other missions and treated their consumer protection work as secondary. 97. As such, they permitted predatory mortgage lending to flourish, at great cost to millions of homeowners and the global economy. 98. To make federal consumer protection law effective, Congress in 2010 created the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and made protecting consumers from unfair practices in lending and payment transaction markets its sole mission. To ensure multiple public missions are advanced, Congress should assign different mandates to different agencies and rely on their cooperation and potential contestation and conflict to advance both mandates. As R. DeShazo and Jody Freeman write, agencies with specialized expertise in one area can press their counterparts to modify decisions in another. Because agencies represent different constituencies and adhere to different statutory mandates, the interagency process may serve as an important vehicle for interest mediation in the policy process. 99. Second, in contrast to the TVA, Congress should bar regional power authorities from constructing or acquiring polluting power generation facilities. While it began its life as a producer of hydroelectricity, The TVA built thousands of megawatts of coal-fired generation starting in the 194 OS.103. Congress should structure the regional power authorities with the objective of effective democratic governance. Ongoing public participation in decision-making should be the aim. By contrast, in creating the TVA, Congress created a system of efficient, top-down administration. 7-6 Chapter 9. Regional power authorities would be advantageous for the public in several ways. First, by building zero-carbon generation capacity, they would promote system reliability. Depending on the development of storage technologies, power systems may need more generation reserves as they transition from dispatchable fossil fuel generation to variable renewable generation. Second, this public competition would limit the pricing power of monopolistic and oligopolistic generators and promote fair wholesale rates on energy and capacity. Through the expansion of power supply and their yardstick competition function, the regional power authorities can serve as a check on unfairly high and increasing wholesale electricity rates. Third, because they would be free from short-term financial objectives, they would take a long-range, regional approach to generation and transmission planning. They would neither build generation indiscriminately and unsystematically to include in their rate base nor reduce investment as a means of keeping wholesale prices high. Instead, they would build capacity based on regional needs. As public institutions, they could also build generation and transmission projects based on broader regional considerations. For instance, they could pursue a more labor-intensive power development program to employ workers displaced by aggressive decarbonization. In their transmission planning mission, the regional power authorities would combine the regional territory of several RTOs with a democratic system of governance. Federal generation and transmission agencies vis-a-vis regional power authorities. In most of the country, the regional power authorities would be an overlay on existing federal power administrations. The United States already has a patchwork of generation and transmission and power marketing entities, see figures 5.3 and 5-4. Instead of something completely new, the regional power authorities would be improved versions of the existing administrations, augmented with greater powers and subject to stronger public control. 5 federal power agencies currently exist. The TVA serves parts of 7 states in the southeastern United States. For Power Marketing Administrations Bonneville. Power Administration BPA, Southeastern Power Administration SEPA, Southwestern Power Administration SWPA, and Western Area Power Administration WAPA, wholesale power from federal dams owned and operated by the Army Corps of Public Power for the entire country. Greater than 277 Engineers and Bureau of Reclamation. Between the TVA and the 4 power marketing administrations, federal power projects serve much of the country. Only Alaska, Hawaii, the Northeast, and the Upper Midwest do not have federal power marketing entities. Congress should reincorporate existing federal power marketing agencies as regional power authorities. At present, they do not have the power to build new generation facilities. The 4 power marketing administrations principally sell power and cannot build new power projects on their own, although the BPA can acquire rights to power generation capacity through contract. The BPA, SWPA, and WAPA own and operate transmission lines and have the authority to build new such facilities. 101 While the SEPA does not own transmission lines and cannot build them. 102 Congress should break up the Western Area, Southwestern, and Southeastern power administrations into smaller units. All 3 currently serve vast geographic expanses, with WAPA serving most of the country west of the Mississippi apart from the Pacific Northwest. Smaller regional power marketing authorities will ensure more effective public control. Toward this end, Congress could consider creating as many as 10 to 15 regional power authorities. 103 What about the TVA? The TVA is a peculiar fit in the American power landscape. Congress gave it the power to be a regional development authority, which some supporters thought should be a model for other parts of the country. But the TVA remains an exception 90 years later. In addition to dam-related functions such as flood control and navigation improvement, the TVA is responsible for agricultural assistance, forestry, and regional development. Its purview is much broader than the proposed regional power authority's mandate. In affirming the TVA as the regional power authority for its service territory, a function it already performs, Congress should impose the same governance requirements that apply to other regional power authorities. And also prohibit the TVA from investing in new fossil fuel generation capacity. And its mission should be narrowed. To borrow from what President Roosevelt said in 1933, the TVA remains neither fish nor fowl. 104 But as a practical matter, the TVA has been clearly one thing above all else. The power company of the Tennessee Valley. 105 Since its early decades. Congress should recognize that and going forward limit its mission to just that, generating, transmitting, and marketing electricity. The contrast with the New Deal deserves emphasis. For better and for worse, hydroelectricity defined public power in the mid-20th century. Starting in the 1930s, the federal government constructed large multipurpose dams that produced power, irrigated arid lands, and controlled floods. 7-8 Chapter 9. But with either indifference to or inadequate consideration for displaced communities, destroyed fish stocks, and inundated farmlands and forests. This time around, the regional power authorities should build large solar arrays and wind farms, as well as pump storage facilities and long-distance transmission lines, in consultation with the publics they serve and touch. Chapter 10. The Fights Ahead. On November 7, 2023, the people of Maine decisively rejected a consumer takeover of the state's two investor-owned utilities, Central Maine Power, CMP, and Versant. By an approximately 70-30 margin, Mainers voted no on question 3.1. If they had voted yes, they would have created a consumer-controlled utility called Pine Tree Power Company to buy out and operate the two investor-owned utilities serving the state. The board of Pine Tree Power would have 7 voting members elected by residents of the state and 4 non-voting members appointed by the governor based on their industry expertise. Point 2. This was the second major defeat for the Maine public power movement in 2 years. In July 2021, Maine Governor Janet Mills, a Democrat, vetoed a bill that would have put the question up for popular vote that year. Point 3. In her veto message, Mills made her specific and general opposition to the public power plan clear. She described the bill as hastily drafted and hastily amended. For she further quoted H. L. Mencken writing, "Every complex problem has a solution which is simple, direct, plausible, and wrong." 5. Signaling a skepticism of democratic control of electric utilities and an unfamiliarity with existing community-controlled power systems in the United States, Mills worried about a board composed of elected, non-expert citizens and said improved public utility regulation could address Mainers' frustration with the two electric utilities in the state. 6. The bill had strong support in the Maine legislature but not enough votes to override Mills's veto. Point 7. On the surface, the recent defeats for public power in Maine are a puzzle. The two investor-owned utilities in Maine are among the least reliable power companies in the United States. Their outage frequency and duration are longer than the averages for investor-owned utilities elsewhere in the country, and compare unfavorably with utilities in New England, which has climates and topographies comparable to Maine's. Point 8. Along with their poor system performance, the two investor-owned utilities charge some of the 279. 280. Chapter 10. Highest rates for power in the country. 9. The two utilities are failing to provide reliable, affordable electric service. Customer survey results have been consistently damning. In a 2022 J.D. Power survey of residential customer satisfaction, CMP and Versant were the lowest rated large and medium-sized electric utilities, respectively, in the northeastern United States. 10. In a survey of business customers, CMP once again was at the bottom in the region, while Versant was not included. 11. In the 2020 survey of residential customers, Central Maine Power had the lowest rating of any utility in the country and Versant was third from the bottom. 12. The previous year was even worse. In 2019, CMP and Versant were the two lowest rated utilities in the survey. 13. The two utilities do not conform to the New Deal model of locally owned and regulated electric utilities. CMP's ultimate parent company is Iberdrola of Spain, while Versant is controlled by the City of Calgary, Canada. 14. But the political forces in Maine, at present, do not favor public power. CMP and Versant spend nearly $40 million to defeat question 3, compared to $1.2 million spent by supporters of Pine Tree Power. 15. Opponents argued that Pine Tree Power would begin its life with unsustainable debt, used to finance the takeovers, and be run by non-expert politicians. 16. And as Mills' veto in 2021 revealed, opposition is not restricted to business interests and the Republican Party. The Maine AFL-CIO, an International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers local that represents employees at Central Maine and Versant, opposed question 3. They contended Pine Tree Power would jeopardize workers' union status and retirement benefits, and be badly run and overburdened with debt. 17. The defeats in Maine are in line with historical experience. As discussed in chapters 1 through 4, public power fights in the United States have never been easy. The TVA was the product of a more than decade-long struggle inside and outside Congress. Successful municipalization fights required patience and persistence too. And yet when they were successful, they won on a large scale, aided by a supportive national political environment. Thanks to tireless organizing and advocacy for years, public power wins that appeared impossible in the 192 OS seemed to be inevitable in the mid-193 OS. A public power victory in New York in 2023 shows public power fights are winnable even today. For decades, the New York Power Authority, NYPA, established during Franklin Roosevelt's tenure as governor in 1930, has owned and operated hydroelectric facilities on the Niagara and St. Lawrence. It, however, could not build and operate new, larger renewable plants. A grassroots movement fought for 4 years to expand the role of NYPA and give it the authority to build utility-scale renewable energy projects. Point 18 in the Build Public Renewables Act, New York legislators did exactly. The fights. 2023. Ahead. Greater than 281. That. Although the bill failed in 2021 and 2022, the New York legislature, as part of a budget deal with Governor Kathy Hochul, passed the law in May. The law directs NYPA to build and operate large renewable generation facilities, mandates the phase-out of polluting peaker power plants by 2030, and establishes labor standards and public planning procedures for the new renewable projects. 20. Fights for public power. The Maine and New York public power fights are not aberrations. They are representative of a growing interest in public power at the local, state, and federal levels. On his podcast, Local Energy Rules, the power industry expert and energy democracy advocate John Farrell noted an upswell of interest in city-owned utilities. 21 In 2013, the city of Minneapolis sought to take over the 2 investor-owned systems serving the city. Like the fight in Boulder, it was unsuccessful, but the city extracted important concessions from the 2 companies in their new, shorter franchise agreements. 22 In the small town of Decorah, Iowa, a 2018 referendum to authorize the local government to explore municipalization lost by 3 votes, 1,382 for and 1,385 against. 23 In 2 of the nation's 3 largest cities, legislators floated a public takeover of investor-owned utilities. The Chicago City Council commissioned a feasibility study on the municipalization of Commonwealth Edison, but in 2021 opted not to pursue this path because the study concluded power rates would likely increase under public ownership. 24 In New York City, public advocate Jermaine Williams published a report in 2020 that called for municipalization of Coned, which serves the 5 boroughs of New York, and described the benefits of a public takeover of the utility. 25 As covered earlier, Los Angeles already has a municipally owned electric utility. In what would be the most ambitious public takeover, the state of California now has the right to transfer PG&E properties to a nonprofit public benefit corporation, Golden State Energy, under multiple scenarios, including if the California Public Utilities Commission revokes PG&E's license to operate. 26 One form of light public takeover has proliferated in several states. In community choice aggregation (CCA) programs, municipalities and other local governments assume responsibility for purchasing power at wholesale and reselling it to residential and small commercial customers, either performing these functions directly or contracting with a third party. The procurement of power becomes a public function, while the ownership and 282. Chapter 10. Operation of transmission and distribution lines remains with the investor-owned utility. Once a local government forms a CCA on its own or in cooperation with other local governments, customers in most CCA states automatically become CCA customers but can opt out and shop for and select their own power retailer. A former American Public Power Association official called CCAs first cousins of municipally owned utilities. 27 While a CCA does not represent public ownership of the physical infrastructure, it could be a stepping stone to that. 10 states today authorize local governments to form CCAs. Formed first in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, CCAs have grown rapidly in several other states, including California, Illinois, and New York. Of the 700 municipal referendums to establish CCAs in Illinois between 2009 and 2018, 82% of them were approved by voters. 28 In 2020, approximately 30 million people lived in communities served by CCAs. 29. Consider the rapid growth of CCAs in California. Marin County formed the first CCA in the state in 2010.30. Since then, many communities across the state have formed CCAs. Today, 25 CCAs serve approximately 11 million customers in more than 200 cities and counties in the state. 31 Many communities created CCAs to accelerate decarbonization above and beyond what is required by the state's renewable portfolio standard. 32 So far, they have delivered with lower rates and renewable energy procurement that exceeds the requirements of the state's renewable portfolio standard and what California's investor-owned utilities have accomplished. 33 At the federal level, many Democrats in Congress have formally endorsed the Green New Deal. The foundational document calls for a deep transformation of economic arrangements in the United States to mitigate climate change and establish a more fair and equitable society. It has been embraced by members on the left of the Democratic Party, including Rep. Representatives Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, and Rashida Tlaib, but also many others, including moderate members such as Richie Torres and Seth Moulton. 34 long-serving members of Congress such as Senator Edward Markey have made it a centerpiece of their political agenda. Markey touted his support for the Green New Deal in staving off a primary challenge from Representative Joe Kennedy in summer 2020.35. The Green New Deal is an outline, not a detailed policy program, but shows an appetite for structural change in the energy sector and broader society among a significant faction in Congress. The fights ahead for public power will be difficult. Indeed, the fights for public power in the 2010s and early 2020s have often failed. The last true public takeover of an investor-owned utility appears to be in Washington state in 2013.36 that year, residents of the northeastern corner of the fights ahead. Greater than 283. Olympic Peninsula formed the Jefferson County Public Utility District and took over the Puget Sound energy system, serving them. 37 The public power proposals sketched out in Chapter 9 may appear utopian and unrealistic. Investor-owned utilities are dominant, and the establishment of the Democratic Party contained the left insurgency of the late 2010s, exemplified by two vigorous but ultimately unsuccessful presidential campaigns by Bernie Sanders. Yet the organizing, advocacy, struggles, and achievements in recent times could be the early innings of a third major push for public power in the United States, the first happening at the turn of the 20th century and the second during the 20-year window that began with FDR's inauguration in 1933. Organizers, advocates, elected officials, and community members who support public power take on some of the most influential and wealthiest interests in their communities and the United States. Investor-owned utilities and private power generators and marketers will resist practically every move for a more publicly accountable sector and can expect support from other big business interests, as well as members of both political parties. And as the experience in Boulder shows, even a winning referendum may only be the first phase of the war. The incumbent utility likely will challenge the validity of referendum results, dispute the legal basis for a public takeover, whether it is done pursuant to local, state, or federal law, raise doubts about the technical feasibility of public operation of power systems, and dispute the valuation of its assets. Recent defeats of public power underscore the formidable challenges ahead. Yet change may already be afoot. The unsuccessful campaigns for public power were not complete defeats. Communities extracted important concessions from investor-owned utilities. They agreed to shorter franchise terms and committed to increasing investment in renewable energy and reducing rates. Even the drawn-out and unsuccessful municipalization fight in Boulder resulted in XL making important concessions to the city and its residents. 38 The growth of community choice aggregation in California, Massachusetts, and several other states is significant and shows popular power can defeat corporate power. 39 In California, the 2002 CCA law has survived with public support, despite well-financed efforts by PG&E to weaken it. 40 An unexpected stimulus for cooperative and public power. Congress provided an unanticipated boost to cooperative and public power in summer 2022. The Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 could breathe new life into cooperative and public power. The law extends important federal 284. Chapter 10. Support to these utilities and gives them the means to expand their investments in zero-carbon power. After more than a year of wrangling in the Senate, President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act into law on August 16, 2022. This was an unexpected end to the seemingly interminable saga of the president's Build Back Better legislative package. With the Senate deadlock between Democrats and Republicans, Senator Joe Manchin used his leverage and appeared to enjoy the limelight as the person who could make or break the president's signature program. Indeed, for much of 2022, the Build Back Better program appeared dead in any form. On several occasions, Manchin indicated he had moved on from the bill and was no longer interested in it. 41 In late July 2022, Manchin did an apparent about-face. He worked with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer to write a substantially scaled-back version of what the president had called for on the campaign trail in 2020. And following his inauguration in January 2021, the $433 billion spending program, of which $369 billion is allocated for climate and energy investment, over 10 years was only a small fraction of Senator Bernie Sanders' $6 trillion original proposal. 42 Given Manchin's consistent support for fossil fuel interests in his state and across the nation, the law featured major sops to oil and gas companies. 43 The IRA was smaller and more conservative than the champions of Build Back Better had desired. And it certainly was a far cry from a Green New Deal. Yet the law is an important advance in the fight against climate change. Because the tax credits were not capped in the law, the federal government could appropriate as much as $800 billion over the next 10 years to spur investment in clean energy and efficiency programs. 44. This federal investment will contribute to significant decarbonization of the economy. Modelers of the energy system forecast that the Inflation Reduction Act by 2030 will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 33 to 40% below 2005 levels. Relative to a 25 to 31% reduction in a world without this legislation. 45. This is not sufficient to mitigate climate change, but it would be an important advance toward full decarbonization. The IRA's cooperative and public power provisions are among its strongest features. It extends incentives, which have long been available only to investor-owned utility and private power developers, to cooperative and public utilities for clean energy investment. Because these incentives have been structured as tax credits, cooperative and public power, which are generally exempt from federal income tax, were not able to take advantage of them, except through partnerships with private institutions that can claim these tax benefits. 46. Through a provision called direct pay, nonprofit. The fights ahead. Greater than 285. Utilities will receive federal grants after they complete zero carbon power generation projects. 47. Further, the IRA appropriates nearly $10 billion to the USDA to award to cooperative utilities to invest in zero carbon power. Critically, the USDA has the discretion to award grants, not only loans. The agency is authorized to cover up to 25% of a project's total cost through grant financing and award up to $972 million in total grants and loans to a single utility. 48. The grants for cooperative power through direct pay and the appropriation for USDA represent an important advance over the New Deal Rural Electrification Program. In the enactment and administration of the Rural Electrification Act, Congress mandated debt financing and required borrowers to show they would generate enough revenue to repay their loans. 49. The fiscal conservatism of even progressive members of Congress such as George Norris meant that grant financing was never a serious option. REA Administrator John Carmody, in his 1937 annual report, was clear on his mandate. The Rural Electrification Act requires that loans be self-liquidating. The Congress has placed this responsibility on the administrator. He must assure himself by reasonable means before a loan is made that the project is sound and that it will be managed prudently. He must follow through to assure repayment. 5 degrees Congress prohibited the RE from making grants. As Morris Cook noted in his testimony in support of the Rural Electrification Act, Congress was aware of grant funding and had authorized the Public Works Administration to make grants for job-creating state and local public projects. 51. But for rural electrification, Congress insisted on debt financing. The IRA employs the federal government's spending and money creation power to spur a transition away from fossil fuels and towards zero-carbon energy. In the IRA, Congress embraced the notion of money as a tool for structuring economic life, not merely a neutral instrument that facilitates commerce. Federal spending will steer the energy sector away from carbon-intensive forms of power generation and towards zero-carbon and other less carbon-intensive methods. The IRA may not and should not be the federal government's last word on climate change and the energy sector. It will contribute to significant decarbonization of the American economy and strengthen cooperative and public power institutions. But examining the IRA with clear eyes requires recognizing what it is not. Even under the most optimistic projections, the IRA will not do enough to stave off devastating climate change around the world. 52. Further, the IRA is not a public power bill. While offering cooperative and public power an important boost, it will keep the financialized power system intact. The bulk. 286. Chapter 10 of IRA dollars for decarbonization will go to investor-owned utilities and other financialized corporations. 53. Whether most cooperative and publicly owned utilities are even positioned to take advantage of public funding dispersed through the tax code is uncertain. 54. Absent further action by Congress, most customers in the United States will continue to be served by investor-owned utilities a decade from now. The past as a promising precedent. Supporters of public power should view the IRA as a first step toward a broader and deeper transformation of the national power system. Some parallels can be drawn between the public power fights today and a century ago. As was the case then, financial capital dominated the sector. Indeed, just like in the 1920s, holding companies wield great power in the electricity industry today. And like then, public power is re-emerging from a decades-long stasis and threatening investor-owned utilities across the country again. In states and cities across the country, residents and policymakers are exploring public power systems as a superior alternative to investor-owned utilities. A century ago, a major public policy question was how to achieve affordable, universal power service. Today, the question is even bigger: how to decarbonize the power sector and ultimately all of society. The IRA should be seen as a contemporary analog to the Boulder Can. Yon Project Act. Neither bill fulfilled the wish list of the most ardent public power supporters. The IRA only establishes parity for cooperative and public utilities with investor-owned utilities, providing them with an incentive that has long been denied to them on account of their nonprofit status. And the appropriated money for cooperative development of clean energy is only around $10 billion over 10 years, with USDA being barred from providing more than 25% of any project's construction costs and grants. For public power supporters, the Boulder Canyon Project Act also had limitations. It did not mandate federal generation and sale of power, leaving the question of who would operate the powerhouse to the Secretary of the Interior. Further, it did not authorize federal construction of transmission lines. It constituted a stunted form of public power, a public-private partnership. Yet both laws were an important advance for their time. In the IRA, Congress appropriated large sums of money to the cooperative and public power sectors. As described, it goes beyond the New Deal framework. In awarding grants, not just loans, to rural electric cooperatives. And the commitment to decarbonization is substantial and much more than what the federal government had done until 2022. Similarly, the Boulder Canyon. The 5 GHTS ahead. Greater than 28.7. Project Act represented a massive expansion of federal involvement in the power sector. According to some, Boulder Dam would have power generation capacity that was 30 times more than the collective capacity of all federal dam projects built through 1928.55. Some additional welcome parallels are already evident. Despite fears of the Hoover administration turning over the project's output to the Power Trust, the eventual allocation of Boulder Dam power was a win for the public power movement. As described in Chapter 4, the federal government forged a partnership with the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, with Southern California Edison brought on as a junior partner. The IRA appears to be fostering similar public-public partnerships between federal and state institutions. In New York, on the third attempt, the legislature passed the Build Public Renewables Act, in part, because NYPA will be able to use federal funds to construct renewable power plants across the empire. State Point 56. Like the Boulder Canyon Project Act, the IRA was not fixed at the time of passage but will be molded in the coming years through, among other things, public activism, advocacy, and organizing. In the 1920s, the public power movement laid the foundation for the achievements of the New Deal. When he became president in March 1933, Roosevelt was not drawing on a blank slate of power policy but could tap into the experience, ideas, and practices that had been developed and refined in previous years. Before Roosevelt's election, progressives and their allies in Congress had successfully kept the Muscle Shoals project under federal control, developed a plan for comprehensive development of the Tennessee River Valley, and won federal authorization of Boulder Dam. Something like the TVA, which seemed guaranteed in 1933, was the result of years of contestation. Today, the fights in Colorado, Maine, New York, and elsewhere could be the initial round of popular struggles for public power. Even the defeats offer lessons on the strategy and tactics necessary to win such fights in the future. The IRA could be the first step toward a more ambitious, federally supported expansion of public power. These aspirations should not be on hold until another Franklin Roosevelt or George Norris arrives on the national political scene. That is not how public power fights were won then, or how they will be won today. Instead, organizing, advocacy, and pressure can force a future president and Congress to act for the public. The history of the power industry in this country counsels against small thinking something. That is especially unwise during a time of accelerating global climate change and oligarchic rule. 57. The United States undertook two major restructurings of the electric power industry in the 20th century in the 1930s and the 1990s. It is time for a third. Acknowledgements. I became interested in the electric power industry purely by chance. My first job out of college was at an economic consulting firm, the Brattle Group. I was hired in May 2005 to join the utilities practice, in which the firm needed junior staff. I served as a research analyst and assisted with a range of regulatory matters in the power industry, including the seemingly interminable Federal Energy Regulatory Commission proceedings arising out of the California energy crisis of 2000 and 2001. I am indebted to Jim Reitzes, the late Adam Schumacher, Dave Azari, Patrick Fleming, Marion Gray, Hannes Pfeifenberger, and many others at Brattle who sparked my abiding interest in the power sector and its regulation and governance. Thank you to John Rust for connecting me with Jim in spring 2005. The Brattle Group is not the only past professional affiliation for which I am grateful. The American Antitrust Institute hired me as a summer legal fellow in 2008 and brought me on as a full-time staff member in 2012. Bert 4, founder and former president of the Institute, has been a dear friend and mentor for more than 15 years and gave me the self-assurance not to accept the conventional wisdom at face value. I feel especially privileged to have worked with Bert, Bob Land, the late Bob Skeetall, and Randy Stutz. Being their colleague was truly my good fortune. They instilled in me critical thinking skills and an eye for clear writing. I want to thank the LP blog, The Trouble, and the staff for sparking my interest in public and cooperative power. While I have worked on power policy off and on for almost 20 years, my interest in public and cooperative utilities is newer. In early 2019, the LP blog reached out to me to write a post on the intersection of antitrust law and public utility regulation. My colleagues and I had just filed an amicus brief in a federal case concerning this issue. Jonathan Guy at The Trouble read this post and asked me to contribute to his outlet. Jointly, the two opportunities motivated me to start researching consumer-owned power systems and led me to discover the rich institutional diversity and socialist models that exist even in this. 290. Acknowledgements. Land of unfettered capitalism. I am indebted to them for prodding me to investigate parts of the power sector of which I was mostly ignorant. I have had countless conversations with colleagues and friends who helped shape my thinking on political economy, develop this book idea, and think through the finer points I present in it. Many of these conversations happened years before this book was even a glint in my eye. I am grateful to Adam Schwartz, Advait Arn, Alex Campbell, Amit Joshi, Amy Kapczynski, Anjali Kumar, Anya Schoolman, Ben Cady, Ben Coders O'Brien, Ben Walcott, Brett McDonnell, Chirag Lala, Chris Hayes, Christopher Ali, Claire Kellaway, Corinne Blaylock, Dan Brown, Darnell Noor, Eric Hattelstad, Ewan McGahey, Frank Pasquale, Gabe Chan, Ganesh Sitaraman, Jason Rathod, Jason Weiner, Jessica Rutter, John Coyle, John Farrell, Katie Wells, Ken Davidson, Kyron Gopal, Lenore Palladino, Maria Stamis, Marshall Steinbaum, Matthew Lawrence, Matt Bodie, Melanie Brusseler, Michael Murray, Mike Chornisky, Nathan Tankus, Richard John, Rohan Gray, Sanjukta Paul, Sarita Frederoli, Thomas Hanna, Tony Wu, Victor Pickard, and Zephyr Teachout for sharing their wisdom and insights on assorted topics. I want to offer special thanks to the more than 20 cooperative and public power board members, managers, advocates, and customers who spoke with me on background. This book would have been strikingly incomplete without all the knowledge and stories they shared with me. Each one of them, collectively representing practically every corner of the country, generously took the time to speak with me and shared practically everything they had seen and learned from their years in the industry. They were all refreshingly candid and described both the successes and the failures during their time in the power business. They possess a fount of knowledge that cannot be found in any book, article, or archive. I am fortunate they shared what they know with enthusiasm and honesty. I am grateful to Andy Fitch, Daniel Hanley, Matt Buck, and Sean Dead Weiler for research assistance. They enthusiastically tracked down obscure sources and dug into arcane legal questions. This book benefited from the input of many reviewers. Thank you to Amanda Jarrett, Anita Jane, Benjamin Douglas, Brian Cal Lacey, Isaac Severe, Luke Herring, Nathan Schneider, Phil Longman, Raul Carrillo, and 2 anonymous peer reviewers for incredibly generative, thoughtful, and valuable feedback. Your comments, criticisms, and suggestions made the book substantially better than it would have been otherwise. My boss, Barry Lynn, and the Open Markets Institute have been tremendously supportive of this book. When I learned that the University of Chicago Press was interested in working with me on this project, I wanted to share the good news with Barry but felt some trepidation about how he would react and whether I would be able to pursue this opportunity. This trepidation was acknowledgement S greater than 291. Entirely misplaced. Barry was ecstatic to learn that I might be writing a book with a leading academic press. If I recall correctly, Barry replied, "Sandeep, this is great news. I want Open Markets to be known as a place that produces books." He told me I could devote half my time to researching and writing the book, on the condition that I continued to produce articles, briefs, and other work on our bread and butter antitrust topics. I have shared this fact with many people, and the unanimous response is that I have a magnanimous boss. I had feared I would have to work on this book in the evenings and on weekends and realistically aimed to complete it in 8 to 10 years. Thanks to Barry's support, I finished the book in a much shorter time. And as soon as she learned of the book's publication timeline, my colleague Catherine Dill eagerly said she wanted to start working on its rollout and promotion. Apart from being given the opportunity to write this book, the Open Markets Institute that Barry founded has been an incredibly good place to work. Since May 2018, I have worked alongside a group of people who bring passion, curiosity, intelligence, and kindness to the fight for building a more just and democratic economy in the United States and around the world. I am truly lucky to be a part of this small but mighty team. I am particularly grateful to Johanna Bazoa and Keith Taylor. They have deep expertise on cooperatives and the power sector. They were always happy to talk with me to offer insights, exchange ideas, and provide encouragement. This project only deepened my appreciation and admiration for librarians. Many librarians, at both the DC Public Library and academic institutions around the country, were very helpful. They found resources that I would not have otherwise obtained as a non-academic researcher. I emailed academic libraries requesting dissertations written in the 1940s and 1950s. I figured these publications would be difficult if not impossible to track down, and would not be a priority for librarians who had their own students and faculty to serve. To my delight, I always received quick responses and soon after PDFs or printed copies of the requested materials. Chad Zimmerman has been a firm believer in this book since we first connected in May 2020, and the best editor I could have imagined. He read a post I had written for the ProMarket blog and reached out to inquire if I had ever considered writing a book. I was ecstatic to receive his email and got the stimulative jolt I needed during what seemed like the directionless first few months working from home in spring 2020. But I also immediately wondered whether I had it in me to write an entire book. Ever since then, Chad has been a source of wise counsel, encouragement, and support. He gladly spoke with me every month, even when I had nothing to share or to ask in particular. Chad has always been honest and never minced words. In early 2021, he told 292. Acknowledgement. S. Me, my first book proposal was not good enough for an academic press, and in doing so, bruised my ego for a few days, but more importantly, put this entire project on the right track. He also helped me structure this project and make what might have otherwise been an overwhelming undertaking manageable. He told me to draw boundaries on research when my intellectual curiosity might have otherwise led me down edifying but futile rabbit holes. Chad, Elizabeth Ellingbo, Michaela Lucky, Rosemary Free, and their colleagues at the University of Chicago Press have been indispensable in completing this book. Sheila Berg was a patient and meticulous copy editor and reviewed the manuscript with attention and care. I am very grateful to my family. My parents, Matthew and Vidya, were enthusiastic about this project from the very start. They instilled in me intellectual curiosity and a desire, in whatever small way I could, to help build a better world. The love of learning and commitment to justice they taught me not only helped me complete this book, but made me enjoy and even relish the process from start to finish. My sister, Shobana, has believed in me since we were small children. My in-laws, Ambika and Tirumanglesh, have been a constant source of support. I also thank my brothers-in-law, Govind and Kilkil, and niece, Sonia, for their love and kindness. Most of all, I thank my wonderful wife, Geeta, and our little son, Kavi. Soon after I met her in 2015, Geeta told me I should write a book someday. She had a faith in me that I didn't have in myself at the time. I constantly shared updates on the research and writing big and small and political, legal, technical, and procedural with her. She listened with curiosity, interest, and care and provided incisive input on the book concept during its gestation period and on how to improve and refine the manuscript. At this point, she probably knows about as much about George Norris, Samuel Insull, and the Tennessee Valley Authority as I do. Coincidentally, on a family road trip to the Midwest in July 2022, Geeta suggested I check out a charming used bookstore in Milwaukee, where I found what proved to be an indispensable source, Richard Lowett's superb biography of Senator Norris. She gave me comfort and reassurance when I had doubts about whether I could complete this project and experienced sleepless nights as a result. In many ways, Geeta is my co-author on this project. We had Kavi about a year after I started researching this book. He has brought us so much joy and is truly one of a kind. He is talking up a storm now and may say, Rural Electrification, Grand Coulee Dam, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt, any day now. Geeta and Kavi have both been incredibly patient and understanding as I have devoted nights and weekends to completing this book and, at times, focused on it to the point of not being fully present as a partner and parent. I could not have completed this without their love and unwavering support. Now we are done. I dedicate this book to them. Notes. Introduction. 1. Peter Newell and Dustin Mulvaney. The Political Economy of the Just Transition. Geographical Journal 179, Number 2, June 2013 133, Xinxin Wang and Kevin Low. Just Transition, A Conceptual Review. Energy Research and Social Science 82, 2021 102292. 2. Martin Gilens and Benjamin I. Page. Testing Theories of American Politics, Elites, Interest Groups, and Average Citizens. Perspectives on Politics 12, Number 3, September 2014, 575-77. 3. Shelley Welton. Neutralizing the Atmosphere. Yale Law Journal 132, 2022, 219. 4. Peter Eves. Clean Energy Quest Pits Google Against Utilities. New York Times, December 20, 2022, https://www.newyorktimes.com/2022/12/20/business/google-clean-energy.html. 5. Claire Kellaway. Greenwashing Big AG. Washington Monthly, July-August 2023, https://washingtonmonthly.com/2023-2006/19/greenwashing-big-ag/. 6. Bill McKibben. From Climate Exhortation to Climate Execution. New Yorker, December 27, 2022, https://www.newyorker.com/news/daily comments/from Climate Exhortation to Climate Execution. 7. Bethany Turley et al. Emergent Landscapes of Energy Storage, Considering Just Transitions in the Western United States. Energy Research and Social Science 90, August 2022, 102589. 8. Lee Harris. Workers on Solar's Front Lines. American Prospect, December 7, 2022, https://prospect.org/labor/workers on Solar's Front Lines. 9. Ivan Penn. Why are energy prices so high? Some experts blame deregulation. New York Times, January 4, 2023, https://www.newyorktimes.com/2023/01/04/business/energy-environment/electricity deregulation energy markets. .html. Chapter 1. 1. Middle West Utilities Company, Harvests and Highlines, Chicago, Middle West Utilities Company, 1930, 107. 2. Liliana Byington. Iden seeks to boost farm, construction vehicle electrification. Bloomberg Law, July 21, 2022, https://news.bloomberglaw.com/environment and energy/Biden seeks to boost farm construction vehicle electrification. 293. 294. Notes. To pages 12 to 15. 3. David E. Kyvig, Daily Life in the United States, 1920 to 1939. Decades of Promise and Pain, Westport, Connecticut, Greenwood Press, 2002, 21. 4. Charles E. Persons. Credit Expansion, 1920 to 1929, and Its Lessons. Quarterly Journal of Economics 45, No. 1, November 1930, 113. 5. Robert Gordon. The 1920s and the 1990s in Mutual Reflection. NBR Working Paper Series, November 2005, Working Paper 11778. 6. John Kenneth Galbraith, The Great Crash of 1929, New York, Mariner Books, 2009, 25, 29. 7. Thomas Piketty and Emmanuel Saez. Income Inequality in the United States, 1913 to 1998. NBR Working Paper Series, September 2001, Working Paper 8467. 8. Michael B. Sauter. Where do Jeff Bezos, Warren Buffett, and Bill Gates rank among all-time richest Americans? Courier Journal, April 16, 2019, https://www.courier-journal.com/story/money/2019/04/16/30 richest Americans of all time/393389141/. 9. Gene Smiley. A note on new estimates of the distribution of income in the 1920s. Journal of Economic History 60, No. 4, December 2000, 1125-26. 10. David Montgomery. Thinking about American Workers in the 1920s. International and Working Class History 32, 1987-14. 11. Urban and Rural Areas. U.S. Census Bureau, Access July 25, 2022, https://www.census.gov/history/www/program/geography/urban_and_rural_areas.html. 12. United States Summary, Composition and Characteristics. U.S. Census Bureau, Access July 25, 2022, https://www.census.gov/libraries/publications/decennial/1930/population volume 3/106129633v3p1 show1.pdf. 13. United States Summary, Composition and Characteristics. 14. Oswald W. Nouth. Farmer's Income. In Income in the United States, Its Amount and Distribution 1909 to 1919, Volume 2, Detailed Report ed. Wesley Clare Mitchell, Cambridge, Massachusetts, National Bureau of Economic Research, 1922, 312. 15. Raghuram Rajan and Rodney Ramcharan. The Anatomy of a Credit Crisis. The Boom and Bust in Farmland Prices in the United States in the 1920s. American Eco. Nomic Review 105, Number 4, April 2015, 1443. 16. Joshua K. Hausman, Paul W. Rode, and Johannes F. Wieland. Farm Product Prices, Redistribution, and the Early U.S. Great Depression. Journal of Economic History 81, Number 3, September 2021, 678. 17. Ronald R. Klein, Consumers in the Country, Technology and Social Change in Rural America, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 2002. 18. Klein, Consumers in the Country 4-5. 19. Steve Craig. The More They Listen, the More They Buy, Radio and the Modernizing of Rural America, 1930 to 1939. Agricultural History So, No. 1, Winter 2006 4. 20. Metropolis, directed by Fritz Lang, 2 hours, 33 minutes. Ufa, 1927. 21. Richard Hirsch, Powering American Farms, The Overlooked Origins of Rural Electrification, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 2022, 70. 22. J.L. Brigham, Empowering the West, Electrical Politics Before FDR, Lawrence, University Press of Kansas, 1998, 21-22. Notes to pages 15-18 greater than 295. 23. H. S. Person. The Rural Electrification Administration in Perspective. Agricultural History 24, No. 2, April 1950, 87. 24. Klein, Consumers in the Country, 104, 297. 25. Hal S. Barron, Mixed Harvest, The Second Great Transformation in the Rural North 1870 to 1930, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 1997, 214. 26. Carl Kitchens and Price Fishback. Flip the Switch, The Impact of the Rural Electrification 1935 to 1930. Journal of Economic History 75, No. 4, December 2015, 1163. 27. Klein, Consumers in the Country, 285, 287. 28. D. Clayton Brown, Electricity for Rural America, The Fight for the REA, Westport, Connecticut, Greenwood Press, 1980, 16. 29. E. F. Chestnut. Rural Electrification in Arkansas, 1935 to 1940, The Formative Years. Arkansas Historical Quarterly 46, No. 3, Autumn 1987, 219. 30. Richard Hirsch. Shedding New Light on Rural Electrification. Agricultural History 92, Number 3, Summer 2018, 317. History, Rural Electrification in Mississippi. Electric Cooperatives of Mississippi, accessed August 8, 2022, https://ecm.coop/about_us/history. 31. Leah S. Glazer, Electrifying the Rural American West, Stories of Power, People, and Place, Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press, 2009, 115. 32. Mary Catherine Crabb. An Epidemic of Pride, Pellagra and the Culture of the American South. Anthropologica 34, No. 1, 1992-96, D. Clayton Brown. Modernizing Rural Life, South Carolina's Push for Public Electrification. South Carolina Historical Magazine 99, No. 1, January 1998, 68. 33. Joseph M. Tierney. From Fantasy to Reality, The Impact of Rural Electrification on the Dairy Farms of West Central Wisconsin. BA Thesis, University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire, 2011 40. 34. Brown, Electricity for Rural America, 12. 35. Gary Allen Donaldson, A History of Louisiana's Rural Electric Cooperatives, 1937 to 1983. Inch, Ph.D. Dis. Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College, 1983 30. 36. Clayton S. Ellsworth. Theodore Roosevelt's Country Life Commission. Agri. Cultural History 34, No. 4, October 1960, 156. 37. Catherine Jellison, entitled to Power, Farm Women and Technology, 1913 to 1963, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 1993, 11. 38. Barron, Mixed Harvest, 215. 39. David E. Nye, Electrifying America, Social Meanings of a New Technology, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT Press, 1995, 303. 40. Klein, Consumers in the Country, 88, 93. 41. Roberta K. Barnt. Nebraska and Rural Electrification through 1930. M.A. thesis, University of Nebraska at Omaha, 1976 4. 42, Susan A. Mann. Slavery, Sharecropping, and Sexual Inequality. Science, Journal of Women in Culture and Society 14, Number 4, Summer 1989, 783. 43, Jellison, Entitled to Power, 9. 296 notes to pages 18 to 22. 44. R. Douglas Hurt, Introduction to African American Life in the Rural South 1900-1950, edition R. Douglas Hurt, Columbia, University of Missouri Press, 2003, 2-3. 45. Jack Temple Kirby. The Transformation of Southern Plantations circa 1920 to 1960. Agricultural History 57, No. 3, July 1983 257. 46. Jack Temple Kirby. Black and White in the Rural South. Agricultural History 58, Number 3, July 1984 413. Mary Dolores Coleman. The Rural Poor in the American South, Case Studies of Exits from 20th Century Poverty. Poverty and Public Policy 1, No. 1 2009, 1, 47. Crabb. An Epidemic of Pride. 93. 48. Man. Slavery, Sharecropping, and Sexual Inequality. 783-84. 49. Zora Neale Hurston, Jonas Gord Vine, New York, Lippincott, 1971, 16-17. 50. Kirby. The Transformation of Southern Plantations. 260. 51. Naomi R. Lamoureux, Margaret Liebenstein, and Kenneth L. Sokoloff. Financing Invention During the Second Industrial Revolution, Cleveland, Ohio 1870-1920. NBR. Working Paper Series, November 2004, Working Paper 10923, 16. 52. John L. Neufeld, Selling Power, Economics, Policy, and Electric Utilities Before 1940, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2016 42-43. 53. Neufeld, Selling Power, 79-80, Charles David Jacobson, Ties That Bind, Economic and Political Dilemmas of Urban Utility Networks, 1800-1990, Pittsburgh, University of Pittsburgh Press, 2000, 79. 54. Neufeld, Selling Power, 32. 55. Neufeld, Selling Power, 33. 56. Charles H. Koch, Jr. Control and Governance of Transmission Organizations in the Restructured Electricity Industry. Florida State University Law Review 27, Number 3, 1999, 572. 57. Thomas P. Hughes, Networks of Power, Electrification in Western Society 18801930, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1983, 363. 58. Hughes, Networks of Power, 363-64. 59. Julie A. Cohn, The Grid, Biography of an American Technology, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT Press, 2017, 56-57. 60. William S. Murray, A Superpower System for the Region Between Boston and Washington, Washington, D.C., U.S. Government Printing Office, 1921. 61. Thomas P. Hughes. Designing, Developing, and Reforming Systems. Deadlist 127, Number 4, Fall 1998 223-24. 62. The Electrical Industries. U.S. Census Bureau, Access July 27, 2022, https://www.census.gov iprod2/decennials/documents/190108661ch1. PDF. 63. Hirsch, Powering American Farms, 59. 64. Hanina Zeiner. Problems of Rural Electric Service, Rural Rates and the Financing of Rural Line Extensions. Journal of Land and Public Utility Economics 5, Number 1, February 1929 83. 65. E. C. Weitzel. Federal Financing of Rural Utilities. Journal of Farm Economics 40, Number 5, December 1958 1158. Notes. To pages 22-28. 66. Hirsch, Powering American Farms, 198. Greater than 297. 67. D. Clayton Brown. Rural Electrification in the South, 1920-1955. Ph.D. Dis. University of California, Los Angeles, 1970, 30-33. 68. Brown. Rural Electrification in the South, 1920-1955. 34. 69. Donaldson, A History of Louisiana's Rural Electric Cooperatives, 1937 to 1983, 14. 70. Brown, Electricity for Rural America, 16 to 17. 71. Brown, Electricity for Rural America, 12. 72. Delos F. Wilcox. Franchise Provisions in Commission Charters and Statutes. Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science 38, No. 3, November 1911 784. 73. John L. Neufeld. Corruption, Quasi-Rents, and the Regulation of Electric Utilities. Journal of Economic History 68, No. 4, December 2008, 1060 to 61. 74. Jacobson, Ties That Bind, 109. 75. Lincoln Steffens, The Shame of the Cities, New York, McClure, Phillips, 1904, 107. 76. Joseph Patrick Sullivan. From Ownership to Regulation, Municipal Utility Reform in New York City, 1880 to 1907 Foot, Ph.D. Dis. Rutgers, The State University of New Jersey, 1995, 397. 77. Municipal Ownership. Encyclopedia of Cleveland History, Case Western Reserve University, Access July 28, 2022, https://www.chicagomanuelofstyle.org/tools_citation guide/citation guide1.html #CG website. 78. Robert H. Bremner. The Civic Revival in Ohio, Municipal Ownership and Economic Privilege. American Journal of Economics and Sociology 9, No. 4, July 1950 477. 79. The Electrical Industries. U.S. Census Bureau, 1927-7, https://www.2.census.gov iprod2/decennial/ducum/nts/190085003ch1. PDF. 80. The Electrical Industries. 81. John A. Fairley. Recent Extensions of Municipal Functions in the United States. Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science 25, March 1905 103. 82. Helen E. Heggie. Developments in Municipal Ownership of Electric Plants in Minnesota. Journal of Land and Public Utility Economics 4, No. 3, August 1928 289, 292. 83. Herbert B. Dorough. Ownership in the Electric Light and Power Industry of Massachusetts. Journal of Land and Public Utility Economics 3, No. 3, August 1927 302. 84. Forrest McDonald Insel. The Rise and Fall of a Billionaire Utility Tycoon, Washington, D.C., Beard Books, 2004, 124. 85. William Hausman and John L. Neufeld. The Economics of Electricity Networks and the Evolution of the U.S. Electric Utility Industry, 1882 to 1935. Business and Economic History Online 26, No. 2, 2004, 23. 86. Samuel Insull. Standardization, Cost System of Rates, and Public Control. 1898, reprinted in Samuel Insull, Central Station Electric Service, Chicago, privately printed, 1915, 34-47. 87, John R. Commons. Protection and Natural Monopolies. Quarterly Journal of Economics 6, No. 4, July 1892 479, Richard T. Ely. Natural Monopolies and the Working Man. A Program of Social Reform 158, No. 448, March 1894 294. 298. Notes. To pages 29 to 33. 88. Insull. Standardization, Cost System of Rates, and Public Control. 44 to 45. 89. Neufeld, Selling Power, 48 to 49. 90. Jacobson, Ties That Bind, 78 to 79. 91. Insull. Standardization, Cost System of Rates, and Public Control. 42-44. 92. McDonald Insull, 118. 93. Insull. Standardization, Cost System of Rates, and Public Control. 44. 94. William J. Novak. Law and the Social Control of Capitalism. Emory Law Journal 60, No. 2, 2010, 400, Charles K. Burdick. The Origin of the Peculiar Duties of Public Services Companies. Part 1. Columbia Law Review 11, No. 6, 1911 522. 95. Joseph William Singer. No Right to Exclude, Public Accommodations and Private Property. Northwestern University Law Review 90, 1995 1318. 96. Munn vs. Illinois, 94 U.S. 113, 1876. 97. Interstate Commerce Act, U.S. Code 49, 1934, Sections 1 etc. 98. Forrest McDonald, Samuel Insull and the Movement for State Utility Regulatory Commissions. Business History Review 32, Number 3, Autumn 1958 242. 99. Earl H. Barber. 40 Years of Public Ownership. Journal of Land and Public Utility Economics 10, Number 4, November 1934 327. 100. National Electric Light Association, Proceedings, Papers, Reports and Discussions, New York, James Kempster Printing, 1907. 101. National Civic Federation, Municipal and Private Operation of Public Utilities, New York, National Civic Federation, 1907. 102. Sullivan, From Municipal Ownership to Regulation, 451. 103. John A. Lapp. Public Utilities Control. American Political Science Review 1. Number 4, August 1907 626. 104. Earl A. Salyers. Cost, Fair Value, and Depreciation Reserves. American Economic Review 10, Number 2, June 1920 277. 105. Douglas D. Anderson, Regulatory Politics and Electric Utilities, A Case Study in Political Economy, Boston, Auburn House Publishing Company, 1981, 48. 106. Delos F. Wilcox. Effects of State Regulation upon the Municipal Ownership Movement. Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science 53, Number 1, May 19, 1471. 107. Greg A. Jarrell. The Demand for State Regulation of the Electric Utility Industry. Journal of Law and Economics 21, Number 2, October 1978 270. 108. Anderson, Regulatory Politics and Electric Utilities, 52-55. 109. Mansell Griffiths Blackford. Businessmen and the Regulation of Railroads and Public Utilities in California. Business History Review 44, No. 3, Autumn 1977 318-19. 110. William Hausman and John L. Neufeld. The Markets for Capital and the Ore. Origins of State Regulation of Electric Utilities in the United States. Journal of Economic History 62, Number 4, 2002 1069. 111. Gabriel Calco, The Triumph of Conservatism, A Reinterpretation of American History, 1900 to 1916. New York, Free Press, 1963. 112. State vs. Superior Court of King County, 67 Washington 37, 60, 1912. Notes to pages 33-41 greater than 299. 113. Neufeld, Selling Power, 53. 114. McDonald, The Movement for State Utility Regulatory Commissions, 249. 115. Samuel Insull, Committee on Public Policy of the National Electric Light Association, presented at the 32nd Convention of the Association, Volume 1, General Session, Papers, Reports, and Discussions, held at Atlantic City, New Jersey, 1-4 June 1909, 24. 116. The Electrical Industries. 7. 117. Paul Jerome Raver. Is Municipal Ownership at the Crossroads? Journal of Land and Public Utility Economics 10, Number 1, February 1934, 62. 118. Paul G. Mahoney. The Public Utility Pyramids. Journal of Legal Studies 41, No. 1 2012 40. 119. Hughes, Networks of Power, 77. 120. William R. Schrade and W. David Wallace. Holding Companies, Market Liquidity, and the Development of the Electric Power Industry. Journal of Energy and Development 32, Number 1, Autumn 2006 3, 121. Norman S. Buchanan. The Origin and Development of the Public Utility Holding Company. Journal of Political Economy 44, Number 1, February 1936 43. 122. James C. Bonbright and Gardiner C. Means, The Holding Company, Its Public Significance, and Its Regulation, New York, McGraw-Hill Book Company, 1932, 101-6. 123. Bonbright and Means, The Holding Company, 91. 124. Bonbright and Means, The Holding Company, 107. 125. M. C. Waltersdorf. The Holding Company in American Public Utility Development. Economic Journal 36, Number 144, December 1926 592. 126. The Electrical Industries. 23-24. 127. Federal Regulation of Holding Companies, the Public Utility Act of 1935. Yale Law Journal 45, No. 3, January 1936, 472. 128. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations, Summary Report of the Federal Trade Commission, Part 72A, 1935, 100. 129. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 140. 130. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 161. Chapter 2. 1. Richard Lowett, George W. Norris, The Persistence of a Progressive 1913 to 1933, Urbana, University of Illinois Press, 1971, 276. 2. Lowett, George W. Norris, 75. 3. Lowett, George W. Norris, 146 to 47. 4. Lowett, George W. Norris, 242. 5. Lowett, George W. Norris. 6. Lowett, George W. Norris, 251. 7. J.L. Brigham, Empowering the West, Electrical Politics Before FDR, Lawrence, University Press of Kansas, 1998, 73 to 74. 300. Notes. To pages 41 to 46. 8. Judson King, The Conservation Fight, From Theodore Roosevelt to the Tennessee Valley Authority, Washington, D.C., Public Affairs Press, 1959, 3732. 9. Keithar, Fleming, Power at Cost, Ontario Hydro and Rural Electrification, 19111958, Montreal, McGill Queen's University Press, 1992. 10. Abby Spinack. Not Quite So Freely as Air, Electrical Statecraft in North America. Technology and Culture 61, No. 1, January 2020, 84. 11. King, The Conservation Fight, 1351. 12. D. Clayton Brown. Rural Electrification in the South, 1920 to 1955. Ph.D. Dis. University of California, Los Angeles, 1970-46. 13. John M. Meyer. Gifford Pinch O.T., John Muir, and the Boundaries of Politics in American Thought. Polity 30, No. 2, Winter 1997 270 to 71. 14. Brigham, Empowering the West, 21 to 22. 15. Ronald C. Tobey, Technology as Freedom, The New Deal and the Electrical Modernization of the American Home, Berkeley, University of California Pre-SS, 1996, 12 to 13. 16. Tobey, Technology as Freedom, 208. 17. Thomas P. Hughes, Networks of Power, Electrification in Western Society 18801930, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1983, 442. 18. McCarto vs. Indianapolis Water Company, 272 U.S. 400, 1926. 19. Smith vs. Ames, 169 U.S. 466, 1898. 20. Paul. Garfield and Wallace F. Lovejoy, Public Utility Economics, Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, Prentice Hall, 1964, 124 to 25. 21. Robert L. Hale. Conflicting Judicial Criteria of Utility Rates, the Need for a Judicial Restatement. Columbia Law Review 38, No. 6, June 1938 964. 22. James C. Bonbright. The Problem of Valuation, The Economic Merits of Original Cost and Reproduction Cost. Harvard Law Review 41, No. 5, March 1928 599. 23. David E. Lilienthal. Regulation of Public Utilities During the Depression. Harvard Law Review 46, No. 5, March 1933 754 to 55. 24. William E. Mosher and Finley G. Crawford, Public Utility Regulation, New York, Harper and Brothers, 1933, 194, 196. 25. Charles W. Smith. Prudent Investment Theory in Public Utility Rate Making. Accounting Review 21, No. 3, July 1946, 298. 26. David E. Lilienthal. The Regulation of Public Utility Holding Companies. Columbia Law Review 29, No. 4, April 1929 409. 27. Public Utilities Commission v. Romberg, 275 0432, 1916. 28. Norman S. Buchanan. Certain Aspects of Utility Service Contracts. Journal of Business of the University of Chicago 7, No. 2, April 1934 108, 114 to 15. 29. State of Missouri ex rel. Southwestern Bell Telephone Company v. Public Service Commission of Missouri, 262 U.S. 276, 1923. 30. E.W. Morehouse. Some Problems of State Control of Public Utility Holding Companies. Journal of Land and Public Utility Economics 5, No. 1, February 1929-21. 31. Morehouse. Some Problems of State Control. 21. 32. Mosher and Crawford, Public Utility Regulation, 342-43. Notes. To pages 46-50. Greater than 301. 33. Paul G. Mahoney. The Public Utility Pyramids. Journal of Legal Studies 41, No. 1, 2012, 42-43. 34. Lilienthal. The Regulation of Public Utility Holding Companies. 429. James C. Bonbright and Gardiner C. Means, the holding company, its public significance, and its regulation. New York, McGraw-Hill Book Company, 1932, 16-17, 167-74. 35. Ralph C. Hahn. The Memphis Power and Light Deal. Southern Economic Journal 6, No. 3, January 1940, 348. 36. James Cummings Bonbright. The Evils of the Holding Company. Annal S. of the American Academy of Political and Social Science 159, No. 1, January 1932 3. 37. G. Cullum Davis. The Transformation of the Federal Trade Commission, 19141929. Mississippi Valley Historical Review 49, No. 3, December 1962 440. 38. Davis. The Transformation of the Federal Trade Commission. 455. 39. Philip J. Funigiello, Toward a National Power Policy, The New Deal and the Electric Utility Industry, 1933-1941, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, University of Pittsburgh Press, 1973, 6-7. 40. Robert M. Law Follett Jr. Law Follett Progressivism in 1928. Current History 28, No. 3, June 1928 357. 41. Funigiello, Towards a National Power Policy, 17-18, 28. 42. Reclamation Act of 1902, U.S. Code 43, 1996, Sections 391 etc. 43. Donald Worcester, Rivers of Empire, Water, Aridity, and the Growth of the American West, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1985, 132-34. 44. Mark Reisner, Cadillac Desert, The American West and Its Disappearing Water, New York, Penguin Books, 1993, 111-16. 45. Worcester, Rivers of Empire, 161. 46. Greg N., Scott, Larry K., Nuss, and John Laboon. Concrete Dam Evolution, The Bureau of Reclamation's Contributions to 2002. In Bureau of Reclamation, History Essays from the Centennial Symposium Volumes 1 and 2, edition Britt Allen Story, Denver, Colorado, Bureau of Reclamation, 2008, 2, 47. J. Brigham. From Water to Water and Power, The Changing Charge of the Bureau of Reclamation. In Story, Bureau of Reclamation, 709-10. 48. 43 USC Section 522, 1976. 49. Charles K. McFarland. The Federal Government and Water Power, 1901-1913, A Legislative Study in the Nascence of Regulation. Land Economics 42, No. 4, November 1966, 442-43. 50. Gifford Pinchot. Long Struggle for Effective Water Power Legislation. George Washington Law Review 14, No. 1, December 1945 11. 51. Paul W. Hurt, The Wired Northwest, The History of Electric Power, 187 OS 197 OS, Lawrence, University Pre-SS of Kansas, 2012, 54. 52. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations, Part 72A. 35. 53. Report of the Commissioner of Corporations on Water Power Development in the United States, 1912, 98-112. https://www.google.com/books/editions/report_of_the_commissioner_of_corporation. SOREAMAJ, high equals N and GBPV equals 1 and DQ equals report plus of plus the plus commissioner plus of plus corporations plus on plus water power plus development plus and plus the plus United plus states and printsec equals front cover. 302. Notes. To pages 50-55. 54. Richard White, The Organic Machine, The Making of the Columbia River, New York, Hill and Wan, 1995, 54. 55. 16 U.S.C. Section 791. 56. Federal Water Power Act of 1920, U.S. Code 16, Section 800. 57. National Defense Act of 1916, Pub. L. 64 to 85, 39 Stat. 166. 58. King, The Conservation Fight, 309, 328. 59. Muscle Shoals Inquiry, Majority and Minority Reports of the Muscle Shoals Inquiry, 1925, 18. Available at Hine Online. 60. Preston. Hubbard. The Story of Muscle Shoals. Current History 34, Number 201, May 1958 267. 61. Preston. Hubbard. Origins of the TVA, The Muscle Shoals Controversy, 1920 to 1932, Nashville, Vanderbilt University Press, 1961, 30, 94. 62. Hubbard. Origins of the TVA, 37. 63. Ford sees wealth in Muscle Shoals. New York Times, December 6, 1921, https://timesmachine.newyorktimes.com/timesmachines/1921/12/06/987687110.pdf, PDF_redirect equals true, and IP equals O. 64. Hubbard. Origins of the TVA, 120 to 21. 65. Hubbard. Origins of the TVA, 113 to 14. 66. Matthew L. Downs. Transforming the South, Federal Development in the Tennessee Valley, 1915 to 1960, Baton Rouge, Louisiana State University Press, 2014, 31. 67. Muscle Shoals Inquiry, Majority and Minority Reports, 20. 68. Hubbard. Origins of the TVA, 19. 69. Hubbard. Origins of the TVA, 5 to 6. 70. Lowett, George W. Norris, 245. 71. Lowett, George W. Norris, 245. 72. Lowett, George W. Norris, 209. 73. Hubbard. Origins of the TVA, 149. 74. Hubbard. Origins of the TVA, 150. 75. Lowett, George W. Norris, 256. 76. Lowett, George W. Norris, 257 to 58. 77. Lowett, George W. Norris, 150 to 51. 78. Downs. Transforming the South, 32 to 35. 79. Hubbard. Origins of the TVA, 205. So. Senator Norris, speaking on S.J. Res. 46, February 23, 1928, 70th Sohm, First Sess. Congressional Record 69.33442. 81. Preston. Hubbard. The Muscle Shoals Controversy, 1920 to 1932. Tennessee Historical Quarterly 18, Number 3, September 1959 205. 82. Arthur S. Link. What Happened to the Progressive Movement in the 1920s? American Historical Review 64, Number 4, July 1959 847. 83. House Vote on Reese Amendment, S.J. Res. 49, 71st Sohm, Second Sess. Congressional Record 72.99766. Notes. 84. Conference Report Muscle. To pages 55 to 59. Greater than 303. Shoals, S.J. Res. 49, on February 23, 1928, 70th Sohm, First Sess. Congressional Record 69.35570. 85. King, The Conservation Fight, 3956 to 57. 86. Herbert Hoover. Veto Message Relating to Disposition of Muscle Shoals, March 3, 1931. 71st Sohm, 3D Session, Senate Doc. Number 321, 6. 87. Hoover. Veto Message. 6. 88. U.S. Congress, Senate, Committee on Agriculture and Forestry, Disposition of Muscle Shoals, S.J. Res. 49, 70th Cong, First Sess. 1928, 1. 89. Chinat Gopalakrishnan. The Doctrine of Prior Appropriation and Its Impact on Water Development, A Critical Survey. American Journal of Economics and Sociology 32, Number 1, January 1973 61-63. 90. In a 1922 decision, the Supreme Court held that prior appropriation applied across state lines. The court ruled that prior appropriation by mining companies in Colorado trumped the state of Wyoming and its residents of their right to use the Colorado's waters. Wyoming versus Colorado, 259 U.S. 419, 1922. 91. Duckworth versus Watsonville Water and Light Company, 49 calories. Dec. 868, 1915. 92. Norris Hunley, Water in the West, The Colorado River Compact and the Politics of Water in the American West, Berkeley, University of California Press, 2009, 193. 93. Hunley, Water in the West, 116-17. 94. Michael Hiltzik, Colossus, New York, Free Press, 2010, 37-51. 95. Daniel Tyler. Delphus Emery Carpenter and the Colorado River Compact of 1922. Water Law Review 1, No. 2, June 1998, 229-30. 96. Charles Myers. The Colorado River. Stanford Law Review 19, No. 1, 1966, 12. 97. Robert W. Adler. Revisiting the Colorado River Compact, Time for a Change? Journal of Land, Resources, and Environmental Law 28, No. 1, 2008, 26-27. 98. Hunley, Water in the West, 183. 99. Beverly Bowen Mueller, Phil Swing and Boulder Dam, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1971, 21. 100. Hunley, Water in the West, 193. 101. U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, Problems of Imperial Valley and Vicinity, Washington, D.C., U.S. Government Printing Office, 1922. 102. Senator Ashurst, Minority Views to Accompany S. 728, March 20, 1928, 70th. Kong vs. Report 592, Part 2, 1-2. 103. Paul L. Kleinsorge, The Boulder Canyon Project, Historical and Economic Aspects, Stanford, California, Stanford University Press, 1941, 78-79. 104. Senator Johnson, Speaking on S. 728, April 26, 1928, 70th Sohm. First S. Congressional Record 69.7, 7248. 105. Representative Douglas, Speaking on H.R. 5773, May 23, 1928, 70th Sohm. First S. Congressional Record 69.9, 9627. 106. Kleinsorge, The Boulder Canyon Project, 124. St. Anthony Falls Water Power Company v. Board of Water Commissioners of City of St. Paul, 168 U.S. 349, 359, 1897. The Montello, 87 U.S. 430, 439, 441-42, 1874. 304 notes to pages 59-62. 107. Gibbons vs. Ogden, 22 U.S.1, 1824. 108. Representative Sproul, Speaking on H.R. 5773, May 24, 1928, 70th Sohm. First S. Congressional Record 69, PT 9, 9763. 109. Representative Douglas, Minority Views to Accompany H.R. 5773, March 15, 1928, 70th Sohm. First S. Report 918, Part 2, 43. 110. Representative Leatherwood, Minority Views to Accompany H.R. 5773, March 15, 1928, 70th Sohm. First S. Report 918, Part 3, 5. 111. Senator Ashurst, Minority Views to Accompany S. 728, March 20, 1928, 70th Sohm. First S. Report 592, Part 2, 4-5. 112. Thomas G. Smith. Lewis Douglas, Arizona Politics and the Colorado River Controversy. Arizona and the West 22, No. 2, Summer 1980, 132. 113. Jack L. August Jr. Carl Hayden, Arizona, and the Politics of Water Development in the Southwest, 1923-1928. Pacific Historical Review 58, No. 2, May 1989, 198. 114. Walter Rozenek, Against the Compact, The Critical Opposition of George W. P. Hunt. Journal of Arizona History 25, No. 2, Summer 1984, 164. 115. Arizona would not ratify the compact until 1943. Malcolm B. Parsons, Origins of the Colorado River Controversy in Arizona Politics. Arizona and the West 4, No. 1, Spring 1962, 27. 116. Kleinsorge, The Boulder Canyon Project, 71. 117. U.S. Congress, House, Committee on Irrigation and Reclamation, Boulder Canyon Project, Report, to accompany H.R. 5773, 70th Sohm. First Session, 1928, H.R. Republic No. 918, 5. 118. Boulder Canyon Project, U.S. Code 43, 1996, Section 617 et seq. 119. Hiltzik, Colossus, 69. 120, Boulder Canyon Project, U.S. Code 43, 1996, Section 617D, C. 121, Boulder Canyon Project, U.S. Code 43, 1996, Section 617D, Sarah S. Elkind. Private Power at Boulder Dam, Utilities, Government Power, and Political Realism. In Story, Bureau of Reclamation, 455. 122, Representative Davenport, speaking on H.R. 5773, May 25, 1928, 70th Zone, First Sess, Congressional Record 69, PT 9, 9976. 123, Lowett, George W. Norris, 353. 124, Representative Swing, speaking on H.R. 5773, December 18, 1928, 70th Zone, Second Sess, Congressional Record 70.1832. 125, Kleinsorge, The Boulder Canyon Project, 78 to 79. 126, 43 U.S.C. Section 617D, C. 127, 43 U.S.C. Section 617D, C. 128, Brigham, Empowering the West, 73 to 95. 129, David Schapp, Municipal Ownership in the Electric Utility Industry, New York, Praeger, 1986, 53. 130, Chinatown, directed by Roman Polanski, 2 hours, 11 minutes. Paramount Pictures, 1974. 131, Nelson Van Vallen. A neglected aspect of the Owens River Aqueduct story, the inception of the Los Angeles Municipal Electric System. Southern California Quarterly 59, No. 1, 1977-85. Notes. To pages 63 to 67 greater than 305. 132, Nelson Van Vallen. Power Politics, The Struggle for Municipal Ownership of Electric Utilities in Los Angeles, 1905 to 1937 Foot, Ph.D. Dis. Claremont Graduate School and University Center, 1964, 56 to 57. 133, Van Vallen. Power Politics, 85. 134, Van Vallen. Power Politics, 98. 135, Van Vallen. Power Politics, 117. 136, Van Vallen. Power Politics, 127. 137, Van Vallen. Power Politics, 210. 138, Hurt, The Wire Northwest, 171 to 73, Glen E. Edgerton. Preliminary Permits for Water Power. Military Engineer 20, No. 111, May-June 1928 209. 139, Dean Scott Salt. The Power of Water, A History of the Sacramento Municipal Utility District's Upper American River. M.A. Thesis, California State University, Sacramento, 2015, 58 to 59. 140, Brigham, Empowering the West, 121. 141, Brigham, Empowering the West, 69, Emerson P. Schmidt. The Movement for Public Ownership of Power in Oregon. Journal of Land and Public Utility Economics 7, No. 1, February 1931 52, Elliott Marple. The Movement for Public Ownership of Power in Washington. Journal of Land and Public Utility Economics 7, No. 1, February 1931 61. 142, Gene Christie. Giant Power, A Progressive Proposal of the 1920s. Pennsylvania Magazine of History and Biography 96, No. 4, October 1972 481. 143, Christie. Giant Power. 493 to 94. 144, Hughes, Networks of Power, 311 to 12. 145, Morris Leland Cookie. The Early Days of the Rural Electrification Idea. 1914 to 1936. American Political Science Review 42, No. 3, June 1948 441 to 42. 146, David McFarlane. The Hydro Pow Broker, Robert Moses, Pasney, and the Niagara and St. Lawrence Megaprojects. New York History 101, No. 2, Winter 2020, 299. 147, Franklin D. Roosevelt. The Revision of the Public Service Commission's Law. Proceedings of the Academy of Political Science 14, No. 1, Public Control of Power, May 1930 202. 148, John Bauer. New York Survey of Public Utility Regulation. American Economic Review 20, No. 3, September 1930 390. 149, Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 18. 150, Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 60. 151, McDonald Insel, 165 to 76. 152. Ernest Gruning. Power and Propaganda. American Economic Review 21, Number 1, March 1931 202 to 4. 153. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 13. 154. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 13. 305. 155. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 70 to 75. 156. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 98. 157. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 10. 306 notes to pages 68 to 73. 158. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 162. 159. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 113, 123, 342. 160. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 233. 161. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 296. 162. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 286. 163. Representative LaGuardia, speaking on H.R. 5773, May 24, 1928, 70th Somme, 1st. Sess. Congressional Record 69, PT 9, 9775. 164. Representative LaGuardia, speaking on H.R. 5773, 9776. 165. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 302. 166. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 125. 167. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 119. 168. Federal Trade Commission. Utility Corporations. 125. Chapter 3. 1. Forrest McDonald Insull, The Rise and Fall of a Billionaire Utility Tycoon, Wash. Inkton, D.C., Beard Books, 2004, 237. 2. James C. Bonbright and Gardiner C. Means, The Holding Company, Its Public Significance, and Its Regulation, New York, McGraw-Hill Book Company, 1932, 94. 3. Marion Livington Ramsey, Pyramids of Power, The Story of Roosevelt, Insull, and the Utility Wars, Indianapolis, Indiana Bobbs Merrill Company, 1937, 56. 4. Federal Power Commission. National Power Survey, Interim Report, Power Series No. 1, 1935, 12. 5. John Kenneth Galbraith, The Great Crash 1929, New York, Mariner Books, 2009, 151 to 54. 6. McDonald Insull, 284 to 85. 7. John Clayton. The New Home of the Chicago Civic Opera. National Munich EPO Review 19, No. 3 March 1930 158. 8. John L. Neufeld, Selling Power, Economics, Policy, and Electric Utilities Before 1940, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2016, 106. 9. Richard Munson. From Edison to Enron. Electricity Journal 18, No. 9, November 2005, 59. 10. McDonald Insull, 281 to 82. 11. Norman S. Buchanan. The Public Utility Holding Company Problem. California. Law Review 25, No. 5, July 1937 526. 12. McDonald Insull, 248 to 49. 13. McDonald Insull, 289 to 90. 14. Jeremiah D. Lambert, The Power Brokers, The Struggle to Shape and Control the Electric Power Industry, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT Press, 2015, 43. 15. McDonald Insull, 304. 16. Lambert, The Power Brokers, 47. Notes. To pages 73-78 greater than 307. 17. McDonald Insull, 312 to 17. 18. Munson. From Edison to Enron. 61. 19. Robert F. Ritchie, Integration of Public Utility Holding Companies, Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Law School, 1954 3. 20. Neufeld, Selling Power, 115. 21. Arthur R. Taylor. Losses to the Public and the Insull Collapse, 1932 to 1946. Business History Review 36, No. 2, Summer 1962 188. 22. Ernest Gruning. Power as a Campaign Issue. Current History 37, Number 1, October 1932, 44. 23. Herbert Hoover. Veto message relating to disposition of Muscle Shoals, March 3, 1931. 71st Cong. 3rd Sess. Senate Document Number 321, 6. 24. Sally Stein. FDR, Disability and Politics, A View from the South. Public Historian 27, Number 2, Spring 2005, 86-87. 25. Thomas Kincaid McCraw. TVA in the Power Fight, 1933-1939. Ph.D. Dis. University of Wisconsin, 1970, 54-55. 26. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Campaign address in Portland, Oregon on public util. 80s and development of hydroelectric power. Speech, September 21, 1932, Ammer. Icon Presidency Project, https://www.presidency.uxp.edu/documents/campaign address Portland, Oregon Public Utilities and Development Hydroelectric Power. 27. Roosevelt. Campaign address in Portland, Oregon. 28. Roosevelt. Campaign address in Portland, Oregon. 29. Roosevelt. Campaign address in Portland, Oregon. 30. Roosevelt. Campaign address in Portland, Oregon. 31. Roosevelt. Campaign address in Portland, Oregon. 32. Roosevelt. Campaign address in Portland, Oregon. 33. A momentous political realignment. U.S. Senate, accessed August 16, 2022, https://www.senate.gov/about/origins-foundations/parties-leadership/1932 political realignment.htm. 34. John A. Riggs High Tension, FDR's Battle to Power America, New York, Diversion Books, 2020 88. 35. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Message to Congress suggesting the Tennessee Valley Authority. Washington, D.C., April 10, 1933, American Presidency Project, https, uneasyface/www.presidency.ucsb.edu/documents/message Congress suggesting the Tennessee Valley Authority. 36. Tennessee Valley Authority, H.R. 5081, 73rd Some, Section 4, J, Section 17. 37. Tennessee Valley Authority, H.R. 5081, Section 10. 38. Tennessee Valley Authority, H.R. 5081, Section 12. 39. Tennessee Valley Authority, H.R. 5081, Section 5b. 40. Tennessee Valley Authority, H.R. 5081, Section 1. 41. Roosevelt. Message to Congress suggesting the Tennessee Valley Authority. 308. Notes. To pages 78 to 82. 42. Senator Metcalf, speaking on S. 1272, May 2, 1933, 73rd Some. First Sess. Congressional Record 77.3, 2678. 43. Senator Austin, speaking on S. 1272, May 2, 1933, 73rd Some. First Sess. Congressional Record 77.3, 2666. 44. U.S. Congress, House, Committee on Military Affairs, Muscle Shoals, Report, to accompany H.R. 5081, 73rd Some. First Sess. 1933, H.R. Report. Number 48, 16. 45. U.S. Congress, House, Committee on Military Affairs, Muscle Shoals, Report, 16. 46. Riggs High Tension, 98-99. 47. Representative Weideman, speaking on H.R. 5081, April 24, 1933, 73rd Some. First Sess. Congressional Record 77.2, 2280. 48. William F. Willingham, Water Power in the Wilderness, The History of Bonneville Lock and Dam, Portland, Oregon, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, 1997-2. 49. Federal Power Commission. National Power Survey. 37. Mitchell Ray Green. The Political Economy of the Pacific Northwest, A Surplus Lunch. Ph.D. Dis. University. City of Missouri, Kansas City, 2015, 107. 50. Roosevelt. Campaign address in Portland, Oregon. 51. J. Kerwin Williams, Grants and Aid under the Public Works Administration, New York, AMS Press, 1939, 63. 52. Paul W. Hurt, The Wired Northwest, The History of Electric Power, 187 OS 197 OS, Lawrence, University Press of Kansas, 2012, 234-36. 53. Mark Reisner, Cadillac Desert, The American West and Its Disappearing Water, New York, Penguin Books, 1993, 156-57. 54. United States vs. Arizona, 295 U.S. 174, 1935. 55. Philip J. Funigiello, Toward a National Power Policy, The New Deal and the Electric Utility Industry, 1933-1941, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, University of Pittsburgh Press, 1973, 175. 56. U.S. Congress, House, Committee on Rivers and Harbors, Columbia River, Bonneville Dam, Oregon and Washington, Hearings before the Committee on Rivers and Harbor, 75th Sohm, 1st Sess. 1937, 67-70. 57. Gus Norwood, Columbia River Power for the People, A History of Policies of the Bonneville Power Administration, Portland, Oregon, U.S. Department of Energy, 1981, 57. U.S. Congress, Senate, Committee on Commerce, Completion and Operation of the Bonneville Project, Hearings before the Committee on Commerce, 75th Sohm, 1st Sess. 1937. 23. 58. Norwood, Columbia River Power for the People, 65. U.S. Congress, Senate, Committee on Commerce, Completion and Operation of the Bonneville Project, Hearings before the Committee on Commerce, 75th Sohm, 1st Sess. 1937, 9, 59. Bonneville Project Act, Section 6. 60. Norwood, Columbia River Power for the People, 69. 61. Bonneville Project Act, Section 4. 62. Norris promises a bill for national TVA. He would control floods and develop power. New York Times, April 1, 1937. 63. William E. Lou C.H. Tenberg. Roosevelt, Norris and the Seven Little TVAs. Journal of Politics 14, No. 3, August 1952 440-41. Notes. To pages 82-86. Greater than 309. 64. David P. Billington and Donald C. Jackson, Big Dams of the New Deal Era, A Confluence of Engineering and Politics, Norman, University of Oklahoma Press, 2006, 293-94. 65. Billington and Jackson, Big Dams of the New DA/Era, 360-61. 66. Lacey K. Ford, Empowering Communities, How Electric Cooperatives Transformed Rural South Carolina, Columbia, University of South Carolina Press, 2022, 21. Gavin Wright. The New Deal and the Modernization of the South. Federal History 2, 2010 60-61. John Williams, The Untold Story of the Colorado River Authority, College Station, Texas A&M University Press, 2016, 867, 1129. 67. Roosevelt. Campaign Address in Portland, Oregon. 68. Public Works Administration, America Builds, The Record of PWA, Washington, D.C., U.S. Government Printing Office, 1939, 122-23. 69. Williams, Grants and Aid under the Public Works Administration, 49, 90-92. 70. Roosevelt. Campaign Adder SS in Portland, Oregon. 71. Giles H. Penstone. Public Power Districts and Cooperatives, Their Contribution to Rural Electrification. Nebraska Law Review 30, No. 3, 1951 459-60. 72. Brown. Rural Electrification in the South. 71-87. 73. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Executive Order 7037, Establishing the Rural Electrification Administration. May 11, 1935, American Presidency Project, accessed August 16, 2022, https://www.presidency.usp.edu/documents/Executive Order 7037 establishing the Rural Electrification Administration. Brown. Rural Electrification in the South. 133. 74. Roosevelt, Executive Order 7037. 75. Brown. Rural Electrification in the South. 120. 76. U.S. Congress, Senate, Committee on Agriculture and Forestry, Rural Electrification, Report, to accompany S. 3483, 74th Sohm, 2nd Sess. 1936 S. Report. Number 1581. 77. U.S. Congress, House, Committee on Interstate and Foreign Commerce, Rural Electrification, Report, to accompany S. 3483, 74th Sohm. 2nd Session, 1936 S. Report. Number 2219. 78. U.S. Congress, House, Committee on Interstate and Foreign Commerce, Rural Electrification, Hearing before the Committee on Interstate and Foreign Commerce, 74th. Song, 2nd Sess, 1936-39. 79. U.S. Congress, Senate. Rural Electrification, Comparative Print S. 3483. 74th Song, 2nd Session, Senate Doc. Number 194. So. Senator Norris, speaking on S. 3483, February 25, 1936, 74th Song, 2nd Sess. Congressional Record So. Point. 3, 2752. 81. Representative Rayburn, speaking on S. 3483, April 9, 1936, 74th Song, 2nd Sess. Congressional Record So. Point. 5, 5284. 82. U.S. Congress, House, Committee on Interstate and Foreign Commerce, Rural Electrification, hearing before the Committee on Interstate and Foreign Commerce, 74th Song, 2nd Sess, 1936-56. 83. U.S. Congress, House, Committee on Interstate and Foreign Commerce, Rural Electrification, 76. 310 notes to pages 86 to 90. 84. U.S. Congress, House, Committee on Interstate and Foreign Commerce, Rural Electrification, So. 85. U.S. Congress, House, Committee on Interstate and Foreign Commerce, Rural Electrification, So. 86. U.S. Congress, Senate, Committee on Agriculture and Forestry, Rural Electrification, Report, to accompany S. 3483, 74th Song, 2nd Sess, 1936 S, Report. Number 1581-3. 87. Brian Q. Cannon. Power Relations, Western Rural Electric Cooperatives and the New Deal. Western Historical Quarterly 31, No. 2, Summer 2136. 88. Rural Electrification Act of 1936, S. 3483, 73 th Song, 2nd Sess. Section 3A-B. 89. Rural Electrification Act of 1936, Section 5. 90. Rural Electrification Act of 1936, Section 4. 91. Rural Electrification Act of 1936, Section 4. 92. Rural Electrification Act of 1936, Section 5. 93. Rural Electrification Act of 1936, Section 4. 94. Ellis W. Hawley, The New Deal and the Problem of Monopoly, A Study in Economic Ambivalence, New York, Fordham University Press, 1966, 326. 95. Funigiello, Toward a National Power Policy, 57. 96. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Annual Message to Congress. Washington, D.C., January 4, 1935, American Presidency Project, https://www.presidency.uxp.edu/documents/annual message Congress 3. 97. Funigiello, Toward a National Power Policy, 52-53. 98. Robert H. Tucker. The Public Utility Act of 1935, Its Background and Significance. Southern Economic Journal 4, No. 4, April 1938 431. 99. Public Utilities Commission of Rhode Island vs. Attleboro Steam and Electric Company, 273 U.S. 83, 1927. 100. Riggs High Tension, 125-26. 101. U.S. Congress, House, Committee on Interstate and Foreign Commerce, Public Utility Holding Companies, hearing before the Committee on Interstate and Foreign Com. MERS 74th Song, 1st Sess, 1935 4-5. 102. U.S. Congress, Senate, Committee on Interstate Commerce, Public Utility Act of 1935, Report, to accompany S. 2796, 74th Song, 1st Sess, 1935 S, Report. Number 621, 32-34. 103. Riggs High Tension, 125. 104. U.S. Congress, House of Representatives, Committee on Interstate and Foreign Commerce, hearing on H.R. 5423, Public Utility Act of 1935, 74th Song, 1st Sess, 1935, 11-12. 105. Representative Sabbath, speaking on S. 2796, August 24, 1935, 74th Song, 1st Sess, Congressional Record 79.13, 14624. 106. Funigiello, Toward a National Power Policy, 106. 107. Paul G. Mahoney. The Public Utility Pyramids. Journal of Legal Studies 41, No. 1, January 2012 44. 108, Mahoney. The Public Utility Pyramids. 112. 109, ALA Schechter Poultry Corp. 5. United States, 295 U.S. 495, 1935. Notes. To pages 90 to 94. Greater than 311. 110. Representative Hamlin, speaking on S. 2796, June 29, 1935, 74th Somme. First S. Congressional Record 79.10-10414. 111. Senator Metcalf, speaking on S. 2796, June 6, 1935, 74th Somme. First S. Congressional Record 79.88751. 112. Representative Wilson, speaking on S. 2796, June 27, 1935, 74th Somme. First S. Congressional Record 79.910332. 113. Representative Eicher, speaking on S. 2796, June 28, 1935, 74th Somme. First S. Congressional Record 79.910358. 114. Representative Eicher, speaking on S. 2796, June 28, 1935, 68 to 69. 115. Funigiello, toward a national power policy, 66. 116. Senator Wheeler, speaking on S. 2796, May 31, 1935, 74th Somme. First S. Congressional Record 79.88439. 117. Senator Barkley, speaking on S. 2796, May 29, 1935, 74th Somme. First S. Congressional Record 79.88391. Senator Wheeler, speaking on S. 2796, June 10, 1935, 74th Somme. First S. Congressional Record 79.88933. 118. Senate or Barkley, speaking on S. 2796, May 31, 1935, 74th Somme. First S. Congressional Record 79.88440. 119. Senator Barkley, speaking on S. 2796, June 11, 1935, 74th Somme. First S. Con. Congressional Record 79.89046. 120. Representative Rankin, speaking on S. 2796, August 24, 1935, 74th Somme. First S. Congressional Record 79.13-14623. 121. Representative Rayburn, speaking on S. 2796, June 27, 1935, 74th Somme. First S. Congressional Record 79.9-10316-17. 122. Representative Sisson, speaking on S. 2796, June 28, 1935, 74th Somme. First S. Congressional Record 79.910392. 123. Senator Norris, speaking on S. 2796, June 3, 1935, 74th Somme. First S. Congressional Record 79.88493. 124. Funigiello, towards a national power policy, 112. 125. Representative Zajac, speaking on S. 2796, July 1, 1935, 74th Somme. First S. Congressional Record 79.1010563. 126. Funigiello, toward a national power policy, 82 to 83. 127. Funigiello, toward a national power policy, 83 to 88. 128. Funigiello, toward a national power policy, 98. 129. Representative Eicher, speaking on S. 2796, July 1, 1935, 74th Somme. First S. Congressional Record 79.10-10511 to 12. 130. Funigiello, toward a national power policy, 91. 131. Representative Hoffman, speaking on S. 2796, July 1, 1935, 74th Somme. First S. Congressional Record 79.1010565. 132. Riggs High Tension, 130. 133. William A. Gregory. Hugo Black's Congressional Investigation of Lobbying and the Public Utility Holding Company Act, A Historical View of the Power Trust, New Deal Politics, and Regulatory Propaganda. Oklahoma Law Review 29, 1976 552. 312 notes to pages 94 to 99. 134. U.S. Congress, Senate, Special Committee to Investigate Lobbying Activities S. Res. 165, a resolution providing / or an investigation of lobbying activities in connection with the so-called Holding Company Bill S. 2796 hearing before the Special Committee to Investigate Lobbying Activities, 74th Cong, 1st Sess. 1935, 61 to 64. 135. U.S. Congress, Senate, Special Committee to Investigate Lobbying Activities, S. Res. 165, 61 to 62. 136. U.S. Congress, Senate, Special Committee to Investigate Lobbying Activities, S. Res. 165, 65 to 66. 137. U.S. Congress, Senate, Special Committee to Investigate Lobbying Activities, S. Res. 165, 196. 138. U.S. Congress, Senate, Special Committee to Investigate Lobbying Activities, S. Res. 165, 139. 139. U.S. Congress, Senate, Special Committee to Investigate Lobbying Activities, S. Res. 165, 437, 87. 140. Robert S. Allen. Utility Baron in Eliza Roll. Literary Digest 120, August 17, 1935 6. 141. Gregory. Hugo Black's Congressional Investigation of Lobbying and the Public Utility Holding Company Act. 563 to 64. 142. U.S. Congress, Senate, Special Committee to Investigate Lobbying Activities, S. Res. 165, 1097 to 1101. 143. Funigiello, Toward a National Power Policy, 115. U.S. Congress, Senate, Special Committee to Investigate Lobbying Activities, S. Res. 165, 1273. 144. U.S. Congress, Senate, Special Committee to Investigate Lobbying Activities, S. Res. 165, 988 to 89, 1095 to 96. 145. Funigiello, Toward a National Power Policy, 94 to 96. 146. U.S. Congress, House, Committee of Conference, Conference Report, to accompany H.R. 5081, 74th Some, 1st Sess. 1935, H.R. Report. Number 1903, 14620. 147. Funigiello, Toward a National Power Policy, 92, 96. 148. Funigiello, Toward a National Power Policy, 119. Chapter 4. 1. The chapter title comes from Woody Guthrie. Roll on Columbia. 1987, Track 2, Columbia River Collection. 2. Sarah Cano Hughes. Touching Power, White Womanhood, Colonial Spectacle, and the Forces of Nature at the Boulder Power Inaugural. Arcadia 34, Summer 2021 2. 3. John L. Neufeld, Selling Power, Economics, Policy, and Electric Utilities Before 1940. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2016, 166. 4. Neufeld, Selling Power, 166, E. F. Scattergood. Engineering and Economic Features of the Boulder Dam. Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science 135, January 1928 119. 5. Donald C. Jackson. Origins of Boulder/Hoover Dam, Siting, Design, and Hydro. Electric Power. In Bureau of Reclamation, History Essays from the Centennial Symposium Volumes 1 and 2, Edition Britt Allen Story, Denver, Colorado, Bureau of Reclamation, 2008, 279. Notes. To pages 100 to 103. Greater than 313. 6. Donald Worster, Rivers of Empire, Water, Aridity, and the Growth of the American West. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1985, 169 to 70, 241 to 42. 7. J. Brigham. From Water to Water and Power, The Changing Charge of the Bureau of Reclamation. In Story, Bureau of Reclamation, 709 to 10. 8. Michael Hiltzik, Colossus, New York, Free Press, 2010, 156. 9. Hiltzik, Colossus, 311, Donald C. Swain. The Bureau of Reclamation and the New Deal, 1933 to 1940. Pacific Northwest Quarterly 61, No. 3, July 1970 138. 10. Hiltzik, Colossus, 381. 11. George B. Barber. Boulder Dam and its Geographical Setting. Geographical Journal 86, No. 6, December 1935 500, Robert M. Glendinning. Desert Change, A Study of the Boulder Dam Area. Scientific Monthly 61, Number 3, September 1945 188, R. G. Scarrett. Steel Arteries for Boulder Dam. Scientific American 151, Number 4, October 1934 191. 12. Hiltzik, Colossus, 385. 13. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Address at the dedication of Boulder Dam. Speech, Boulder Dam, September 30, 1935, The American Presidency Project, https://www.presidency.uxp.edu/documents/address the dedication Boulder Dam. 14. Roosevelt. Address at the dedication of Boulder Dam. 15. Roosevelt. Address at the dedication of Boulder Dam. 16. Michael Duchemin. Water, Power and Tourism, Hoover Dam and the Making of the New West. California History 86, Number 5, 2009, 67. 17. E. F. Scattergood. The Status of Boulder Canyon Power Allocations. Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science 149, No. 2, March 1938. 18. Paul T. Holman. Economic Aspects of the Boulder Dam Project. Quarterly Journal of Economics 45, Number 2, February 1931 197. 19. Holman. Economic Aspects of the Boulder Dam Project. 197. 20. Holman. Economic Aspects of the Boulder Dam Project. 197. 21. Holman. Economic Aspects of the Boulder Dam Project. 198. 22. Thomas F. Ford. What Hoover Dam Means to Municipalities of Southern California. National Municipal Review 19, 1930 827. 23. Holman. Economic Aspects of the Boulder Dam Project. 197-98. 24. Paul L. Kleinsorge, The Boulder Canyon Project, Historical and Economic Aspects, Palo Alto, California, Stanford University Press, 1941, 97, 115. 25. Robert W. Harbison. The Power Program of the Tennessee Valley Authority. Journal of Land and Public Utility Economics 12, No. 1, February 1936 20-21. 26. Richard A. Colignan, Power Plays, Critical Events in the Institutionalization of the Tennessee Valley Authority, Albany, State University of New York Press, 1997, 88-116. 27. Joseph Barnes Wilkie, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1952, 71. 28. Thomas Kincaid McCraw. TVA and the Power Fight, 1933-1939. Ph.D. Dis. University of Wisconsin, 1970, 61-76. 29. Aaron D. Purcell. Struggle Within, Struggle Without, The TEPCO Case and the Tennessee Valley Authority, 1936-1939. Tennessee Historical Quarterly 61, Number 3, Fall 2002, 195. 314 notes to pages 104-107. 30. Purcell. Struggle Within, Struggle Without. 196. 31. Mac Craw. TVA and the Power Fight. 89. 32. Stephen M. Noose, David E. Lilienthal, The Journey of an American Liberal, Knoxville, University of Tennessee Press, 1996, 77-87. 33. McCraw. TVA and the Power Fight. 101. 34. Noose, David E. Lilienthal, 82. 35. McCraw. TVA and the Power Fight. 91. 36. McCraw. TVA and the Power Fight. 88-89. Jeremiah D. Lambert, The Power Brokers, The Struggle to Shape and Control the Electric Power Industry, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT Press, 2015, 68. 37. Russell B. Porter. Wilkie Attacks TVA as Brutal. New York Times, November 24, 1938, 43. 38. McCraw. TVA and the Power Fight. 175. 39. Ashwander. TVA 9F, Sup. 965, N.E. Ala 1935. 40. TVA v. Ashwander, 78F.2D 578, 5 THCR 1935. 41. Ashwander. TVA, 297 US 288, 1936. 42. Barnes Wilkie, 102-4. 43. George D. Hainbow Jr. The TVA Cases, a quarter century later. Indiana Law Journal 41, No. 2, Winter 1966, 199. 44. McCraw. TVA and the Power Fight. 187. 45. Mac Craw. TVA and the Power Fight. 165. 46. Mac Craw. TVA and the Power Fight. 168. E.g. A.LA. Schechter Poultry Corp. 5. United States, 295 U.S. 495, 1935, United States vs. Butler, 297 U.S. 1, 1936. 47, 50 Stat. 751, 1937. 48, Tennessee Electric Power Company v. TVA, 21F, Sup. 947 E.D. 10. 1938, 49. Margaret A. Gardner. Dramatizing Democracy, The Living Newspaper Plays of the WPA Federal Theater Project. M.A. Thesis, University of Minnesota, 2012, 73. 50. Lorraine Brown. Federal Theater, Melodrama, Social Protest, and Genius. Quarterly Journal of the Library of Congress 36, No. 1, Winter 1979 29. 51. Barry B. Witham, The Federal Theater Project, A Case Study, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2003, 79. 52. Witham, The Federal Theater Project, 79. 53. Tennessee Electric Power Company v. TVA, 306 U.S. 118, 1939. 54. Highenbaugh. The TVA Cases. 201. 55. Gardner. Dramatizing Democracy. 78. 56. McCraw. TVA and the Power Fight. 211. 57. Barnes Wilkie, 127 to 29. 58. McCraw. TVA and the Power Fight. 211. 59. Mac Craw. TVA and the Power Fight. 214. Noose, David E. Lilienthal, 111 to 12. 60. Noose, David A. Lilienthal, 112. Notes. 2 pages. 107 to 110. 61. McCraw. TVA and the Power Fight. 217 to 18. 62. McCraw. TVA and the Power Fight. 86 to 87. Greater than 315. 63. John Oliver. The TVA Power Program. Current History 34, No. 201, May 1958 260 to 61. 64. David E. Lilienthal, TVA Democracy on the March, New York, Penguin Books, 1953, 20. 65. Lilienthal, TVA Democracy on the March, 20. 66. Wesley Arden Dick. When Dams Weren't Damned, The Public Power Crusade and Visions of the Good Life in the Pacific Northwest in the 1930s. Environmental Review, ER 13, No. 4, Autumn-Winter 1989 136. 67. George W. Scott. The New Order of Cincinnatus, Municipal Politics in Seattle during the 1930s. Pacific Northwest Quarterly 64, No. 4, October 1973 137. 68. Wesley Arden Dick. Visions of Abundance, The Public Power Crusade in the Pacific Northwest and the New Deal. Ph.D. Dis. University of Washington, 1973, 266. 69. Michael C. Blum. The Northwest Hydroelectric Heritage, Prologue to the Pacific Northwest Electric Power Planning and Conservation Act. Washington Law Review 58, No. 2, April 1983 200. 70. Gus Norwood, Columbia River Power for the People, A History of Policies of the Bonneville Power Administration, Portland, Oregon, U.S. Department of Energy, 1981, 66. 71. Norwood, Columbia River Power for the People, 66. 72. Bonneville Power Administration, First Annual Report of the Bonneville Administrator, 1939, 17. https://www.google.com/books/editions/annual_report_adminis/etr4eap5qs hi equals n and gbpv equals 1 and bsq equals cooking. 73. Bonneville Power Administration, First Annual Report, 21. 74. Bonneville Power Administration, First Annual Report, 21. 75. Bonneville Power Administration, First Annual Report, 21. 76. Gene Tollefson, BPA and the Struggle for Power at Cost, Portland, Oregon, Bonneville Power Administration, 1987, 136-38. 77. Bonneville Power Administration, First Annual Report, 4. 78. Bonneville Power Administration, Second Annual Report Administrator of the Bonneville Power Administration, 21. 79. Pix Loan Flood Control Act of 1944, PL 78 to 534. So, Gus Norwood, Gift of the Rivers, Power for the People of the Southeast, A History of the Southeastern Power Administration, Washington, D.C., U.S. Government Printing Office, 1990, 21. 81. John Williams, The Untold Story of the Colorado River Authority, College Station, Texas A&M University Press, 2016, 867, 2283. 82. Carl Boyd Brooks, Public Power, Private Dams, The Hells Canyon High Dam Controversy, Seattle, University of Washington Press, 2006. 83. Donald J. Pisani. Federal Reclamation in the 20th Century, A Centennial Perspective. In Story, Bureau of Reclamation, 612. 84. Bonneville Power Administration, First Annual Report, 21. 316 notes to pages 110 to 114. 85. David P. Billington and Donald C. Jackson, Big Dams of the New Deal Era, A Confluence of Engineering and Politics, Norman, University of Oklahoma Press, 2006, 111. 86. Norwood, Columbia River Power for the People, 41. 87. Representative Culkin, speaking on H.R. 6958, May 13, 1937, 75th Sohm, First Sess, Congressional Record 81.4, 4522. 88. Bonneville Power Administration, First Annual Report, 13, News, Lilienthal, 79. 89. Cayenne, Lee and Donnelly Klemke with Marion E. Martz, Electric Power and the Future of the Pacific Northwest, Seattle, University of Washington Pre-SS, 1980-47. 90. News, Davide. Lilienthal, 83-86. 91. Michael McDonald and John Muldowney, TVA and the Dispossessed, Knoxville, University of Tennessee Press, 1982. 92. Richard White, The Organic Machine, The Remaking of the Columbia River, New York, Hill and Wang, 1995, 89. 93. White, The Organic Machine, 20-22. 94. Michael C. Blum and Carrie Behrman. The Belloni Decision and Its Legacy. United States versus Oregon and Its Far-Reaching Effects After a Half-Century. Environmental Law 50, No. 2, 2020, 349. 95. Kane Allen. Replacing Salmon, Columbia River Indian Fishing Rights and the Geography of Fisheries Mitigation. Oregon Historical Quarterly 104, No. 2, Summer 2003, 199-200, Michael C. Blum. The Amphibious Salmon, The Evolution of Ecosystem Management in the Columbia River Basin. Ecological Law Quarterly 24, 1997, 656. 96. Michael L. Lawson, Damned Indians Revisited, The Continuing History of the Pix-Sloan Plan and the Missouri River Sioux, Pierre, South Dakota, SDHS Press, 2009, 163-72. 97. Lawson, Damned Indians Revisited, 15. 98. Rural Electrification Administration, 1939 Report of Rural Electrification Administration, 59. 99. Abby Spinack. Not Quite So Freely as Air, Electrical Statecraft in North American Technology and Culture 61, No. 1, January 2020, 97. 100. Spinack. Not Quite So Freely as Air. 74. 101. Rural Electrification Administration, 1937 Report of Rural Electrification Ad. Ministration 3. 102. DeWard Clayton Brown. Rural Electrification in the South, 1920-1955. Ph.D. Dis. University of California, Los Angeles, 1970, 122-23. 103. D. Clayton Brown, Electricity for Rural America, The Fight for the REA, Westport, Connecticut, Greenwood Press, 1980-50. 104. Morris Lell and Cook. The Early Days of the Rural Electrification Idea, 1914-1936. American Political Science Review 42, No. 3, June 1948, 446. 105. Brown. Rural Electrification in the South. 129-30. 106. Roberta K. Barnt. Nebraska and Rural Electrification through 1940. M.A. Thesis, University of Nebraska at Omaha, 1976, 130. Tollefson, BPA and the Struggle for Power at Cost, 276. 107. Power Districts, an Emerging Device for Low-Cost Electricity. Yale Law Journal 60, 1951, 490-92. Notes. To pages 114-117 greater than 317. 108. Brown, Electricity for Rural America, 53. 109. Joseph G. Knapp, The Rise of American Cooperative Enterprise, 1620 to 1920, Danville, Illinois, Interstate Printers and Publishers, 1969, 53 to 54, NCBA CL USA, 7 Cooperative Principles, https://mpclosa.coop/resources/7 Cooperative Principles/ accessed on May 17, 2023. 110. Victoria Saker Wost, The Farmers Benevolent Trust, Law and Agricultural Cooperation in Industrial America, 1865 to 1945, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 2000. 111. Alex Gurevich, From Slavery to the Cooperative Commonwealth, Labor and Republican Liberty in the 19th Century, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2015. 112. Ronald R. Klein, Consumers in the Country, Technology and Social Change in Rural America, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 2000, 100 to 101. 113. Tollefson, BPA and the Struggle for Power at Cost, 54. 114. Giles H. Penstone. Public Power Districts and Cooperatives, Their Contribution to Rural Electrification. Nebraska Law Review 30, 1951 459. 115. Brian Q. Cannon. Power Relations, Western Rural Electric Cooperatives and the New Deal. Western Historical Quarterly 31, No. 2, Summer 2000, 138 to 39, E. F. Chestnut. Rural Electrification in Arkansas, 1935 to 1940, The Formative Years. Arkansas Historical Quarterly 46, No. 3, Autumn 198 233. 116. Klein, Consumers in the Country, 159 to 60. 117. Rural Electrification Administration, 1937 Report of Rural Electrification Administration, 33. 118. Connor Harrison. Race, Space, and Electric Power, Jim Crow and the 1934 North Carolina Rural Electrification Survey. Annals of the American Association Geogra. PH Airs 106, No. 4, July 2016 919 to 20. 119. Harrison. Race, Space, and Electric Power, 927. 120. Rural Electrification Administration, 1939 Report of Rural Electrification Administration, 137 to 38. 121. Rural Electrification Administration, 1939 Report of Rural Electrification Administration, 56. 122. Rural Electrification Administration, 1937 Report of Rural Electrification Administration, 49 to 50. 123. Gary Allen Donaldson. A History of Louisiana's Rural Electric Cooperatives, 1937 to 1983. M.A. Thesis, Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College, 1983, 34 to 35. 124. Klein, Consumers in the Country, 222. 125. Frank. Bush. History of Montana Rural Electric Cooperatives 1936-1971. Ph.D. Dis. University of Montana, 1975, 98. 126. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration 1940, 12. 127. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration 1940, 12. 318. Notes. To pages 117 to 120. 128. Rural Electrification Administration, 1939 Report of Rural Electrification Administration, 88. 129. Rural Electrification Administration, 1938 Report of Rural Electrification Administration, 90. 130. Cook. Early Days of the Rural Electrification Idea. 444. 131. Tollefson, BPA and the Struggle for Power at Cost, 134 to 35. 132. Rural Electrification Administration, 1939 Report of Rural Electrification Administration, 5. 133. Rural Electrification Administration, 1939 Report of Rural Electrification Administration, 5. 134. Klein, Consumers in the Country, 159 to 62. 135. Klein, Consumers in the Country, 160. 136. Rural Electrification Administration, 1939 Report of Rural Electrification Administration, 145 to 47. 137. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration 1940, 22. 138. Rural Electrification Administration, 1939 Report of Rural Electrification Administration, 120. 139. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration 1940, 14. 140. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration 1940, 2. 141. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration 1940, 1. 142. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration, 1943, 3 to 4. 143. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration, 1941, 4, and 1943, 1943, 7. 144. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration, 1945, 7. 145. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration, 1946, 1. 146. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration, 1953, 1. 147. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration, 1953. 148. Hirsch, Powering American Farms, 333 to 35. 149. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration, 1960, 3. 150. Kenneth E. Merrill, Kansas Rural Electric Cooperatives 20 Years with the REA, Lawrence, Center for Research in Business, the University of Kansas, 1960, 32. 37 to 38. Notes to pages 120 to 126. Greater than 319. 151. Merrill, Kansas Rural Electric Cooperatives, 39 to 40. 152. Merrill, Kansas Rural Electric Cooperatives, 50. 153. Tollefson, BPA and the Struggle for Power at Cost, 174, 270 to 71. 154. Lee, Klemke, and Martz, Electric Power and the Future of the Pacific Northwest, 50. 155. Tollefson, BPA and the Struggle for Power at Cost, 172, Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration. 1953-14. 156. Leah S. Glazer, Electrifying the Rural American West, Stories of Power, People, and Place, Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press, 2009, 21.5. 157. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration, 1953, 2. 158. Thomas Virgil Gates. The Surplus Funds of Rural Electric Cooperatives, A Case Study. Ph.D. Dis. University of Oklahoma Graduate College, 1956, 20. 159. David E. Nye, Electrifying America, Social Meanings of a New Technology, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT Press, 1995, 243. 160. Sarah Rovang. The Grid Comes Home, Wiring and Lighting the American Farmhouse. Buildings and Landscapes, Journal of the Vernacular Architecture Forum 23, No. 2, Fall 2016, 65. 161. Richard A. Pence and Patrick Dahl, The Next Greatest Thing, 50 Years of Rural Electrification, Arlington, Virginia, National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, 1984, 2. 162. David Schaap, Municipal Ownership in the Electric Utility Industry, New York. Prieger, 1986-81. 163. 302 U.S. 464, 1938. 164. 302 U.S. 464, 1938. 165. Schaap, Municipal Ownership, 85. 166. Schaap, Municipal Ownership, 85. 167. Hahn. The Memphis Power and Light Deal. 348. 168. Hahn. The Memphis Power and Light Deal. 351 to 52. 169. Hahn. The Memphis Power and Light Deal. 344, 367. 170. 16 U.S.C. Section 831I. 171. Harbison. The Power Program of the Tennessee Valley Authority. 26. 172. Nick P. Mitchell. The TVA Invested Interests. Proceedings of the Annual Session, Southern Political Science Association, 7, November 1934, 29. 173. Thomas K. Mac Craw. Triumph and Irony the TVA. Proceedings of the IEEE 64, No. 9, September 1976, 1375. 174. Mitchell. The TVA invested interests. 29. 175. Harbison. The Power Program of the Tennessee Valley Authority. 26. 176. Laura Het Bradshaw. The Kilowatt Kingdom, Gender, Race, and Public Power in the U.S. South, 1917 to 1959. Ph.D. Dis. Carnegie Mellon University, 2020, 145. 177. Bradshaw. The Kilowatt Kingdom. 145. 320 notes to pages 127 to 129. 178. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Remarks at Tupelo, Mississippi. Speech, November 18, 1934. American Presidency Project, https www.presidency.usp.edu/documents/remarks Tupelo Miss. 179. John Bower and Peter Costello, Public Organization of Electric Power, New York, Harper and Brothers Publishers, 1949, 65. 180. Bower and Costello, Public Organization of Electric Power, 71. 181. Jason Kuiper. OPPD honors the past, looks to bright future. Omaha Public Power District, December 1, 2021, https://opthewire.com/opt honors the past, looks to bright future / Edgar Finn Bunce Jr. The Administration of the Public Utility Holding Company Act of 1935, a case study. Ph.D. Dis. University of Wisconsin, 1949, 293 to 95. 182. American Power and Light Company v. SCC, 329 U.S. 90, 1946. 183. Robert E. Firth, Public Power in Nebraska, A Report on State Ownership, Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press, 1962, 188 to 92. 184. Tollefson, BPA and the Struggle for Power at Cost, 262, 266. 185. Bower and Costello, Public Organization of Electric Power, 71. 186. William M. Emmons III. Implications of Ownership, Regulation, and Market. Structure for Performance, Evidence from the U.S. Electric Utility Industry Before and After the New Deal. Review of Economics and Statistics 79, No. 2, May 1997 286 to 88. 187. Henry G. Knaff. Interstate Differences in the Saturation of Wired Homes, Mechanical Refrigerators and Electric Ranges, and Their Causes. Journal of Land and Public Utility Economics 22, No. 4, November 1946 386. 188. McCraw. Triumph and Irony. 1376. 189. Electric Bond and Share Company v. SEC, 303 U.S. 419, 1938. North American Company v. SEC, 327 U.S. 686, 1946. 190. Bunce. The Administration of the Public Utility Holding Company Act of 1935. 304 to 34. 191. Paul. Garfield and Wallace F. Lovejoy, Public Utility Economic S. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, Prentice Hall, 1964, 443. 192. Bower and Costello, Public Organization of Electric Power, 72. 193. Leonard S. Hyman, America S. Electric Utilities Past, Present, and Future, Arlington, Virginia, Public Utilities Reports, 1985, 88. 194. Robert M. Blair Smith and Leonard Helfenstein. A Death Sentence or a New Lease on Life? University of Pennsylvania Law Review 94, 1945 199 to 201. 195. Nelson Lee Smith. Rate Regulation by the Federal Power Commission. American Economic Review 36, No. 2, May 1946 408. 196. Robert L. Hale. Utility Regulation in the Light of the Hope Natural Gas Case. Columbia Law Review 44, No. 4, July 1944 496. 197. Hale. Utility Regulation in the Light of the Hope Natural Gas Case. 413 to 24. State of Missouri ex rel. Southwestern Bell Telephone Company v. Public Service of Commission of Missouri, 262 U.S. 276, 306 to 7, 1923 Brandeis. Concurring. 198. Actual cost-based rate making captures three related but distinct methods. First, the historical cost method examines the cost of constructing or acquiring the notes. To pages 129-132 greater than 321. Property net depreciation. Second, the prudent investment method is similar to the historical cost method but excludes original costs that were wasteful or unreasonably incurred. Third, the original cost method looks to the cost of property initially incurred to provide service, whether incurred by the current owner or a prior owner of the system, net of depreciation. Garfield and Lovejoy, Public Utility Economics, 60. 199, James C. Bonbright. Original cost as a rate base. Accounting Review 20, No. 4, October 1945 442. 200, James C. Bonbright. Contributions of the Federal Power Commission to the Establishment of the Prudent Investment Doctrine of Rate Making. George Washington Law Review 14, No. 1, December 1945 140-46. 201, Bonbright. Contributions of the Federal Power Commission. 150. 202, 320 U.S. 591, 1944. 203, Garfield and Lovejoy, Public Utility Economics, 73. 204, Garfield and Lovejoy, Public Utility Economics, 117. 205, Ronald C. Tobey, Technology as Freedom, The New Deal and the Electrical Modernization of the American Home, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1996, 69-72. 206, Woody Guthrie. Grand Coulee Dam. 1987, Track 13, Columbia River Collection. 207, David E. Nye, Image Worlds, Corporate Identities at General Electric, 1890-1930, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT Press, 1985, 27. 208, Brown, Rural Electrification in the South, 30. 209, Tobey, Technology as Freedom, 94-98. 210, Nye, Electrifying America, 247-49. 211, Lilienthal, TVA Democracy on the March, 26. 212, Bradshaw. The Kilowatt Kingdom, 161-62. 213, Bradshaw. The Kilowatt Kingdom, 171. 214, Spinack. Not quite so freely as air. 98. 215, Rural Electrification Administration, 1939 Report of Rural Electrification Administration, 84. 216, Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration 1940, 17. 217, Klein, Consumers in the Country, 205-11. 218, Klein, Consumers in the Country, 198-99. 219, Power and the Land, directed by Joris Ivens, RKO Radio Picture, 1940, https://www.youtube.com/watch, V equals JSRRJPPKNFO. 220, Michelle Mock. The Electric Home and Farm Authority, Model T Appliances, and the Modernization of the Home Kitchen in the South. Journal of Southern History No. 1, February 2014 79-80. 221, Gregory B. Field. Electricity for All, the Electric Home and Farm Authority and the Politics of Mass Consumption, 1932-1935. Business History Review 64, No. 1, Spring 1990 53. 222, Field. Electricity for All. 41, 56. 322. Notes. To pages 132-137. 223, Joseph D. Coppock, Government Agencies of Consumer Installment Credit, CAM. Bridge, M.A., National Bureau of Economic Research, 1940, 17, Brent C. Boo. Creative Competition, Georgia Power, the Tennessee Valley Authority, and the Creation of a RU. Rel Consumer Economy, 1934-1955. Journal of American History 105, No. 1, 2018 68-69. 224, Mock. The Electric Home and Farm Authority. 84. 225, Field. Electricity for All. 44-45. 226, Bradshaw. The Kilowatt Kingdom. 207-8. 227, Tobey, Technology as Freedom, 33. 228, Price v. Fishback, Jonathan Rose, and Kenneth Snowden, Well Worth Saving, How the New Deal Safeguarded Home Ownership, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2013. 229, Pubell, 73-479. 230, Coppock, Government Agencies of Consumer Installment Credit, 3. 231, Joseph D. Coppock, The Modernization Loan Insurance Program, Cambridge. M.A., National Bureau of Economic Research, 1940, 23. 232, Tobey, Technology as Freedom, 208-11. 233. Mersa Baradaran. Jim Crow Credit. UC Irvine Law Review 9, Number 4, 2019, 889. 234. Richard Rothstein, The Color of Law, A Forgotten History of How Our Government Segregated America, New York, Norton, 2017. 235. Shalev. Kramer, 334 US 1, 1948. 236. Toby, Technology as Freedom, 33. 237. Toby, Technology as Freedom, 165. 238. Toby, Technology as Freedom, 167. 239. Toby, Technology as Freedom, 267. 240. Ruth Schwartz Cowan, More Work for Mother, The Ironies of Household Technology from the Open Hearth to the Microwave, New York, Basic Books, 1983 193. 241. Tracy Worm. Wartime Production. OAH Magazine of History 16, Number 3, Spring 2002 47. 242. Bonneville Power Administration, First Annual Report, 20. 243. Lawrence L. Durish. The TVA Program and the War Effort. Journal of Politics 8 No. 4, 1946, 532. 244. Richard M. Freeman. Regional and River Valley Public Power Development. Nebraska Law Review 30, 1950, 408. 245. William Wade Drumright. A River for War, A Watershed to Change, the Tennessee Valley Authority during World War II. Inch, Ph.D. Dis. University of Tennessee, Knoxville, 2005, 28. 246. Drumright. A River for War. 81 to 82. 247. Harry H. Stein. Fighting for Aluminum and for Itself, the Bonneville Power Administration, 1939 to 1949. Pacific Northwest Quarterly 99 No. 1, Winter 2007 to 8. Notes. To pages 137 to 142. Greater than 323. 6 to 8. Charlotte Muller. Aluminum and Power Contra 1. Journal of Land and Public Utility Economics 21, No. 2, May 1945 112. 248. Stein. Fighting for Aluminum and for Itself. 6 to 7. 249. Stein. Fighting for Aluminum and for Itself. 8. 250. U.S. Department of the Interior, Bonneville Power Administration, Report on the Columbia River Power System 1946, 1946, 9. 251. Representative Culkin, speaking on H.R. 6958, May 13, 1937, 75th Sohm. First Sess. Congressional Record 81, PT 4, 4522. 252. Congressional Record, March 10, 1937, 2631 to 32, 5869 to 70. 253. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Message to Congress on Appropriations for National Defense. Speech, May 16, 1940, American Presidency Project, https, uneasyface/www.presidency.uxp.edu/documents/message Congress Appropriations for National Defense 1. 254. Tollefson, The Struggle for Power at Cost, 234, Noose, David E. Lilienthal, 161. 255. Drumright, A River for War. 79 to 80. 256. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration, 1941, 13. 257. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration, 1944, 6 to 7. 258. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration, 1943, 4. 259. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration, 1943, for 260. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration, 1943, 5. 261. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration, 1944, 2. Chapter 5. 1. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator, Rural Electrification Administration, 1967, 14. https://catalog.hathitrust.org/record/0039259887. 2. David Schaap, Municipal Ownership in the Electric Utility Industry, New York. Prieger, 1986-82. 3. American Public Power Association, 2023 Statistical Report, 2023, 17, https://www.publicpower.org/systems/files/documents/2023 Public Power Statistical Report.pdf. 4. Thomas B. Hanna. Community-owned energy. How Nebraska became the only state to bring everyone power from a public grid. Yes, January 30th, 2015. https://www.yesmagazine.org/economy/January 30th, 2015/Nebraska's community-owned energy. 5. Lilienthal, TVA Democracy on the March, 71. 6. Lilienthal, TVA Democracy on the March, 72. 7. Lilienthal, TVA Democracy on the March, 72. 8. Lilienthal, TVA Democracy on the March, 73. 324 notes to pages 142 to 145. 9. Lilienthal, TVA Democracy on the March, 81. 10. Lilienthal, TVA Democracy on the March, 119. 11. Matt Grimley. Just how democratic are rural electric cooperatives? Institute for Local Self-Reliance, January 13, 2016, https uneasyface/ilzer.org/just how democratic are rural electric cooperatives. 12. Derek Johnson and Ashura Lewis. Organizing for Energy Democracy in Rural Electric Cooperatives. In Energy Democracy, Advancing Equity in Clean Energy Solutions, edition Denise Fairchild and Al Weinraub, Washington, D.C., Island Press, 2017, 99. 13. Representative Jim Cooper. Electric Cooperatives, From New Deal to Bad Deal? Harvard Journal on Legislation 45, 2008, 338. 14. Cooper. Electric Cooperatives. 356-57. 15. National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, Electric Cooperative Governance Task Force Report, 2018, 1. 16. Kate Aronoff. Bringing Power to the People, The Unlikely Case for Utility Populism. Dissent, Summer 2017. 17. Board of Directors. Roanoke Electric Cooperative, Access December 12, 2022, https://www.roanokeelectric.com/about-us/board of directors/. 18. Catherine Merlot. Roanoke Electric Breaks Through Barriers. Rural Cooperatives, March-April 1999. 7. Roanoke Electric Cooperative. Curtis Wynn steps down as CEO of Roanoke Electric Cooperative to take the helm at Seco Energy. Press release, Novum. BR 10, 2021, https://www.roanokeelectric.com/2021/11/ Curtis Wynn steps down as CEO of Roanoke Electric Cooperative to take the helm at Seco Energy. 19. Interview with Cooperative Employee, August 30, 2021. 20. Power Hour Webinar. Roanoke Electric Cooperative, accessed October 20, 2022, https://www.roanokeelectric.com/events/power-hour-webinar/. 21. Interview with Cooperative Employee, August 30, 2021. 22. Jonathan Susser and Daniel Reel. Roanoke Electric Cooperative, Fermata Energy show promise of vehicle-to-everything technology. Advanced Energy, October 5, 2021, https://www.advancedenergy.org/2021/10/05 Roanoke Electric Cooperative Fermata Energy show promise of vehicle-to-X technology. 23. Interview with Cooperative Employee, August 31, 2021. 24. Commitment to Renewables. 9-Star Connection, September-October 2020, 9. 25. History. 9-Star Connect, accessed October 20, 2022, https://www.ninestarconnect.com/about/history/. 26. Leadership. 9-Star Connect, accessed October 20, 2022, https://www.ninestarconnect.com/about/leadership/. 27. Interview with Cooperative Employee, August 31, 2021. 28. Interview with Cooperative Employee, August 31, 2021. 29. Interview with Cooperative Employee, August 31, 2021. 30. Interview with Cooperative Employee, August 31, 2021. 31. Interview with Cooperative Employee, August 31, 2021. 32. Interview with Cooperative Employee, August 31, 2021. Notes. To pages 146 to 151. Greater than 325. 33. Interview with Cooperative Employee, August 31, 2021. 34. Alex Brown and Merritt McLaughlin. 9 stars expanded offerings boost Hancock County. Inside Indiana Business, September 18, 2019. https://www.insideindianabusiness.com/articles/9 star connects expanded offerings boost Hancock County. 35. Interview with Cooperative Employee, August 31, 2021. 36. Interview with Cooperative Employee, February 9, 2022. 37. West Virginia v. EPA 142S, CD 2587, 2022. 38. Interview with Cooperative Employee, February 9, 2022. 39. Interview with Cooperative Employee, February 9, 2022. 40. Interview with Cooperative Employee, February 9, 2022. 41. Labor Neighbor Research and Training Center and Acorn International. Democracy Lost and Discrimination Found, The Crisis in Rural Electric Cooperatives in the South. 2016, 28, https://ruralpowerproject.org/wp content/uploads/2016/02/ruralpower_final.pdf. 42. Electric Cooperative Board Diversity is a Failure in the South. Acorn International, accessed October 10, 2022, https://acorninternational.org/index.php/our work/research/electric cooperative board diversity failure. 43. Adam Simpson, host. Democratizing Power in Rural America Through Electric Co-ops. The Next System Podcast, October 7, 2019, https://phoenixsystem.org/learn/stories/democratizing power rural America through electric co-ops. 44. My Cooperative. Rappahannock Electric Cooperative, accessed October 20, 2022, https://www.myrc.coop/mycooperative. 45. Interview with Cooperative Member Owner, March 16, 2022. 46. Seth Heald. Reforms needed at Virginia Electric Co-ops. Virginia Mercury, September 3, 2021, https://www.virginiamercury.com/2021/09/03/reforms needed at Virginia Electric Co-ops/ 47. Interview with Cooperative Member Owner, March 16, 2022. 48. Interview with Cooperative Member Owner, March 16, 2022. 49. Interview with Cooperative Member Owner, March 16, 2022. 50. Interview with Cooperative Member Owner, March 16, 2022. 51. Sarah Vogelsang, Judge rules in favor of Rappahannock Electric Co-op in transparency fight. Virginia Mercury, December 23, 2021, https://www.virginiamercury.com/2021/12/23/Judge rules in favor of Rappahannock Electric Co-op in transparency fight / 52. Interview with Cooperative Member Owner, March 16, 2022. 53. Interview with Cooperative Member Owner, March 16, 2022. 54. John Zippert. Members file lawsuit to assert democratic rights. Black Warrior Electric Membership Corporation holds annual meeting in Choctaw County, declares no quorum of members present. Greene County Democrat, June 15, 2016, https://greenecodemocrat.com/2016/06/15/ members file lawsuit to assert democratic rights. Black Warrior Electric Membership Corporation holds annual meeting in Choctaw County, declares no quorum of members present. 326. Notes. 55. Zippert. Members file lawsuit. To pages 151 to 153. 56. John Zippert. Judge Hardaway turns down request for injunction to stay the Black Warrior EMC bylaw change vote. Greene County Democrat, May 3, 2017, https://greenecodemocrat.com/2017/05I03I Judge Hardaway turns down request injunction to stay the Black Warrior EMC bylaw change vote for. 57. Zippert. Judge Hardaway turns down request for injunction. 58. Zippert. Members file lawsuit. 59. Zippert. Judge Hardaway turns down request for injunction. 60. Labor Neighbor Research and Training Center and Acorn International, Democracy Lost and Discrimination Found. 9. 61. Black Warrior EMC members file for an injunction to stop vote on bylaw changes. Greene County Democrat, April 27, 2017, https uneasyface/greeniecodemocrat.com/2017-2004/27 Black Warrior EMC members file for an injunction to stop vote on bylaw changes. 62. John Zippert advocates urge a no vote. Black Warrior EMC sends out package of revised bylaws for a membership vote by May 1. Greene County Democrat, April 20, 2017, https uneasyface/greeniecodemocrat.com/2017/04/20 advocates urge a no vote. Black Warrior EMC sends out package of revised bylaws for membership vote by May 1. 63. Zippert, Judge Hardaway turns down request for injunction. 64. Black Warrior EMC Board of Trustees, Dear Black Warrior Board Members, Alabama Living, September 2018, 5 https://issue.com/alabamaliving/docs/September 2018 _Black Warrior. 65. Electric Cooperative Board Diversity is a failure in the South. Acorn International. 66. Alabama Rural Electric Cooperative Scorecard, Findings and Significance. Energy Alabama and Alabama Interfaith Power and Light 7, 2021. 67. Alabama Rural Electric Cooperative Scorecard. 68. Interview with Cooperative Member Owner, March 16, 2022. 69. Our Service Area. Pedernales Electric Cooperative, accessed October 21, 2022, https://www.pec.coops/aboutus/service area/. 70. John L. Park and John Siebert. Rebuilding Cooperative Leadership, The Case of Pedernales Electric Cooperative. Journal of Cooperatives 24, 2010, 67. 71. John Williams, The Untold Story of the Lower Colorado River Authority, College Station, Texas A&M University Press, 2016, 1998. 72. Williams, The Untold Story, 2450. 73. Ronald R. Klein, Consumers in the Country, Technology and Social Change in Rural America, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 2000, 170. 74. Claudia Grisales. Co-op Selection Rules Under Fire. Austin American Statesman, August 4, 2007, A01. 75. Grisales. Co-op Selection Rules Under Fire. A01. 76. Claudia Grisales. Testimony shows how co-op operates at top. Austin American Statesman, December 9, 2007, A01. Notes. To pages 154 to 156. Greater than 327. 77. Claudia Grisales. No shows collect co-op pay. Austin American Statesman, February 3, 2008, A01. 78. Leylon Copeland and Claudia Grisales. At Pedernales Electric Co-op, Descent on Overload. Austin American Statesman, July 22, 2008, A01. 79. Claudia Grisales. Co-op's full story may not emerge. Austin American Statesman, July 13, 2008, A01. So. Claudia Grisales. Co-op Records Posh Travel, No Oversight. Austin American Statesman, January 6, 2008, A01. 81. Patrick George. Co-op's ex-lawyer goes on trial today. Austin American Statesman, May 16, 2011, A01. 82. Claudia Grisales. Utility releases financial data. Austin American Statesman, November 9, 2007, B01. 83. Claudia Grisales. General Manager is firmly in control, co-op workers say. Austin American Statesman, December 9, 2007, A08. 84. Claudia Grisales. Utilities clients demand change. Austin American Statesman, June 17, 2007, B1. Copeland and Grisales. Descent on Overload. 85. Park and Siebert. Rebuilding Cooperative Leadership. 69. 86. Grisales. Co-op Selection Rules Under Fire. 87. Claudia Grisales, Judge amends jail sentence for former Pedernales co-op official. Austin American Statesman, September 23, 2016, https://www.statesman.com/story/business/2016/09/23/ Judge amends jail sentence for former Pedernales co-op official/101298200007/ Chuck Lindell. Court upholds 2 convictions, tosses 1 for PC lawyer. Austin American Statesman, November 21, 2014, https www.statesman.com/story inews/2014/11/22/court upholds 2 convictions tosses 1 for P lawyer/101064555007/88 Claudia Grisales. Perdinelli's execs plan to step down. Austin American Statesman, November 14, 2007 A01, Claudia Grisales. Utility quickly names a leader. Austin American Statesman, January 4, 2008 A01. 89, Park and Siebert. Rebuilding cooperative leadership. 65. 90, Claudia Grisales. After reforms, is electric co-op transformed? Austin American Statesman, September 23, 2016. 91. Our coverage area. Tri-County Electric Cooperative, accessed October 21. 2022, https://tricountyelectric.net/coverage area. 92. Lacey K. Ford and Jared Bailey, Empowering Communities, How Electric Cooperatives Transformed Rural South Carolina, Columbia, University of South Carolina Press, 2022, 144-45. 93. Avery G. Wilkes. SC Utilities Part-Time Board enriched itself while customers paid high power bills. State, August 17, 2018. 94. Interview with Cooperative Employee, September 9, 2022. 95. Wilkes. SC Utilities Part-Time Board enriched itself while customers paid high power bills. 96. Avery G. Wilkes. Tri-County Board stands up dozens of angry customers at meeting. State, August 16, 2018. 328. Notes. To pages 156 to 159. 97. Avery G. Wilkes. High pay and expensive perks, has absolute power corrupted SC Electric Co-ops. State, August 13, 2018. 98. Avery G. Wilkes. SC Utilities directors got free power lines, landscaping work, employees say. State, August 21, 2018. 99. Wilkes. SC Utilities directors got free power lines. 100. Wilkes. SC Utilities Part-Time Board enriched itself while customers paid high power bills. 101. Ford and Bailey, Empowering Communities, 144-45. 102. Avery G. Wilkes. It's time you catch hell. Tensions erupt as Midlands Utility Board refuses to resign. State, July 19, 2018. 103. Avery G. Wilkes. Knives are out for Midlands Utility Board that gave itself high pay. State, June 7, 2018. 104. Avery G. Wilkes. SC Co-op Board resigns, won't challenge customers' historic vote to fire them. State, August 21, 2018. 105. Avery G. Wilkes. SC Utilities customers fired their board after pay scandal. Now they're taking over. State, December 28, 2018. 106. Electric Cooperative Board diversity is a failure in the South. Acorn. International. 107. Tyrus H. Thompson, comply with Electric Cooperative State Statutes 2, 2017. https://portal.nrusufc.coups/content/dams/cfc_assets/public_20images/meetings/IAC 2017/complying_electric_cooperative_state_statutes. PDF. 108. Utilities Code 4A CH 161, Section 161.067b https://statutes.capital.texas.gov/docs/ut/htm/ut.161.htm. 109. Utilities Code 4A CH 161, Section 161.067b https://statutes.capital.texas.gov/docs/ut/htm/ut.161.htm. 110. Utilities Code 4A CH 161, Section 161.072a https://statutes.capital.texas.gov/docs/ut/htm/ut.161.htm. Emphasis added. 111. SC Code N. Section 33-49-420, SC Code N. Section 33-49-615, SC Code N. Section 33-49-430-112. Wyatt Wells. Public Power in the Eisenhower Administration. Journal of Policy History 20, No. 2, April 2008, 228-29. 113. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration 1960, 2-4. 114. Jack Doyle, Lines Across the Land, Rural Electric Cooperatives, The Changing Politics of Energy in Rural America, ed. Vic Rienemer, Washington, D.C., Environmental Policy Institute, 1979, 113-15, 127-29. 115. Doyle, Lines Across the Land, 16, 86, 97. American Public Power Association, 2023 Statistical Report, 2023, 3, https www.publicpower.org/system-documents/2023 Public Power Statistical Report.pdf. 116. Members: Basin Electric Power Cooperative. Access January 21, 2024. https://www.basinelectric.com/aboutus/members/. 117. Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration, 1960, 2. Notes. To pages 159-161 greater than 329. 118. Rural Electrification Administration, Report of the Administrator of the Rural Electrification Administration 1940, 28. 119. U.S. Department of Agriculture/Rural Electrification Administration, 32nd Annual Report of Energy Purchased by REA Borrowers, 1971, 7. Available at Hathi Trust, https://babel.hathitrust.org/cgi/point. ID equals OSU.324350203222137 and SEEK equals 9. 120. U.S. Department of Agriculture/Rural Electrification Administration, 45th Annual Report of Energy Purchased by REA Borrowers, 1984, 5. 121. Managing Members' Capital Responsibly. Basic Electric Power Cooperative. Accessed on October 24, 2022, https://www.basinelectric.com/news center/publications/annual reports/managing members capital responsibly. 122. Frederick Mello. Great River Energy to drop coal, switch to mostly wind. Pioneer Press, May 7, 2020, https://www.twincities.com/2020/05/07/Great River Energy to drop coal, switch to mostly wind power. 123. Rebecca Mitchell. Great River Energy's move to wind energy expected to stabilize electricity costs. Wadena Pioneer Journal, September 24, 2020, https://www.wadenabj.com/business/Great River Energy's move to wind energy expected to stabilize electricity costs. 124. Amy R. Sisk. Several companies weighing Coal Creek purchase. Williston Herald, October 12, 2020, https://www.willistonherald.com/several companies weighing Coal Creek purchase/article_65747FD4OCB511EBB53CB36E313B1.html. 125. Interview with Cooperative Official, February 23, 2022. 126. Joshua Partlow. How Coal Holds On in America. Washington Post, January 17, 2022, https://www.washingtonpost.com/climate-environment/January 17, 2022/Coal Creek Station Power Plant/ 127. Partlow. How Coal Holds On in America. 128. Mike Hewlett. Great River completes $227 million sale of North Dakota coal plant, transmission line. Star Tribune, May 2, 2022, interview with cooperative official, February 23, 2022. 129. Interview with cooperative official, February 23, 2022. 130. Interview with cooperative official, February 23, 2022. 131. Dan Guarino. Despite one big dissent, Minnesota utilities approve of coal plant sale. But obstacles remain. Inside Climate News, August 3, 2021, https://uneasyface/insideclimatenews.org/news/03082021/Coal Creek Plant North Dakota Minnesota Utilities Approval/ 132. Fred Bader and Greg Ritterbush to Connexus members, July 30, 2021, https://www.connexusenergy.com/blog/2021/Connexus Energy Board votes on Coal Creek Station/ 133. Interview with Cooperative E-Official, February 23, 2022. 134. Interview with Cooperative Official, February 23, 2022. 1:35. Interview with cooperative official, February 23, 2022. 1:36. John Farrell, Matt Grimley, and Nick Stimolanger, an Institute for Local Self-Reliance. Remember ING the Cooperative Way. 2016, 6-7, https uneasyface/ilzer.org/wp content/uploads/2016/03/report_remembering the electric cooperative. .pdf 330. Notes to pages 161 to 164. 137. Gabriel Chan, Stephanie Lenhart, Lindsay Forsberg, Matthew Grimley, and Elizabeth Wilson. Barriers and Opportunities for Distributed Energy Resources in Minnesota's Municipal Utilities and Electric Cooperatives. 2019, 29, https://win.it/sites/story_resource/files/2%2bin%2bms%2b%2b2.2b%20.4%2b%29.pdf 138. Basin Electric Power Cooperative. Resolutions adopted by the members of Basin Electric Power Cooperative 6-7. November 10, 2021. https://www.basenelectric.com/_files/pdf/bylaws and resolutions/2021 BPC resolutions final.pdf 139. Kit Carson Electric complete split from Tri-State. Taos News, September 1, 2022. https://www.santafenewmexican.com/news/local_news/Kit Carson Electric complete split from Tri-State I article_LSAA2BB2A31-11 ed 94 CA-Fee 7 EB9134FB.html. Judith Kohler. Tri-State Delta Montrose Cooperative agreed to end contract in $62.5 million deal. Denver Post, April 17, 2020. https://www.denverpost.com/2020/0417/Tri-State to end contract with cooperative/ 140. Rural Electrification Administration, Bulletin 111-1, Alabama Power Company v. ALA. Bama Electric Cooperative, Inc., 394F.2D 672, 5th Circle 1968. 141. Doyle, Lines Across the Land, 21. 142. American Public Power Association, 2022 Public Power Statistical Report 14-15, 2022, https://www.publicpower.org/system/files/documents/2022% 20 public %20 power %20 statistical %20 report.pdf 143. Community Power Map. Institute for Local Self-Reliance. Accessed October 24, 2022. https://ilzer.org/communitypowermaps/ 144. American Public Power Association. Public power for your community. Local control. Local priorities. A stronger local economy. 2016, 15. https://www.publicpower.org/system/documents/municipalization public_power_for_your_community. .pdf 145. Greensburg, KS Profile Data, Census Reporter, https://censusporter.org/profiles/16000 US 2028675 Greensburg, KS. May 24, 2023. 146. Steve Lohr. Fastest net service in U.S. coming to Chattanooga. New York Times, September 10, 2010, https://www.newyorktimes.com/2010/09/13/technology/13 broadband.html 147. Dominic Rush. Chattanooga's gig, How One City's Superfast Internet is Driving a Tech Boom. Guardian, August 30, 2014, https://www.theguardian.com/world/2014/August/30/Chattanooga Gig High Speed Internet Tech Boom. 148. Carl Bode. Tennessee gives AT&T, Comcast millions in new taxpayer subsidies, yet banned a city-owned ISP from expanding broadband without taxpayer aid. TechDirt, April 13, 2017, https www.techdirt.com/2017/0413/Tennessee gives ATT Comcast millions new taxpayer subsidies yet bans CI Tyone ISP expanding broadband without taxpayer aid. Slash 149. Tennessee v. FCC 832 F.3 D 597, 6th Circle 2016. 150. Andy Burke and Jonathan Gruber. The Infrastructure Success Story in Chattanooga. American Prospect, June 17, 2021, https://prospect.org/infrastructure/building back MRECA/infrastructure success story in Chattanooga. 151. Patrick Mueller. EPB Solar Share brings renewable energy to Chattanooga. News Channel 9, ABC, July 11, 2017, https://newschannel9.com/news/local/eb Solar Share brings renewable energy to Chattanooga. Notes to pages 164 to 167. Greater than 331. 152. Dave Flessner. TVA gives distributors more flexibility to generate their own power. Chattanooga Times Free Press, June 22, 2020, https://www.timesfreepress.com/news/2020/June/22/TVA flexibility/ Maggie Schober, interview with John Farrell, Local Energy Rules, podcast audio, May 10, 2023, https://uneasyface/ilza.org/Tennessee Valley Unchecked Authority Len 83. 153. Our Board of Directors. SMUD, accessed October 24, 2022, https://www.smud.org/n/corporate about us/company information/board of directors. 154. Interview with Public Power Customer, June 13, 2023. 155. Mila Jasper. 30 years ago, voters forced shutdown of Rancho Seco nuclear plant in Sacramento County. Sacramento Bee, June 13, 2019. 156. Michael McGough. SMUD announces zero carbon plan, with goal of retiring 2 gas power plants, retooling others. Sacramento Bee, April 29, 2021. 157. Kavya Balaraman. SMUD aims for carbon neutrality by 2030, in new climate emergency declaration. Utility Dive, July 20, 2020, https://www.utilitydive.com/news/smud aims for carbon neutrality by 2030 in new climate emergency declaration. /581883/ 158. Interview with Public Power Customer, June 13, 2023. 159. Interview with Public Power Customer, June 13, 2023. 160. Dale Kassler. SMUD reduces subsidy for rooftop solar. What that means for rates in Sacramento region. Sacramento Bee, September 17, 2021. 161. Kassler. SMUD reduces subsidy for rooftop solar. 162. Melanie Townsend and Jordan Radak. Activists customers protest SMUD ahead of vote for new solar rates. Fox 40, September 16, 2021, https://uneasyface/fox40.com/news/local news/activists customers protest SMUD ahead of vote for new solar rates. 163. Derek Cressman and Fatima Malik, interview with John Farrell, Local Energy Rules, podcast audio, November 23, 2022, https://ilzer.org/Sacramento Municipal Utility District Board Candidates Gen 72/ 164. Cressman and Malik, interview with John Farrell. 165. Board of Directors. OPPD, accessed October 24, 2022, https://www.opti.com/about/leadership/board of directors/ 166. OPPD, Board Policies 46, https://www.opti.com/media/317205/opt-board-policy-binder.pdf. 167. Interview with Public Power Official, April 14, 2022. 168. Interview with Public Power Customer, March 24, 2023. 169. Interview with Public Power Customer, March 24, 2023. 170. Board Policies. OPPD Omaha Public Power District, access December 12, 2022, 46, https www.opti.com/media/31720/opt board policy binder.pdf. 171. Laura Sambull. OPPD proposes burning coal at North Omaha plant for 3 more years. WOWD, June 24, 2022, https://www.wowt.com/2022/06/24/opt proposes burning coal North Omaha plant 3 more years. 172. Interview with public power customer, March 24, 2023. 173. Paul Ciampoli. Google to take advantage of OPPD rate for new Nebraska data center. American Public Power Association, October 7, 2019, https://www.publicpower.org/periodicals/articles/Google take advantage opt rate new NEB data center. 332. Notes. To pages 167 to 169. 174. Interview with public power customer, March 24, 2023. 175. Facts and figures. LADWP, accessed October 24, 2022, https://www.ladwp.com/ladwp/faces/ladwp/abuddhist/apower/ap fact figures. 176. Who we are. LADWP, accessed October 24, 2022, https://www.ladwp.com/ladwp/faces/ladwp/abuddhist/ahower. 177. Margaret Shuttleworth. Council votes for 100% renewable LADWP energy by 2035, a decade sooner than planned. Los Angeles Daily News, September 1, 2021. https://www.dailynews.com/2021/09/01/law votes for 100 renewable energy by 2035, a decade sooner than planned. LADWP and NREL. LLU, the Los Angeles 100% Renewable Energy Study, Executive Summary. 2021, https://www.nrel.gov/docs/fy210st/79444es.pdf. 178. History made as Mia Lehrer is confirmed as newest member of LA Board of Water and Power Commissioners. LADWP News, October 23, 2020. https://www.ladpnas.com/history made as Mia Lehrer is confirmed as newest member of LA Board of Water Power Commissioners. Cynthia McClain Hill elected President of LA Board of Water and Power Commissioners, Susan Reyes elected Vice President. LADWP News, July 28, 2020, https://www.ladpnas.com/Cynthia McClain Hill elected President of LA Board of Water and Power Commissioners, Susan Reyes elected Vice President. 179, Susan Carpenter. LADWP clears utility debt for more than half of its customers. Spectrum News 1, March 2, 2022, https://spectrumnews1.com/ca/lawes/business/2022/03/02/LADWP clears utility debt for more than half of its customers. 180. Interview with public power customer, May 13, 2022. 181. Haley Smith. Los Angeles DWP to end water and power shutoffs for low-income customers who can't pay. Los Angeles Times, November 16, 2022, https: uneasyface/www.latimes.com/california/story/November 16, 2022/1A to end water and power shutoffs for low-income customers who can't pay. 182. Emily Alpert Reyes and Somia Carlamangla. Overcharged DWP customers would get tens of millions back under settlement. Los Angeles Times, August 17, 2015. 183. RRR, the Rotten Ratepayer Ripoff. October 20, 2016, Consumer Watchdog, 108, https://www.youtube.com/watch, the equals CSC_XJYG. 184, Justin Kloxko. Still in the dark about the DWP scandal? Here's a primer. Los Angeles Magazine, September 23, 2021, https://www.lamig.com/citythinkblog/DWP scandal primer/. 185. Former head of LADWP agrees to plead guilty to bribery charge. U.S. Department of Justice, December 6, 2012, https: www.justice.gov/useokta/pr/former head LADWP agrees plead guilty bribery charge. 186. Dakota Smith and Richard Winton, attorneys ethics complaint seeks investigation of Fuhrer, others in DWP case. Los Angeles Times, January 21, 2022. 187. City of Jacksonville, Office of the City Council. Report of the Special Investigatory Committee on JEA Matters. 2020 14, 16, 24. 188. Nate Monroe, Christopher Hong, David Bauerlein, and Mark Woods. Money and Power, the Secret Origins and Public Collapse of the Campaign to Privatize Jacksonville Public Utility JEA. Florida Times Union, July 24, 2020. Notes. To pages 169-173 greater than 333. 189. Monroe et al. Money and Power. 190. Timeline: the failed attempt to privatize JEA and the legal trouble that followed. Florida Times Union, March 8, 2022, https://www.jacksonville.com/story/news local March 8, 2022 attempt sell Jacksonville JEA unfolded federal indictments timeline /698-2977001 191. Monroe et al. Money and Power. 192. Nate Monroe. Even Potentia, JEA buyers couldn't make sense of utilities talking points. Florida Times Union, January 22, 2020. 193. Christopher Hong. EA spent $10 million on its controversial efforts to privatize. Now, the city-owned utility is off the market. Florida Times Union, December 24, 2019, https://www.jacksonville.com/story/news/politics/county/2019/12/24/G spent $10 million on its controversial efforts to privatize. Now city-owned utility is off market /110-329-0007/ 194. City of Jacksonville, Office of the City Council. Report of the Special Investigatory Committee. 84. https://ginvestigation.com/wp content/uploads/2020/12/1. SIC report online.pdf. 195. Nate Monroe and David Bauerlein. Federal grand jury indicts former EA executives on conspiracy, wire fraud. Florida Times Union, March 7, 2022. 196. American Public Power Association, Public Power Governance Survey, 2021, 1. 197. American Public Power Association, Public Power Governance Survey, 2021, 1. 198. Susan Shelley. Another Day, Another Tax or Fee Hike in California. OC Register, July 28, 2018, https://www.ocregister.com/2018/07/28/Another Day Another Tax or Fee Hike in California / 199. Interview with Public Power Customer, May 13, 2022. 200. Interview with Public Power Customer, June 13, 2023. 201. Interview with Public Power Customer, June 13, 2023. 202. Code of Virginia Section 56 to 231.28. 203. Nebraska Revised Statute 32 to 512. 204. Nebraska Revised Statute 70 to 611. 205. 10 CFR Part 903. For example, see Salt Lake City Area Integrated Projects Rate Order No. WAPA 199, 86 Federal Reg 61211, November 5, 2021. 206. U.S. General Accounting Office, Report to the Chairman, Subcommittee on Water and Power, Committee on Resources, House of Representatives, Power Marketing Administrations, their rate-setting practices compared with those of non-federal utilities, 2016-17, https://www.gao.gov/assets/aimed0114.pdf. 207. Power Services. Bonneville Power Administration, accessed October 25, 2022, https://www.bpa.gov/energyandservices/power. Transmission Services. Bonneville Power Administration, accessed October 25, 2022, https://www.bpa.gov/energyandservices/transmission. 208. Cayenne, Lee. Unconventional Power, Energy Efficiency and Environmental Rehabilitation under the Northwest Power Act. Annual Review of Energy and the Environment 16, 1991 340. 334 notes to pages 173 to 176. 209. Robert M. Greening, Jr. Bonneville Power Administration's Preference Customers Meet the Northwest Power Act. Environmental Law 13, Summer 1983 815. 210. Ken Billington, People, Politics and Public Power, Seattle, Washington Public Utility Districts Association, 1988, 266 to 68. 211. Daniel Pope. Environmental Constraints and Organizational Failures, The Washington Public Power Supply System. Business and Economic History 1990 74. 212. 16 U.S.C. Section 839b. 213. Bonneville Power Administration, Fiscal Year, FY, 2024 to 2025 Proposed Power and Transmission Rate Adjustments Public Hearing and Opportunities for Public Review and Comment, 87 Federal Register 69259, November 18, 2022. 214. Interview with Public Power Employee, June 15, 2023. 215. Interview with Public Power Employee, June 15, 2023. 216. 16 U.S.C. Section 839e. 217. 16 U.S.C. Section 839b-A. 218. Noah Michael. Fighting an Upstream Battle, Fish Recovery in the Federal Co. Columbia River Power System. Oregon Law Review 100, 2021 112 to 13. 219. 16 U.S.C. Section 839b, H. 5. 220. Interview with Public Power Employee, June 15, 2023. 221. National Wildlife Federation vs. National Marine Fisheries Service, 184F, Sup. 3D 861, D. Or. 2016, Michael C. Blum and Aurora Paulson. The Role of the Judge in ESA Implementation, District Judge James Redden and the Columbia Basin Salmon Saga. Stanford Environmental Law Journal 32, 2013 92 to 94. Michael Blum and Andy Simrin. The Unraveling of the Parity Promise, Hydropower, Salmon, and Endangered Species in the Columbia Basin. Environmental Law 21, 1991 727 to 28. 222. 16 U.S.C. Section 831a-2a. 223. Maggie Schober, Interview with John Farrell, Local Energy Rules, Podcast Audio, May 10, 2023, https://ilza.org/Tennessee Valley Unchecked Authority Len 83. 224. Rowan C. Hargrove, Prisoners of Myth, The Leadership of the Tennessee Valley Authority 1933 to 1990, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press, 1994, 150 to 52. 225. Maggie Schober, Interview with John Farrell, Local Energy Rules, Podcast Audio, May 10, 2023, https://ilza.org/Tennessee Valley Unchecked Authority Len 83. 226. Philip Selznick, TVA and the Grassroots, A Study of Politics and Organization, New Orleans, Louisiana, Quid Pro Books, 2011, 117 to 31. 227. Nancy L. Grant, TVA and Black Americans, Planning/or the Status Quo, Philadelphia, Temple University Press, 1990, 36 to 44. 228. Grant, TVA and Black Americans, 36 to 44. 229. Derek H. Alderman and Robert N. Brown. When a New Deal is actually an Old Deal, the role of TVA in engineering a Jim Crow racialized landscape. In Engineering Earth, Dordrecht, Springer, 2011, 1912. 230. Alderman and Brown. When a New Deal is actually an Old Deal. 1913. 231. Hargrove, Prisoners of Myth, 193. 232. McCraw. TVA and the Power Fight. 227. Notes. To pages 176-178 greater than 335. 233. Victor C. Hobday, Sparks at the Grassroots, Municipal Distribution of TVA Electricity in Tennessee, Knoxville, University of Tennessee Press, 1969-41. 234. Ibid. 235. McCraw. TVA and the Power Fight. 227. Harbison. The Power Program of the Tennessee Valley Authority. 20. 236. Schedule of Electric Rules and Regulations. EPB, accessed on December 13, 2022, https://static.epb.com/media/documents/epb_rules_and_regulations_final_0627222.pdf. 237. Fitch affirms Tennessee Valley Authority's IDR, global power bonds and lease financings. Fitch Ratings, April 23, 2021, https://www.fitchratings.com/research/uspublicfinance/Fitch affirms Tennessee Valley Authority IDR. Out Power Bonds Lease Financings 23-04-2021. 238. Maggie Schober, Interview with John Farrell, Local Energy Rules, Podcast Audio. May 10, 2023, https://ilzer.org/Tennessee Valley Unchecked Authority Len 83. 239, Brian Calacy. What do franchisees do? Vertical restraints as workplace fishing and labor discipline devices. Journal of Law and Political Economy 1, No. 3, 2021 400. 240. Hobday, Sparks at the Grassroots, 55. 241. Hobday, Sparks at the Grassroots, 39-40. Chapter 6. 1. Company Profile. PG&E, accessed October 28, 2022, https://www.pge.com/n_us/about/pge/company information/profile/profile.page. 2. Renewables Portfolio Standard (RPS) Program, California Public Utilities Commission, accessed October 28, 2022, https://www.cpuc.ca/gov/rps/. 3. Renewables Portfolio Standard (RPS) Program, California Public Utilities Commission. 4. Renewables Portfolio Standard (RPS) Program, California Public Utilities Commission. 5. California Public Utilities Commission, 2022 California Renewables Portfolio Standard, Annual Report, November 2022, 11, https, uneasyface. www.cpuc.ca/gov/media/cuc websites industries and topics documents energies RPs 2022 RPs Annual Report to the Legislature.pdf. Reducing Our Carbon Footprint. PG&E, access January 19, 2024, https://www.pgcorp.com/assets/pgcorp/localized/and/sustainability/corporate responsibility sustainability. /report/2022/PLO2_reducing_our_carbon _footprint.html. 6. Catherine Blunt and Russell Gold. Safety is not a glamorous thing. How PG&E regulators failed to stop wildfire crisis. Wall Street Journal, December 8, 2019. 7. Ivan Penn and Peter Eves. PG&E pleads guilty to 84 counts of manslaughter in Camp Fire case. New York Times, June 16, 2020, https://www.newyorktimes.com/2020/06/16/business/energy-environment/PG Campfire California Wildfires.html. 8. Peter Eves and Ivan Penn. California says PG&E power lines caused Camp Fire that killed 85. New York Times, May 15, 2019, https://www.newyorktimes.com/2019/05/15/business/pgfire.html. 336 notes to pages 178 to 185. 9. Catherine Blunt, California Burning, The Fall of Pacific Gas and Electric and What It Means for America's Power Grid, New York, Portfolios/Penguin, 2022, 9. 10. Blunt, California Burning, 131. 11. Blunt, California Burning, 273. 12. Bobby White and Cassandra Sweet. Slow Recovery After San Bruno Blast. Wall Street Journal, March 28, 2012, https://www.wsj.com/articles/SB10004345270338032420224944, mod equals article_inline. 13. Blunt, California Burning, 118. 14. Blunt, California Burning, 172-73. 15. Blunt, California Burning, 17. 16. American Public Power Association, 2023 Statistical Report, 2023, 17, https://www.publicpower.org/systems/files/documents/2023 Public Power Statistical Report.pdf. 17. David B. Spence. The Politics of Electricity Restructuring, Theory versus Practice. Wake Forest Law Review 40, 2005, 446. 18. Interview with Power Industry Consultant, June 8, 2023. 19. Peter Eves. Clean Energy Quest pits Google against utilities. New York Times, December 20, 2022, https://www.newyorktimes.com/2022/12/20/business/google-clean-energy.html. 20. Richard F. Hirsch, Power Loss, The Origins of Deregulation and Restructuring in the American Electric Utility System, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT Press, 2002, 46-47. 21. Hirsch, Power Loss, 47. 22. Paul Louis Josko, A Behavioral Theory of Public Utility Regulation. Ph.D. Dis. Yale University, 1972-32. 23. Hirsch, Power Loss, 56. 24. Huar, Wills. Estimation of a Vintage Capital Model for Electricity Generating. Review of Economic Studies 45, No. 3, October 1978 509. 25. Paul L. Josko and John E. Parsons. The Economic Future of Nuclear Power. Deadlist 138, No. 4, Fall 2009, 46. 26. William Boyd and N. E. Carlson, Accidents of Federalism, Rate Making and Policy Innovation in Public Utility Law. UCLA Law Review 63, 2016, 830. 27. Joseph P. Temain. The Past and Future of Electricity Regulation. Environmental Law 32, 2002, 450. 28. Stephen Littlechild. The Process of Negotiating Settlements at FERC. Energy Policy 50, November 2012 182. 29. William J. Boys, An Empirical Examination of the Everts-Johnson Effect. Economic Inquiry 14, No. 1, March 1976 34. 30. Hirsch, Power Loss, 63-68. 31. Harry M. Trebing. Broadening the Objectives of Public Utility Regulation. Land Economics 53, No. 1, February 1977 109. 32. In Republic Serve, Company of N.M., APR 4th 113, 1975. Notes. To pages 185-186 greater than 337. 33. Frank M. Gollop and Stephen H. Carlson. The Impact of the Fuel Adjustment Mechanism on Economic Efficiency. Review of Economics and Statistics 60, No. 4, November 1978 583. 34. David S. Schwartz. Idealism and Realism, An Institutionalist View of Corporate Power in the Regulated Industries. Journal of Economic Issues 19, No. 2, June 1985 316. 35. Schwartz. Idealism and Realism. James J. Hoker. Used and Useful, Autopsy of a Rate-Making Policy. Energy Law Journal 9, 1987 305-6. The Supreme Court, despite its ideological shift in favor of big business prerogatives starting in the 1970s, affirmed in 1989 that regulators could employ the used and useful principle in excluding costs from a utility's rate base. Duquesne Light Company v. Barish, 488 U.S. 299, 1989. 36. Eric Hurst, Charles Goldman, and Mary Ellen Hopkins. Integrated Resource Planning, Electric and Gas Utilities in the USA. Utilities Policy 1, No. 2, January 1991 179-80. 37. Ellen Swiler Young. A Look Back at the Long Path to Mandating Electric Reliability Standards through the Energy Policy Act of 2005. Electricity Journal 19, No. 6, July 2006, 11-12. 38. 16 U.S.C. Section 8240. 39. James M. Buchanan. Public Choice, Politics Without Romance. Policy, A Journal of Public Policy and Ideas 19, No. 3, 2003-13. 40. Bruce Moll. Connecticut Taking Different Approach to Utility Regulation. Commonwealth, May 1, 2023, https://commonwealthmagazine.org/energy/Connecticut Taking Different Approach to Utility Regulation. 41. Harry M. Trebing. Public Utility Regulation, A Case Study in the Debate over Effectiveness of Economic Regulation. Journal of Economic Issues 18, No. 1, 1984, 237-38. 42. GMP remains first and only electric utility to meet B Corp's strict environmental, social, and transparency standards. Green Mountain Power, December 14, 2021, https uneasyface/greenmountainpower.com/news/GMP certified as B Corp for third time using energy as a force for good. 43. Dave Kovaleski. Green Mountain Power files request to hold the line on rates for next year. Daily Energy Insider, June 4, 2020, https://dailyenergyinsider.com/news/25774 Green and Mountain Power files request to hold the line on rates for next year. 44. Ivan Penn. Vermont utility plans to end outages by giving customers batteries. New York Times, October 9, 2023, https://www.newyorktimes.com/2023/10/09/business/energy-environment/Green Mountain Home@eries.html. 45. 30 VSA Section 8005. 46. Annual Energy Mix. Green Mountain Power, access January 20, 2024, https://greenmountainpower.com/energymix/ Bob Audette. Spared from bubble of natural gas. With a hike in prices, bills remain unaffected in Vermont. Here's why. Bennington Banner, June 29, 2022, https://www.benningtonbanner.com/business/spared from bubble of natural gas with a hike in prices, bills remain unaffected in /article_5fa4b2f8b511ecf480ddf5sef4334.html. 338. Notes. To pages 186 to 188. 47. Alejandro de la Garza. This Vermont utility is revolutionizing its power grid to fight climate change. Will the rest of the county follow suit? Time, July 26, 2021. 48. Annual Energy Mix. Green Mountain Power. 49. 2021 Clean Energy Plan. Excel Energy, access December 13, 2022, https://code.my.cellenergy.com/s/environment/clean energy plan. 50. Heather Payne. Game over, regulatory capture, negotiation, and utility rate cases in an age of disruption. University of San Francisco Law Review 75, 2018, 104. 51. In 2020, 27% of U.S. households had difficulty meeting their energy needs. Energy Information Administration, April 11, 2022, https://www.eia.gov/todaynenergy/detail.php, ID equals 51979. 52. Diana Hernandez and Jennifer Laird. Surviving a shutoff, U.S. households at greatest risk of utility disconnections and how they cope. American Behavioral Scientist 66, number 7, 2022, 873-74. 53. Hernandez and Laird. Surviving a shutoff. 871. 54. Jean Sue and Christopher Kubik. Powerless in the Pandemic 2.0, Electric. Utilities are still choosing profits over people. 2022, 2, https://bailout.cdn.prismic.io/bailout/deb62b1364dca212f645454c24_final.pdf. 55. Steve Sakala. The Incidence of Extreme Economic Stress, Evidence from Utility Disconnections. Journal of Public Economics 200, August 2021 104461. 56. Table HC 11.1, Household Energy Security, Residential Energy Consumption Survey, Energy Information Administration, access September 22, 2023, https://view.officeapps.live.com/ops/view.aspx. SRC equals https://3a%2f%2f www.eia.gov%2f consumption%2f residential %2f data%2f 2020%2f hc%2f xls%2f hc%2 52011. Point 1.xlsx. And WD origin equals browse link. 57. Sarah Vogelsang. Virginia explained, what's a triennial review and why should you care? Virginia Mercury, April 9, 2021, https://www.virginiamercury.com/2021/04/09/ Virginia explained what's a triennial review and why should you care. 58. Ned Oliver, after years of bipartisan giving, Dominion Energy leans into Democratic control. Virginia Mercury, October 26, 2021, https www.virginiamercury.com/2021/10/26 after years of bipartisan giving, Dominion Energy leans into Democratic control. 59. Lee Fang. Democratic sweep sets up confrontation with corporate giant that has loomed over Virginia politics for a century. The Intercept, November 6, 2019. https://theintercept.com/2019/11/06/ Virginia Democrats Dominion Energy Lob. Hying / 60. Akela Lacey. Virginia's Democratic Party is letting energy money back in. The Intercept, June 16, 2023. https: uneasyface/theintercept.com/2023/06/16/ Virginia Democratic Primary Dominion Energy / 61. Sarah Rankin. Dominion contribution limit bills killed by lawmakers. AP, February 2, 2022. https://appnews.com/articles/business Richmond campaigns Virginia lobbying 73 AK 7E7 C4A7 of 7527E7 5228 C4EFF4. 62. Clean Virginia. The Dominion scam: how a utility monopoly overcharged Virginians $2 billion and got away with it. 2020, 10. https://www.cleanvirginia.org/wp content/uploads/2023/06/ the Dominion scam report.pdf. Notes to pages 188 to 189. Greater than 339. 63. Darren Sweeney. As Dominion touts low bills, critics say utility uses riders to swell revenues. S&P Global Market Intelligence, December 24, 2019. https://www.sglobal.com/marketintelligence/n/newsinsights/latest news headlines/ as Dominion touts low bills, critics say utility uses riders to swell revenues. 541879993. 64. Clean Virginia. The Dominion scam. 10. 65. Joel B. Eisen. COVID-19 and Energy Justice, Utility Bill Relief in Virginia. University of Richmond Law Review 10, No. 1, November 2022, 173. 66. Pre-filed staff testimony of Patrick W. Carr, Virginia Electric and Power Company, Case No. Per 2021-00058, 2021 6. 67. Pre-filed staff testimony of Patrick W. Carr, Virginia Electric and Power Company, Case No. Per 2021-00058, 2021 6. 68. Sarah Vogelsang. Dominion, Attorney General and SCC staff reach deal in contentious rate case. Virginia Mercury, October 18, 2021. https: uneasyface/www.virginiamercury.com/2021/10/18/ Dominion Attorney General and SCC staff reach deal in contentious rate case. 69. Brian Lyman, Alabama power bills could go up in 2019. Montgomery Advertiser, December 11, 2018. https://www.montgomeryaddvertiser.com/story/news/2018/12/11/ Alabama power bills could go up 2019. /22755640002/ 70. David Schlissel and Anna Sommer, Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis. Public Utility Regulation Without the Public, the Alabama Public Service Commission and Alabama Power. March 1, 2013, 5. 71. Daniel Tate. Public service commissions are reducing returns for utilities, but Alabama stays high. Energy and Policy Institute, July 1, 2020, https: uneasyface/www.energyandpolicy.org/Alabama Power earned $1 billion in profits over industry average on the backs of customers since 2014. 72. Warren Samuels, Essays on the Economic Role of Government, Volume 2, Applications, London, Macmillan, 1992, 145. 73. Mark Gillespie and John Sewer. First Energy had big stake in tainted nuclear plant bailout. AP, August 27, 2020, https://appnews.com/articles/wv statewire o statewire business va statewire us news 021F39B87A32FA53233878 cob 9A72A. 74. Gillespie and Sewer. First Energy had big stake in tainted nuclear plant bailout. 75. Amanda Garrett. How FBI says Larry Householder plotted return to power with utility companies' support. Columbus Dispatch, August 2nd, 2020. https://www.dispatch.com/stories/news/politics/2020/08/02 How FBI says Larry Householder plotted return to power. Why? Utility Thai companies cause support. /421397779/ 76. Jesse Baumert and Jackie Borchardt. Ohio bribery probe, First Energy Corp. Says subsidiary gave $56.6 million to nonprofit that pleaded guilty. Cincinnati Enquirer, March 12, 2021. https://www.cincinnati.com/stories/news/politics/2021/03/12/Ohio bribery probe be First Energy Admi TS gave millions generation now pleaded guilty. / 46737400001/ 77. Ohio House Speaker, former chair of Ohio Republican Party, 3 other individuals and 501c4 entity charged in federal public corruption racketeering conspiracy involving $60 million. U.S. Department of Justice, July 21, 2020. https://www.justice.gov/useostos/pr/Ohio House Speaker former chair Ohio Republican Party 3 other individuals 501c4 entity. 340 notes to pages 190 to 191. 78. Rick Ruan, Jesse Baumert, and Jackie Borchardt. How dark money fueled Larry Householder's campaign for Ohio House Speaker. Cincinnati Enquirer, July 29, 2020. https://www.beaconjournal.com/stories/news/lochal2020/07/30/ How dark money fueled Larry Householder's campaign for Ohio House Speaker. 11337718/. 79. Mark Gillespie and Julie Carr Smith. Unholy Alliance of Power, Money-Fueled Corruption Scheme. AP, July 25, 2020, https://appnews.com/articles/AP Top News Politics Ostat eWire Business Conspiracy F708A44D7444B5831338259667B3D324. So. John Funk. How a longtime critic of clean energy became Ohio's top utility regulator. Energy News Network, March 9, 2020, https://energynews.us/2020/03/09/ How a longtime critic of clean energy became Ohio's top utility regulator. / 81. Julie Carr Smith and Mark Gillespie. First Energy, Ohio regulators firm got $4 million consulting fee. AP, November 19, 2020, https://appnews.com/articles/Ohio Columbus Utilities Mike D. Wine 9 AFAB 3464 CDO 53045378037D7B8ABO63. 82. Jeremy Pelzer. There's a lot of important stuff in Ohio House Bill 6 besides the nuclear bailout. Cleveland.com, September 15, 2020, https://www.cleveland.com/open/2020/09/ There's a lot of important stuff in Ohio House Bill 6 besides the nuclear bailout.html. 83. Laura Walmsley. Ohio House Speaker arrested in connection with $60 million bribery scheme. NPR, July 21, 2020, https://www.npr.org/2020/07/21/893493224/. Ohio House Speaker arrested in connection to $60 million bribery scheme. 84. Andy Chow. Defendants file plea agreements in HB 6 corruption case. State House News Bureau, October 29, 2020. https://www.statenews.org/governmentpolitics/2020-10-29/ Defendants file plea agreements in HB 6 corruption case. 85. Jeremy Pelzer. Ohio House passes bill to bail our nuclear plants, gut green energy mandates. Cleveland.com, May 29, 2019. https://www.cleveland.com/open/2019/05 Ohio House passes bill to bail out nuclear plant TS gut green energy mandates. .html. 86. David Roberts. Ohio just passed the worst energy bill of the 21st century. Vax, July 27, 2019, https:// www.vox.com/energyandenvironment/2019/7/27/8910804/Ohio GOP Nuclear Coal Plants Renewables Efficiency HB6. 87. Laura A. Bischoff. Timeline of House Bill 6, at root of racketeering case. Dayton Daily News, July 22, 2020, https www.daytondailynews.com/news/timeline of House Bill 6 at root of racketeering case L2JKF3A6UVFG3EVMJEF27RNI/. 88. Mark Gillespie. Takeaways. Ex-utility regulator had outsized role in scheme. AP, July 22, 2021, https://appnews.com/articles/business-4at3483CAD95AT439F7ACAF11C380. 89. Ohio House Speaker, former chair of Ohio Republican Party, 3 other individuals and 501c4 entity charged in federal public corruption racketeering conspiracy involving $60 million. U.S. Department of Justice, July 21, 2020, https://www.justice.gov/usaostos/pr/Ohio House Speaker Former Chair Ohio Republican Party 3 other individuals 501c4 entity. 90. Andrew J. Tobias. Ohio House votes to remove Larry Householder as Ohio Speaker following corruption arrest. Cleveland.com, July 30, 2020, https://www. .cleveland.com/open/2020/07/ Ohio House votes to remove Larry Householder as Ohio Speaker.html. Notes. To pages 191-192 greater than 341. 91. Jeremy Pelzer. Larry Householder expelled from Ohio House amid bribery charge. Cleveland.com, June 17, 2021, https://www.cleveland.com/open/2021/06/ Ohio House debates expelling indicted ex-House Speaker Larry Householder. .html. 92. Laura A. Bischoff. Former Ohio House Speaker Householder will go on trial in January 2023 in federal court. Columbus Dispatch, March 11, 2022, https://www.dispatch.com/story/news/2022/03/11/ Larry Householder Public Corruption Federal Court Trial Date 2023/7006617001/. 93. Jury convicts former Ohio House Speaker, former chair of Ohio Republican Party of participating in racketeering conspiracy. U.S. Department of Justice, March 9, 2023, https://www.justice.gov/usaostos/pr/jury convicts former Ohio House Speaker former chair Ohio Republican Party. 94. Former Ohio House Speaker sentenced to 20 years in prison for leading racketeering conspiracy involving $60 million in bribes. U.S. Department of Justice, June 29, 2023, https://www.justice.gov/usaostos/pr/former Ohio House Speaker sentenced -20 years prison leading racketeering conspiracy. 95. First Energy charged federally, agrees to terms of deferred prosecution agreement. U.S. Department of Justice, July 22, 2021, https://www.justice.gov/usaosdo/pr/first Energy charge federally agrees terms deferred prosecution set. MNT. 96. Jeremy Pelzer. Governor Mike DeWine signs repeal of nuclear bailout, other parts of scandal-tainted House Bill 6. Cleveland.com, March 31, 2021, https://www.cleveland.com/open/2021/03/gov Mike DeWine signs repeal of nuclear bailout parts of scandal-tainted House Bill 6. .html, other. 97. Jeremy Gomer, Dan Petrella, and Ray Long. Michael Madigan's indictment. How he pushed for allies to get ComEd jobs and his own daughter's legislation was killed. Chicago Tribune, March 27, 2022, https://www.chicagotribune.com/politics/CT Madigan indictment daughter legislation 2022032. 7S656BJ6CV3N5 SVOGWI5IQ story.html. 98. Illinois General Assembly enacts Energy Infrastructure Modernization Act. ComEd, October 27, 2011, https www.comed.com/news/documents/newsroom releases _10272011.pdf. 99. Ray Long and Jamie Monks. Watchdog Group says 2011 smart grid legislation cited in federal bribery case put ComEd interests over public good. Chicago Tribune, December 1, 2020, https www.chicagotribune.com/politics/ct ComEd Watchdog Report 20201201Z7 Zyre 3G3 Beck 3DJ6 Slid 5D Story.html. 100. Dave McKinney. Breaking down the ComEd patronage scandal and what's next for Michael Madigan. WBZ, July 20, 2020, https://www.bez.org/stories/breaking down the ComEd patronage scandal and what's next for Michael Madigan. 629 AFC 568083489 FOB 6207A7A3. 101, Gomer, Petrella, and Long. Michael Madigan S. Indictment. 102. Former Illinois Speaker of the House indicted on federal racketeering and bribery charges in connection with alleged corruption schemes. United States Attorney S. Office, Northern District of Illinois, March 22, 2022, https://www.justice.gov/usaondils/pr/former Illinois Speaker House indicted federal racketeering and bribery charges. 103. Jason Meisner, Ray Long, and Megan Crepeau. Defendants found guilty on all counts in ComEd 4 trial. Juror says panel wanted politics to run in a correct manner. Chicago Tribune, May 2, 2022. 342 notes to pages 192 to 194. 104. Commonwealth Edison agrees to pay $200 million to resolve federal criminal investigation into bribery scheme. United States Attorney's Office, Northern District of Illinois, July 17, 2020, https://www.justice.gov/usaondils/pr/Commonwealth Edison agrees pay $200 million resolve federal criminal investigation. 105. Jury convicts former Ohio House Speaker, former chair of Ohio Republican Party of participating in racketeering conspiracy. U.S. Department of Justice, March 9, 2023, https://www.justice.gov/usaostos/pr/jury convicts former Ohio House Speaker, former chair Ohio Republican Party. 106. Municipal ownership. Encyclopedia of Cleveland History, Case Western Reserve University, Access July 28, 2022, https://www.chicagomanuelofstyle.org/tools_citation guide/citation guide1.html #CG website. 107. Hope, 320 U.S. at 603. 108. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Campaign address in Portland, Oregon on public utilities and development of hydroelectric power. Speech, Portland, Oregon, September 21, 1932, American Presidency Project, https://www.presidency.uxp.edu/documents/campaign address Portland, Oregon Public Utilities and Development Hydroelectric Power. 109. James M. Landis, Report on Regulatory Agencies to the President-elect, New Orleans, Quid Pro Books, 1964. 110. Scenic Hudson Preservation Conference vs. Federal Power Commission, 354 F.2d 608, 620, 2 DCIR 1965. 111. Scott Hempling. Regulatory Capture, Sources and Solutions. Emory Corporate Governance and Accountability Review 23, 2014, 30, 32. 112. Darren Sweeney and Susan Lynn. NextEra's Robo remains highest paid U.S. utility CEO in 2020. S&P Global Market Insight, August 24, 2021, http